had, several people in his house that he was responsible for. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant in trying to understand Maimonides is his Jewish works, his Jewish written works. This is, by the way, a manuscript copy found in the Geniza in the Maimonides' own handwriting. It is Hebrew and Arabic letters, or Arabic and Hebrew letters, excuse me. So it's Judeo-Arabic that he's written with. The Ben Sira Geniza, I think, is the one in Fostat. Yes, I think so. Quite right. Okay, so he wrote two basic kinds of works. He wrote popular halachic works, and he wrote advanced philosophic works. And this gives you a real sense of the dichotomy of his personality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular halachic works were written in very simple Hebrew. I mean, remarkably easy Hebrew, intermediate, really like middle school level Hebrew, and they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. We should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time was that there were very few codes in existence. What only that? The way Jewish law is organized is that basically it's all found within the Talmud and in successive responsa literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Geonim. The Talmud is not at all organized in that we would recognize in the modern world. Basically, Talmud is like this long stream of consciousness document that has a logical flow to it, but the only way that you can look anything up in the Talmud is if you know the entire Talmud. There is no way to index it appropriately because it's even strange to talk about tangents in the Talmud because all of the Talmud tangent. I'm not exaggerating because you may be studying, for example, the tractate Shabbat. The Talmud organized it itself. So it was a code that essentially took all of this information and organized it in a fashion that people could easily look up the halakha that they were supposed to find. Essentially, like modern books would have chapters and would have sections and would have, paragraphs that are all organized in a logical format. We spoke a little bit about Saadia's influence with the Mutazilite philosophy and methodology a few weeks ago. And the Rambam, although he disagreed with Saadia in many areas, he definitely liked that style of argumentation. So basically, what he did was he wrote this amazing document called the Yad HaChazaka, the strong hand. The word hand, Yad, in Hebrew means 14 because it has 14 books in it. And this was basically a massive code of Jewish law. It was not the first code to be written, but it was clearly the most comprehensive, the easiest to access, and a runaway popular bestseller on the 12th century, New York Times bestseller list. It was such a phenomenal work because it took the entire Talmud, all of the responsa literature written to that day, and put it together in such a way that anyone with very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information that a rabbi of 80 years of was a tremendous device, like the kind of information revolution that we have today with, for example, smartphones, with access to Wikipedia. That's the kind of colossal achievement that Maimonides did in his Mishnah Torah. Naturally, it was very controversial because, if you'll recall, people were already upset with him because he said rabbis shouldn't take money for their services, essentially put them out of business by saying, what do you need a rabbi for? I have the Mishnah Torah. Is this going to come back on, Mr.? Yes. What is? Oh, good. Thank you very much. So that means I'm talking too much. If the screen turns on, it means I'm talking too much. I have to definitely go to the next screen. The Mishnah Torah was very, very controversial, as we shall see shortly. He also wrote Sefer HaMitzvot, which was basically addressing the question of what are the mitzvot. I mean, it kind of you think it's a very basic question, right? Everybody talks about we have 613 mitzvot in the Torah, Taryag mitzvot, but no one ever counts them. No one ever says, well, what are they exactly? So the Rambam set out and combed through the entire Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, and he wrote down exactly what those 613 mitzvot were, and single-handedly created yet another industry of rabbinic scholarship as people disagree about number 247, saying, no, that's not a mitzvah, that's just a minhag, or number 362. That definitely includes 2 mitzvot. Why did you put it together? There's a whole discussion there. But still, these works, and I should mention also his first work, the commentary on the Mishnah, they represent an entire trend of his thought, saying that the Torah should not belong just to specialists. The Torah should not belong only to those people who have advanced training in the highly arcane Aramaic idiom of the Talmud. The Torah should be something that everyone with just the very basic literary skills should be able to access, literacy skills, excuse me. So that was a phenomenal achievement in itself, and really he could have rested on his laurels, having made this signal contribution to the Jewish people, but in fact that was only when he was out. The second major body of his written works, and I am excluding here his letters, of which there are hundreds, and say a lot about his personality and his leadership style and so on, but now we're talking more about his treatises written for the Jewish, were books that were written for an entirely different audience. Whereas the Mishnah Torah and the Sefer HaMitzvot were written for the common Jew, the books like Guide for the Perplexed, Mora Nevuchim, were designed specifically for the highly educated, highly sophisticated, but somewhat ambivalent Arabic speaking of his age. These are Jews, this is an era where Jews had tremendous access to all the corridors of learning. There was no real barrier set before them, and no numerous clauses to keep them out of colleges and so on. So they were learning everything that they could, and they were learning works of Arabic philosophy at the time. And they were thinking to themselves, wait a minute, why be Jewish? Think about how Islam is an advance over Judaism. Judaism has all kinds of strange things in it, like anthropomorphisms for God, and some bizarre commandments that we have no idea why they're there, like the mixing of wool and linen, so on and so forth. So looking at that highly, specialized but at-risk population, Maimonides wrote this phenomenal philosophical work, the Mora Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was designed specifically to address their philosophical concerns. And unlike the Mishnah Torah, which showed his skill as an encyclopedist, giving him the ability to span the entire breadth of Jewish thought and put it down in very simple layman's terms, the Guide for the Perplexed was like a mountain climber. He rose to the heights of Jewish thought and gave very abstruse and complex philosophical debate to bring across the most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which, among other things, was the vernacular segment of the population, but it also allowed him to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. In fact, one of the more difficult aspects of the Guide for the Perplexed is that most students today do not read Arabic, they read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibbon family that, they themselves were challenged by the Arabic philosophology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, it's a huge classic. And since in this book, he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence later on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas Aquinas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle before him, calling him, for example, ha-philosoph, the philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle through Maimonides, through Thomas Aquinas, that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reach that level of fame for their Jewish works, not for something else that they may have done. Like, for example, Albert Einstein, tremendously famous for his theories of reality and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the Mishnah. Maimonides is one of those people who was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay, questions, arguments of these massive works? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Okay. Yes, Aaron. I think make a lot of referencing, right. So I think you're you're quite prescient in your question, and you're anticipating a little bit of the lecture. The question that's asked for my friends in the Philippines is, did Maimonides, cross-reference his Mission Torah with the Talmud? And in fact, that's one of the main reasons he was criticized, because he specifically omitted all footnotes. There's no question that he is clearly aware of all the debates in the Talmud, and his language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew, like a single vav or a hey can change the entire meaning, and you see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? The way we'll know it is we go and look in the Talmud, verify the, trust but verify kind of approach to it. His argument was that since this is a popular work, he did not want to overburden it with massive numbers of footnotes. Later, of course, those footnotes would be researched and written by incredible than Yosef Karo, the Shulchan Aruch, who would write a commentary on the Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing. There we go. Let's going back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticisms. Why not? Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. Let's go, because really that's what I'm answering right now. And what's going on here? Mr. Rodriguez, this is anti-Semitism at work here. Because, okay, here we go. All right, so he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So why was he criticized? I've already mentioned to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized, include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply in a straightforward manner because he just wanted to say halakha the way it was with great self-confidence. He asserted, yes, this is what you're supposed to do, not like those other opinions. This is what you're supposed to do. But, if you were a skeptical reader, there was no way for you to verify it unless you really did the same kind of research he did. Some critics, and his critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual arrogance in doing so, and simply stating it, boldly without offering any kind of justification was an arrogance they felt was a character flaw, and that his books were unreliable as a result. Adding to that the fact that he clearly was heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly so. He felt that Aristotle was a tremendous philosopher, and he was open to the idea of learning from non-Jewish wisdom, which was not necessarily an attitude that was well respected, for example, in the south of France and the Jewish communities there. So his reliance on Aristotle was another element of criticism. Maybe I should just give you like an example of his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he differs. So, for example, in the third chapter of the Nicomachean Ethics, one of Aristotle's philosophers. He articulates there a definition of virtue, just come down to us as the golden mean, known through Maimonides as a shvav, the golden path. And Aristotle describes the golden mean as the midpoint between excess and deficiency. So, for example, you take the, and you put this any character trait you want. Let's choose, for example, courage. So what is the correct definition of courage? Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage for your own good, doing stupid, taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice. Not being willing to take reasonable risks for reasonable payoffs, that is cowardice. Courage is exactly the midpoint between excess and deficiency. Maimonides says that's the way it is in Hilchot Deot, the 6th chapter in particular. He says, 3rd chapter in particular, he says this is the way it is with every single character trait we have. Love, fear, hate, you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in the a few midot. He says that humility does not admit of an excess. You can always have more humility. There's no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle. Similarly, he argues that anger does not have a minimum, that you have to learn to completely remove anger from your heart. He does say, of course, that you are allowed to feign anger for your children, which we do regularly at home. Students, you have to appear displeased and stern in order to, appropriately teach them the correct way to behave. But he says always it's kas al hapanim, but lo kas al halev. Right? It should be anger just face. It's an exterior anger, not anger in the heart. Now you look, and you have some problems with that. I really was angry with you, by the way, on Sunday morning. So I'm not on Maimonides in that way. But.
No, it's just that if you think about it, there's completely get rid of anger existing in your heart at all. That can't be healthy at all. I mean, you're supposed to be a doctor. If you bury it down, it's just going to come out in some other form. If you see, one of the big differences between Judaism and Christianity is that we don't try to abstain completely from everything. Instead, we recognize the issue and then deal with it and find that balance. So how can you say you shouldn't have any anger?
Okay, well, that's a very well put question,
You must
and
be very proud of that.
I am somewhat proud of her. Yes, I'm like moderately proud, right? Somewhere between excess and deficiency proud, right? But he says, in fact, anger does not admit of a minimum. Anger is something that is so corrosive. It's like saying you're allowed to drink a little poison. It's something that you have. It's an avoda. It is a task of character development that you have to learn to detach yourself from anger. How to do it? Look, we can study Hilchos Deos together, and we're going to have a look at it and see how he says it. But it's clearly a huge task. Okay, it better be short.
First of all, does he mean more that you should strive to act like you have no anger? You can have it and you can deal with it, but it shouldn't be as if like you're actually getting angry, like recognize it.
No, it's the other way. What you're saying does fit with the author of the Sefer Achin, anonymous author. Some say it be David of Barcelona, that he says what you do on the outside affects your inside, but the Rambam says the opposite. He says you may, and in fact sometimes you must, pretend to be angry, but don't let it into your heart, because it'll just give you an ulcer. It's going to make you unhappy and internally corrosive. Okay, more later. Okay, did I see another hand? I have to live with her in the same house, Yes. Right. Okay, so God is allowed to do so. Li hanakama, vengeance is mine. Nobody else's, right? Hashem Geud Lavesh. Hashem can dress in gava, in arrogance, but we can't. So just because certain attributes are given to Hashem Ishmael Chama, that doesn't mean that we can do those things. A very astute observation. It's quite apropos because the other reasons that he was criticized is because of his take on allegory and anthropomorphisms.
Oh, we said Elohim. We're supposed to be
We are, okay, I give up. You're right. I don't know how to answer that. We are B'Tselem Elohim, but yeah, that's a good one. I'm not exactly sure how to deal with that one. That's a tough one. I mean, I can give you sources to back up my point of view, but I don't understand them now that you ask a question like that. No, come on, leave me alone, Lisa. Okay, give me the answer later. Let's get. This is supposed to be like an organized lecture where one person talks and everybody listens. Okay, right. So one of the arguments was that he dealt with allegory. Oh my gosh, this is a punishment. He dealt with allegory in a very difficult way. Because the Torah does speak extensively in allegorical terms. The hand of God, the finger says that God wakes in the middle of the night, God experiences emotions and things like that. Maimonides was, he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible. He was an incredible rabbi. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim. He was very much opposed to mystical readings of the text. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not getting me angry though. But he was very opposed to looking angry. Okay, this is getting out of hand. So he was opposed to any kind of supernatural interpretations of Judaism. He had a lot of problems dealing with, all these Talmudic passages in the Talmud speaking about demons and spells and all kinds of sort of magical things. He felt that they were all, complex rabbinic allegories, but they didn't actually mean straightforward meaning of reading the text. And in fact, it's a difficult position to hold, and he was going against the mainstream to be sure. So, for example, in the Bible, there's a lot of these kind of supernatural stories. For example, the story of the witch of Endor, when King Shaul is concerned about what's going to happen in the upcoming battle with the Philistines. And so he goes to a witch, and she performs a seance and brings back the dead prophet Shmuel, who tells Shaul what's going to happen. And then there's a whole story there where Shmuel wakes up and says, "What are you bothering me for?" And says, "I want to know what's going to happen in the war tomorrow." He says, "Why ask me now? Tomorrow you're going to ask me face to face," which is a way of saying that you're going to die in the battle, which is, of course, what happened. So when you read that biblical passage in a straightforward way, it seemed like, there was a seance and the prophet was brought back to life and so on. So Maimonides has a complex and convoluted to interpret it, saying that no, smoke and mirrors, and that the witch had an accomplice who was pretending to be Shmuel, and so on. Sometimes it's kind of stretched, but you get a sense of Maimonides' feeling that he really wanted to make everything as rational as possible. And so those areas, he came into conflict with a lot of the other rabbis, Rashi, for example, who, predeceased Maimonides, but of the same era, who felt that, this mystical world of spirits and demons and things was in fact valid. Yes, please. He wrote on to say that the Agadas are all, metaphors for complex philosophical truths. Same thing with the Midrashim. Yeah, he was brutal when it came to those kinds of things. Now, for these reasons, the lack of footnoting, which some interpreted as a kind of a scholarly arrogance, his reliance on Aristotle, a non-Jewish philosopher, his disparaging attitude towards the supernatural aspect of Judaism got him into a lot of trouble with the Ashkenazi rabbis of southern France in particular. And what they ended up doing was, seeing his popularity, the Jews went to the Dominican friars. Dominicans were a fairly extreme group of monks in France at the time, and they complained that there's these books circulating among the Jews that are heretic in nature, that are portraying God in an inappropriate fashion, and so on. Now, the Dominicans, it's kind of a funny thing. Why are Jews going and complaining to the Dominicans? Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that we have in Jewish history quite often, that when there is an internal Jewish fight, I'm sorry? He's allowed to do what? I'm sorry.
You can learn from everyone.
Learn from, okay, you want to say ours, fine, sure, but the citation is Mikom malamdai hiskalti, from all my teachers I gained wisdom. But that's just not the way necessarily the Jewish world works. I mean, if I were to say, if Rabbi Grunstein were to get up and say, I learned Torah from Oprah Winfrey, I just don't know if the community would receive it as well as if he said, I learned it from, Actually, he probably would. He could get away with that because he does special things with Torah. But let me stick to where I am right now anyways in the lecture. So they went to the Dominicans. Why would they go to Dominicans? It is an unfortunate reality that you can see it echoed in the halakhic literature, that when Jews are dissatisfied with a particular dispute, they will go to non-Jewish authorities hoping to leverage their support in the dispute. And it almost always ends up badly. Once you take it outside of the family and you start having a dispute in the street, it ends up awful. So they went to the Dominicans and they said, you guys are interested in us being good Jews, right? So there are these books by this guy named Moses something or other that are just corrupting our minds and doing things differently, and we really think that they don't belong in our bookshelves. So said, fine, let us help you out with that. And they collected up all the manuscripts of Maimonides and they burned them publicly in 1232. A very, very sad moment in Jewish history. And ironically, it would be repeated 10 years later, because once the Dominicans got a bit of a taste of burning heretical Jewish books, they expanded a little bit and they burned a 12 wagon full of Talmuds, precious manuscripts. This is well before the air printing, in the same spot in Paris as they had burned Maimonides. So it's a sad day when we start burning our own books. Will come back to haunt us. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rashba, a very important Jewish rabbi of the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased, and the compromise indicated that nobody could study books like the Moreh Nevuchim until they were at least 25 years old. And they set up certain parameters. These books are kosher. These books are definitely valuable, but they should not be by people who had a certain level of training. By 25, you would think a person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and the Maimonidean camp, and preserved Maimonides' writings to this day. Yes, Fred.
Is it felt the remaining writings are legitimate?
So that's an excellent question. Are the remaining writings legitimate? So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate in this case. Authoritative is also another difficult one. I'll put it like this. There's no question that Maimonides' contribution is respected even by his detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered the definitive one, especially in practical halakhic matters. For example, he wrote this great code, the Mishnah Torah, 12th century. It was 400 years later, that the great Yosef Karo wrote his code, Shulchan Aruch, which is really the definitive for today. Now, when Rav Yosef Karo wrote his code, he basically took together three rabbinic opinions, that of Rav Alfas, the Rambam, and the Tur. The three very important codes that were written. And if there was dispute between the three of them, go with the majority. The majority did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, in just off the top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. In 90 to 95% of issues, it agrees with Maimonides because they're all uniform on a topic. But there's a significant number of things that Maimonides says we should, the accepted custom is do it another way. So because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value, sincere, rejected opinions. That's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah with Hillel and Shammai all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be the odd man out more than anyone else when it comes to practical halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a far wider scale than the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals with the laws of daily life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah of the Rambam, he wrote about the laws that apply when the temple is in existence. He wrote about the laws that would apply when the Messiah. He wrote about the laws of things that are not even touched in the Code of Jewish Law, like how to sleep, as I mentioned earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to eat, incredibly scope of activities that the Shulchan Aruch says that's just way too much for us to get involved with. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of the Messiah, for example, what is life going to be like in the time of the Messiah? Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he is definitely very authoritative in those areas. Okay, that's an excellent question. Okay, yes, last question, then I'll wrap up. Rabbi Shneir Zalman, the first Rudovitcher Rebbe? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. He wrote a Shulchan Aruch called the Shulchan Aruch HaRav, which definitely relies heavily on the Rambam. But he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam today. Doesn't mean that we'll always agree with him, but nevertheless, his opinion is valid in the vast majority of cases. Yeah. Oh, the 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on that, and then I want to wrap up because I want to stay on time. Some of the things that Maimonides did, which were also controversial, I didn't really mention them earlier. He was big in codifying things. So one of the things he codified was, what exactly do Jews believe? It's kind of funny that here it is, we're in the 12th century. The Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another, 15,000 years before that. And nobody ever sat down and said, okay, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down. And he came up with 13 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion, though, that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something so basic. But he wrote 13 basic principles that say things like, yeah, God exists, God is one, God is non-corporeal, we're waiting for a Jewish Messiah, he hasn't come yet, don't confuse us with that other religion. There is life after death, things like that, saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. And of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, then you'll have 1,000 people who agree with you. And so he was criticized very heavily, daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Tiberia. Although, as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, the Cairoese Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying, we can reorganize the Talmud. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah. the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, indefatigable. Thank you for saying that correctly. I should give you the microphone. Tireless worker for justice. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good patient record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history, but I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They are available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. I look forward to speaking with you next week. Okay, thank you. Tonight's lecture is going to be about one of Israel's greatest military leaders, the famous Shimon Bar Kokhba, who led a courageous and heroic and ultimately successful, albeit on a temporary level, attempt to drive Romans out of Israel and retake Jerusalem. This rebellion occurred probably around the year 132 of the Common Era. We have some questions about the specific, certainly about 60 years after the destruction of the temple, 70 odd years after the destruction of the temple, and succeeded in driving out this massive Roman army, which was incomprehensibly powerful. And the Romans, in order to push the Jews back, had to invest a small amount of men, perhaps as many as 250,000 troops, to be able to beat down this strange but persistent guerrilla force of Jews hiding out in the Judean hills. It's rather amazing, but it has a lot of twists and turns, his own personality, including the fact that many of the rabbis felt that he was actually Mashiach. They felt that he was the Messiah, the long-awaited Redeemer. None other than Rabbi Akiva, the great Rabbi Bar Kokhba, was the Messiah. Ultimately, however, he himself was killed and his venture failed, and the Romans were able to enforce even a harsher punishment on the Jews and really reinforce the diaspora that had begun with the destruction of the temple in the first century. But it's the story that we're going to explore tonight. Image, which is not so clear, but I'll get a better one, I think. This is the cave letters. It's a remote cave in one of the walls, the sheer cliffs that are surrounding the Dead Sea. And in 1960, the great Israeli general and archaeologist Yigal Yadin, explored these caves and discovered a tremendous cache of documents, artifacts, utensils that were hidden there by the Bar Kokhba rebels in one of their last stands. So we'll have occasion to at the documents that were found there, the artifacts that were found there, and it will lead us as well into next week's topic as well. Okay, let's get started with the material per se. So setting the tone for the uprising, we should recall that this occurred in the context of Emperor Hadrian's rule over Israel. Not to be confused with Herod, who we spoke about last week. Hadrian ruled the year 117, 138. Actually, his approach to the Jews and to Israel seemed to have been somewhat conciliatory. In fact, there are several legends recorded in the Talmud in which he considered rebuilding the temple. which is an amazing thing. The temple, we should remember, was not only a center of religious significance for the Jews, it was their ultimate national center. It was kind of like the White House, the Capitol, everything. It was Washington, D.C. for the Jews. And to have lost the temple meant that their very sense of national self was destroyed. So a concession by allowing him to rebuild the temple would have really meant that he had felt that Judea had been pacified and that the Jews could regain some sense of their identity, and then they can move on. Let us recall what we discussed, that the Roman strategy of government was one of era, dividing and ruling, where they did not like to invest massive amounts of troops and administrators to directly administer territory. They much preferred to sort of co-opt the elite and allow them to run their own government, kind of in a Quisling fashion, if you think of World War II with countries like Norway and so on. They wanted them to run their own affairs. They just said, you know, you pay us tribute and you give us the proper obeisances and we will be very happy to let you run your country. So that may have been the reasoning behind the legend surrounding his openness initially to rebuilding the temple. A passage here from the Midrash, and we should understand that, you know, the rabbis who recorded the Midrashim are not trying to record historical data as we understand it today. They're primarily trying to convey religious messages, which they will put within the context of the historical reality of the time, but they will not necessarily be, they won't be hard bound to be completely accurate in every detail, because that's not the message that they're trying to convey. It's like, you know, if you think about the hermeneutics of the ancient texts, it's like the difference between a prescription and a love poem. A prescription has to be totally and completely exact. What drug, what dosage, how often you should take it, all those things are really important, or else, you know, a disaster can happen. A love poem, on the other hand, you know, can employ hyperbole, it can employ similes, metaphors, all kinds of things like that. Could you imagine if your doctor said, oh, give him something sort of like Xanax, right? You can't do that. It has to be exactly Xanax or whatever it is. So these midrashic texts also are trying to convey the information like a love poem, as it were. We can't read them like prescriptions because that's not the way they were written. Okay, so here we go. In the days of Rabbi Yoshua ben Hananiah, the Roman government, that's under Hadrian, decreed that the temple should be rebuilt. Pappus and Lulianus, these are two important rabbis at the time, set up tables from Akko to Antioch and provided for the Olim from the Galut, meaning they set up these tables principally, it seems, to allow people to start exchanging their local currencies for Israeli shekels so that they could, because the term in Midrashic Hebrew means money changers. Those Kutim then went and said to the emperor, anybody know who the Kutim are? Kutim are the Samaritans. So we're going to get to them in a second. Kutim, and that's in the next, actually. The Kutim and the Samaritans had a very difficult time with each other. The Kutim, or Samaritans, and the Jews proper had a difficult time with each other. I'll explain who they are in a moment. But anyway, here, they're going to essentially ruin the plan. The Kutim then went and said to the emperor, be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded and the walls finished, I love translation, they will not pay tribute, impost, or toll. Said he, the emperor, to them, to the Samaritans, what is to be done, seeing that I have already issued the decree? Said they to him, send to them and say, change the site of the temple, or enlarge it by 5 cubits, or diminish it by 5 cubits venture. Meaning the historians who wanted to ruin the possibility of rebuilding the temple, they said to the emperor, Hadrian, you know, can't let them have the temple. He says, what can I do? I already said I would let them have the temple. So they said to him, you know what? Then do this. Tell him you can have the temple, but you have to put it someplace else. The embassy can be in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, for example. That was a joke, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. It was not, but it was like a quip. Keep the quips. Maybe the Latvians will stay if I have a quip or two. Okay. The other thing is, or say to them, you can have your temple. You know, it should be a little bit roomier. Enlarge it by 5 cubits. which is the equivalent of about 9 feet, or shrink it by 5 cubits. Now, why wouldn't the Jews say, sure, let's do it? Because the temple has to be exact, right? The measurements are described in Tanakh, exactly the way it is. And so by telling them, you can have the temple, but it has to be a little bit bigger, they won't be able to accept it. And so what will happen, this is the plan of Kutim, they are Jewish, by the way. I mean, well, Jewish in what context? But they ruined the policy because the Jews would have to refuse, and ultimately Hadrian got his way. A throng of Israel had congregated in the Vale of Beth Rimon when the letters of the emperor arrived. The people began to weep. A spirit of revolt began to sweep through the assemblage. Some said, let a sage stand forth and calm the people. The sage would, of course, be one of the Pharisees. We talked about them last week. They said, let Rabbi Yeshua stand forth, for he is a great scholar of the Torah. So then Rabbi Yeshua arose and he expounded a parable. It's a good parable. I'm going to use it on. Once a lion ate prey, and he got a stuck in his throat. Said the lion, if anyone can get the bone out of the throat, he will get a reward. There came an Egyptian heron who stuck his beak into the lion's throat and pulled the bone. Said then, give me my reward. Said the lion, be off you. Go and both entered the lion's mouth and got out of there safely. So it is with the Jews, says Rabbi, that even though we got entangled with the Romans, we got disentangled without coming to harm. The parable of the story, even though, and some elements of this may be exactly conforming to reality, that maybe Hadrian had this policy, he thought it might work, and because of the internal conflict, specifically with the Samaritans, who were a significant force in Israel at the time, he would come to change his mind, and Rabbi Yeshua ben Achia Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah said, you know what, it's fine. We will do without the temple as long as we can do without the Romans as well. And that was sort of the attitude of this in a non-revolting fashion, but you saw that there was a chorus of voices saying we should fight against the Romans for the chutzpah of asking us to change our temple. Okay, so let's just go a little further and try to figure out who are these Samaritans here. I'm sure you've heard the term the Good Samaritan. Does anybody know the meaning of that term? So what is a Good Samaritan?
The Good Samaritan is met on the road by somebody getting, I can't remember exactly.
Oh, give me the modern terminology, please. Just what do we mean by it today?
Oh, that the person's given, they give it themselves.
They're very nice. And why does that person have to be a Samaritan? What's the pshat in Samaritan?
Because of the parable.
Well, here's the parable. Basically, it occurred in the Testament. I think it's in Luke. I'm sure a lot of my viewers will correct me. But what happens, there's a disciple who talks to Jesus, or may have been actually an opponent, I can't remember. He says to Jesus, how am I supposed to love my neighbor as myself? I mean, come on, am I supposed to really do all these things? I don't see anybody doing those things, right? So Jesus says, let me do a parable. He says, there's a guy who's like mugged, and he's like lying on the side of the road bleeding. It's this beautiful kind of like, I'm not sure who painted this, but it's sort of a Renaissance feel to it. Guy lying on the side of the road bleeding. And along comes a Kohen, a Jew, and sees him and then passes by. Crosses the street. Then along comes a Levite, a Levi, sees him, doesn't want to deal with him, it's messy, bleeding across the other street. And along comes a Kutim, a Samaritan, and he helps him nevertheless. He bandages him up, he takes him to hotel, he tells the innkeeper whatever it costs, I'll pay it, I'll come back in a little while to check on him, the whole thing. And that is the Good Samaritan. But the point that we have to understand in the story is that the Samaritans and the Jews hated each other bitterly. The Samaritans were a group of people who had converted to Judaism under duress. The whole story is described in Tanakh that they were afraid that if they didn't convert to Judaism by these lions, and so their conversion to Judaism sort of suspect for a good 400 years. And a good part of the Talmud tractate Brachot in particular, back and forth, do we consider them Jews or not Jews? It comes in if we're eating, the waiter is one of these Samaritans. Can the waiter be included in Zimun for the benching? They're going back and deciding, are they Jews or are they not Jews? And as a result, not surprisingly, the Samaritans did not like the traditional rabbinic turn. Ultimately, they divided very sharply, where the Samaritans set up a like cult on Mount Gerizim, which is, I believe, near Nablus. It's a mount up near Nablus, and they, even to this day, by the way, Samaritans, they still sacrifice on certain holidays, goats and things like that, because it's sort of like the ancient temple cult, but it is a Samaritan version. And so at that point, the rabbi said, that's it, we're not considering them Jews, they're off. And they had a tremendous fight with each other throughout the entire time. Another example of how they used to fight is the rabbis, when they would announce a new moon, they would say far-off communities that the new moon had been declared, so people would know when is Rosh Chodesh, when is Pesach, when is all these holidays, and they would do it by lighting signal fires on mountaintops. And from far away, you would see the fire, so you would light a fire and go on, until the Samaritans started waiting and lighting fires on their own, on the wrong days. So it messed up the whole system. Go to a printed calendar, and synagogues made a lot of money as a result because they could print catalogs. At any rate, so the story, Jesus' story, is only understandable in the context of the fight between the Jews and the Samaritans. It's like saying all the people who should have helped this Jewish guy on the road, they refused. And of all people, Dafka, it's a Samaritan who helps him. It's like saying, you're let's say you're stuck in a really bad neighborhood. All of the inner city population, rich people are walking by, let's say white middle-class Americans are walking by, leaving alone, and then an inner city resident who is dirt poor walks up and takes care of you. It's like Dafka, it's the Samaritan who helps them. Did I make that a little too long? I think so. Well, okay, thank you, Judith. All right, so anyways, there's three basic groups of Jews vying for authority at this point, and they have different relationship vis-a-vis Rome. The Pharisees are trying to practice this, like in Zakkai that we discussed, they're trying to practice a sort of practical retreat. They say disentangle, disengage from Rome. You leave us alone, we'll leave you alone, and they're trying to just stay out of Rome's way and manage their own Torah affairs in closed disciple circles. The Christians are being horribly persecuted, and they're being persecuted both by the Romans in a very physical and fatal way, and they're also being persecuted to a degree by the Pharisees by being excluded from the Jewish body politic. Again, remember that when I use the term Christian in the 2nd century, we're talking about a mixed population of Jews who adopt Christianity as a faith system, and their version of Christianity, Jewish Christianity, if you want to call it that, is basically all the mitzvahs plus belief in Jesus. And you also have a growing population, especially outside of Israel, of Gentiles who adopt Christianity, and they are practicing no mitzvot, but are believing in Jesus. Population, it doesn't make sense? Well, these are Gentiles, meaning they're like Romans, Greeks, from Asia Minor, all these places, and they leave essentially paganism to become Christians. But they feel no reason to go through Judaism to get to Christianity. They go straight to Christianity, and therefore they don't pick up keeping kosher, keeping Shabbat, things like internal struggles within the Christian. But definitely they are united Romans and united against the Jews. The rabbinic Jews. And then finally you have these Samaritans who are trying to have some kind of engagement with the Romans and trying to betray the Jews, as we start with Adrian. And there's a lot of conflict as a result. To a certain degree, it will affect the Bar Kokhba revolution, but I didn't include too much of it in this particular lecture. So we have basically two major accounts, non-Jewish accounts of the Bar Kokhba revolution. I'll show you some depictions of the historians there. But there's a broad agreement on the major causes of the war. We know that civil society was breaking apart in the 3rd decade and the 2nd decade of the 2nd century, that there was a tremendous amount of hooliganism, there was a tremendous amount of banditry, quite a bit of it actually perpetrated by Jews. We have Jewish bandits on the road throughout Israel, and the Romans are not particularly exercising much control, trying to establish a Staat, a society governed by law. They're just basically letting it become lawless as long as it doesn't affect the governing authorities. There's some amazing stories of these bandits who are kind of frum in a way, kind of like pious in a way. Like the Talmud describes one man who was being led off to execution, and as he is being carried, he shouts, "Tell the widow Shimon that I murdered him on the way to the city of Lod." I can't remember what city it was. But here he is. Why would he reveal that? Why would he say he's off being executed and he's letting the widow of so-and-so know that he was the one who killed her husband? Yeah. Good question. Anyone want to offer a suggestion? What if it's never found? Right? So if the body was never found, then she would be an aguna. She would not be allowed to remarry. If she were to remarry, right, against the rabbinic approval. So by I killed him, that meant that she was no longer aguna. She was a widow, could remarry. So then the rabbis got into a big talk. Oh my gosh, do we accept the testimony of a guy who's being let off executed? I mean, how reliable is testimony? They concluded in the woman's favor, saying that yes, the fact that he admitted to killing this guy, we would accept it in order to render her able to marry another man. But that you get a sense of the kind of confused period of the time, that here's a person who has no problem murdering another Jew, but he's executed. He wants to definitely save this other woman from being an aguna. So the local governing authorities began to really crack down heavily. In particular, one individual named Tineus Rufus, or Rufus Turnus, as he's known in the Talmud, began to impose some really severe measures on the Jewish population, outlawing a lot of basic Jewish practices. There's some debate about which specific ones, the observance of the Sabbath, the observance of circumcision, and so on. But there are a lot of stories of brutality from this one Turnus Rufus, certainly escalated the conflict. Now, Cassius, or Cassius Dio, shown here, the Roman historian from the late first, second century, early third century, who wrote that the flag for the revolt was specifically Hadrian's destruction of Jerusalem and its renaming as Aela Capitolina, meaning that was totally the opposite of his earlier policy of perhaps rebuilding it, and most historians follow in their line of thinking. However, Eusebius Scher, the church historian, is our other non-Jewish source on this period. He says that actually, or the Aela Capitolina was renamed, Jerusalem was raised further after the revolt as kind of a punishment for Bar Kokhba rebellion. So historians do not know exactly what was the flashpoint that caused it. One thing we do know is that Hadrian had just left Israel. He was on this kind of grand tour of the Middle East, and he left Israel, and that's obviously when the Zealots felt, okay, this is a time that we can finally rise up against the Romans. Dio Cassius says that the Jews had a unique strategy for obtaining weapons. They had a certain amount of gun control, as it were, in the ancient world. It wasn't possible for just anybody to just produce weapons. I mean, it made a lot of noise, the banging, the clanging. You had to get the raw materials and so on. And the Romans kept a tight control over the weapons that were circulating. So according to Cassius Dio, the Jews were forced to produce weapons for the Romans in their own forges and so on. And the Jews would intentionally poor quality swords, meaning they would have a defective one every 2 or 3 swords, and they would hand these over the Romans, and the Romans would say, "What is this garbage?" And they say, "Feh," and they would say "Feh," but they would give the swords back and say, "Give us better quality swords." And according to Cassius Dio, that's how the Jews were able to accumulate a large amount of metal and a large amount of admittedly defected, but they were able to arm themselves. We don't have much evidence for this particular legend, but it's an interesting one. What we do have evidence of, however, approximately 125 tunnels found to date that they were used by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. He was to build these underground tunnels throughout, in particular, but also stretching forward into. They hid in them, and they used them. When Romans would approach, they would go out and they have these guerrilla attacks on them, and eventually they would seize towns one at a time, fortify them. Romans, unfortunately, had the contrary strategy, which when they finally came in to take care of the rebellion, they besieged these towns terribly, and we have some tremendous massacres as a result. But the underground tunnels were one of the major features of the rebellion, and many of them are really quite ingenious and extensive in nature. One that I'll show you in this lecture was actually 300 meters in length, inside a very remote cliffside, and it had 3 separate chambers and all kinds of amazing things. Okay, now the star of the rebellion literally was Shimon bar Kokhba. His name was probably Koseva, which is probably named Koseva, we're not exactly sure. Known as Bar Kokhba, the word Kov in Hebrew means, and so there was this homiletic sort of appreciation of his name, the son of a star, because there was a passage first to a star that will emerge from Jacob, meaning the Messiah of Jacob, and he will, create this political unity of the Jews. He will be a brilliant military leader, and he will restore sovereignty to the Jews in Israel. And actually, that's what Bar Kokhba was able to achieve in his short life. His ultimate betrayal of the cause, for various reasons, led to great disillusionment among the rabbis, and they referred to him in a rather derogatory fashion later as Bar Kozav. In Hebrew means to lie. So what was son of a star, son of a lie, because all for naught. At any rate, as a military leader, he was exceptionally aggressive and demanding. We have quite a few documents written in his name, letters commanding his officers to move to this place, move to that place, and so on. But he was extremely abrupt and even cruel to his underlings. He would frequently refer to their punishment if they failed to follow his orders. He was insisting that his underlings are betraying the people if they do not follow his orders exactly, precisely to the letter, and then he was constantly threatening them with different things. He also had an even aggressive style vis-a-vis God. This is something that the rabbis took him to task for, perhaps post facto, but apparently when it came to praying for their victories, he said, God, don't help, but don't interfere either. Meaning he said, stay out of it, and I will take care of it myself. And his chutzpah, but get a sense of the kind of personality of the man. At the same time, again, it's a confusing period. It's like the bandits that we spoke of earlier. We have evidence that while they were in hiding, they were specifically sending requests out for the Arba Minim, for the Lulav and Etrog, for the Sukkot holiday. Apparently, they were extremely expensive in the Dead Sea, and they had to import them from Yerushalayim or something. But they're also very attached to traditional religious Judaism at the same time. There's no question in terms of his personal character, he would not be Rabbi of the Year, but in terms of his military leadership and his brilliance as a strategist, there was unparalleled. And ultimately, he was now. It was in this context that we should understand his nomination as the Messiah, because there's a lot written about what exactly is the Messiah in the Jewish tradition, but at its fundament, the Mashiach is believed to be, and there's a discussion of 2 Mashiachs of them, one following another, but basically Mashiach is a human being in Jewish tradition, a totally human being, not the Son of God, obviously, who will lead a military victory and bring all the Jews back to the land of Israel and establish a level of security for the Jews in the Holy Land. And so everything that Bar Kokhba was doing was in fact leading to these goals. And when he finally conquered Jerusalem, it seemed that the messianic predictions were all coming true in the person of this one Bar Kokhba. According to Maimonides, who wrote the best synopsis of Jewish history on what Mashiach is, of who Mashiach will be, he wrote that Bar Kokhba could have been Mashiach, but he sinned, and as a result, he was killed for his sin. The sins made it things like the very, chutzpahdik attitude to God and things like that. Akiva, the great rabbi of his times, was a follower of Bar Kokhba. Some have argued that he lobbied for him actively throughout the Jewish diaspora, but he certainly, argued forcefully that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. He was not. There was multiple voices among the Pharisees, and as I think I mentioned in the bulletin, Yochanan ben Tarta said to Akiva, grass will grow from your cheeks before Messiah comes, meaning that you're going to be dead and buried, be fertilizing the grass. You can't rely on Bar Kokhba. So it's not one unanimous voice among the rabbis, but Rabbi Akiva was primus inter pares. He was one of the greatest of them, so his voice was extremely important. This is, by the way, a document from some of the Bar Kokhba papers, papyri that have found itself to the present day. So here's a map showing where the revolt was sent. It did eventually spread to the north, but it was essentially in the area of Yehuda. That's around Jerusalem to the east, around the Dead Sea. The revolt started when Hadrian left town about the year 132. As I said, the strategy of Bar Kokhba was to go town by town, village by village, drive out whatever Roman troops were there, immediately take over the entire location, probably had a lot of sympathy with the population, dig these tunnels and fortify and get ready for the Romans' counterattack. And ultimately, going in this fashion, town by town, village by village, they were able to conquer the entire area, including Jerusalem, which was really quite an amazing achievement. Here is one of the many coins that was minted by Bar Kokhba. What they used to do is very soft, malleable metals. They would heat up Roman coins until they were kind of soft, and then they would simply stamp over the emperor's face with whatever new symbols they wanted to import. And let's have a look at symbols here. Anyone recognize this structure here? The Mishkan, or I would say actually a little bit later, the Beit HaMikdash. This is the Holy of Holies, right? Which was created by Herod in a kind of neoclassical style. You have the kind of Greek columns and things like that. Seeing that Bar Kokhba is putting on his coinage. What are his values? They're clearly very national, religious. Let's get back to Jerusalem. Let's get our temple sacrifice going. That was like a really important thing to him. This little item up here, anyone figure out what that is? I'm sorry? I'll give, not a lion, this little thing up here. I'll give you a hint. It twinkles. Star, right. And who's that? Bar Kokhba, right? So the star on top of the temple, the Bar Kokhba, his star is shining there. That's the symbol. Now this is, I believe, this is supposed to be some kind of lulav. I'm not positive about it. I may be confusing this with another coin. But again, also a religious symbol. The coinage, Mr. Rodriguez was trying to figure out the Phoenician Hebrew. These are actually old-style Hebrew letters. And they say things like Shimon, or Shimon Bar Kokhba, for the freedom of Jerusalem. I haven't been able to actually decipher these myself, but I read about them in other books. So you have to take my word for it. This is like the high point. The victory was the conquest of Jerusalem, which he held for possibly 3 years. But the Romans counterattacked, obviously. And they brought in troops from all over. The Romans had taken a terrible beating, so much so that in his report, Hadrian omitted a key phrase. Normally, when they communicate with each other, the emperor writes, greetings to you, senators. I and my army are well. He omitted the and my army part, meaning because they were really taking a beating in Judea, which, can you imagine it from the Rome perspective? They just can't deal with these Jews. I mean, every few generations, they're rebelling. And who are they? It's the same little people. The road extends from Scotland all the way out, basically Afghanistan, all around the Mediterranean, and they just can't deal with Jews. Keep on fighting. What's wrong with them? He sends in 14 legions. How big is a legion? I looked it up. They vary in size, but the minimum size is about 1,000 troops. And a lot of these troops would have secondary troops attached to them, kind of like squires. So when you figure out what 14 legions mean, it's approximately, 10,000 troops. 140 to 225,000 troops were brought into Israel to quell the rebellion. We have inscriptions left by these Roman battalions and legions all over Israel, and they were attacking Bar Kokhba. It was really full court against them. He even brought generals from Britain all the way across the Mediterranean to deal with the Jewish problem. It was definitely a major military effort by the Romans. You can compare it perhaps to, let's say, the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, which was also a doomed effort, that there's no way that the Jews hiding in the Warsaw Ghetto would be able to fight off the bulk of the Nazi army. But nevertheless, they made a very heroic attempt at it and sent a signal to the rest of the world. It's a very comparable kind of comparison in terms of the size of forces. So the war lasted for about 3 years. We have coinage survived that says, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem 1, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem 2, and a third that may be read year 3, and then the coinage disappears. So we're thinking that the war lasted approximately 3 years. Jerusalem was held for approximately 3 years, but ultimately it could not be sustained. The in Beitar, which has become a symbol. Beitar was one of the last holdouts of the Bar Kokhba's revolt, and he had a very enthusiastic level of population. The Talmud says, did we lose this image? It'll come back? Okay. The Talmud says that in Beitar, there were 300 school children who, if they heard the Romans were approaching, would take their styluses, their pens, and they would run out of school to poke the Romans' eyes out. Just as an illustration, the Talmud was trying to say just how deep the support was for the Bar Kokhba revolution in this town, which is, by the way, is located in a place called, I forgot, the Kfar al-Itil, I think I forgot. I'll have to look it up. I'll make a little thing on the internet. These are, by the way, some of the ruins of Beitar in modern Israel. The Romans, however, besieged the city of Beitar, and they simply waited out the Jews. They made sure to seal off any tunnels that may have been dug under their fortifications, and they did not engage the forces for a long time, and they basically starved them until they were forced to try and make a break for it and to open up the siege, at which point Romans, who had of course been well fed throughout the months and years of the siege, simply massacred the leaders of Beitar. The Talmudic descriptions of the carnage are, incredibly high. Like, for example, they said that the rode their horses into blood to their necks. So it's hard to imagine what that would be like. They said that the fields around Beitar were fertilized with Jewish blood for 3 years afterwards. All kinds of the story is trying to describe how horrible the suffering was. Beitar eventually fell, and one of the ironies of Jewish history on the 9th of Av, which is kind of like the day in which so many happened to the Jews, the destruction of the temples, the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto, the expulsion from Spain. It happens to be like a uniquely bad day for Jews, kind of in a sort of like National Jewish Bad Luck Day. It's a really bad time for Jews, but I shouldn't joke about it. And Beitar fell on that day. The Romans, in an act of cruelty, would not allow other Jews to come and to retrieve the bodies, and they insisted on just leaving them there to rot in the August sun without burial. This lasted for approximately a week until finally the Romans, deciding that the revolution really was at an end, they finally allowed the Jews to come and collect the bodies of the dead and to bring them to burial. At which point, rabbis instituted a blessing in the liturgy, which is read always to remember the Bar Kokhba and the subsequent burial of Beitar. The blessing reads as follows: Blessed are you, God, King of the universe, the Almighty Father, our King, our Sovereign, our Redeemer, our Maker, our Holy One of Jacob, the Shepherd of Israel, King who is good and who does good for all. For every single day he did good, and he will do good to us. He was bountiful with us. He is bountiful. He was bountiful with us. He is bountiful with us, and he will forever be bountiful with us, with kindness and with mercy, with relief, salvation, success, blessing, help, consolation, sustenance, support, mercy, life, and all good, and of all good never deprive us. You know where it comes from? If I read the Hebrew, you could get it right away. Exactly. It's the fourth blessing in Mishing, the one that ends Ali Chasrenu. So the grace after meals is specifically, this one paragraph was instituted by the rabbis in memory of the massacre at Beitar, ultimate burial of the bodies. We actually have a lot of passages like that in the liturgy where the liturgy will not specifically refer to a historical event, but it's supposed to evoke the kind of feelings that the authors wanted. Another example, for example, would be the Av HaRachamim prayer that we read on Shabbat, which is in memory of the massacres of 1096 in the Rhineland. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Rebbe Akiva lived through all of this, but 24,000 of his students did not. So there's a lot of discussion among historians. You know, as I'm sure you're the legend that 24,000 of Akiva's students died over one summer, and as a result, we have the period known as Sphira. Well, we call it Sphira because it coincides with a part of counting Omer, which is Sphira, or the counting of the Omer, which is based usually, it's between Passover and the holiday of Shavuot, and of semi-mourning. And the mourning includes, no listening to music, things like that, no buying new clothes, and it's supposed to be in memory of Rebbe. There's 24,000 students who died during the time. Now, the tradition does not state that they died in the Bar Kokhba rebellion, but given Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba, it stands to reason that his students would also support them. And the timing in the summer is exactly right. So some historians have opined that those 24,000 students died in battle with the Romans and not from a plague. The term plague that Talmud uses is kind of like a euphemism for the Romans. They actually may have died in combat, but that remains speculative. What is not speculative, however, is how the Romans dealt with the last elements of Bar Kokhba's supporters, including Rabbi Akiva, at which point we have what's known as the Hadrianic persecutions. Hadrian came back with a vengeance and specifically ordered 10 great rabbis killed in an extremely public and demonstrative fashion. The most infamous of those deaths, of course, was reserved for Rabbi Akiva, whose flesh was raked from his body with combs. Chutzpis, the translator whose head was removed from his body and dragged about the streets of Jerusalem by a pig. Examples which we read actually in the liturgy in Kela Ezra, we read this on the holiday of Yom Kippur. We go through the so-called Malkut, the 10 martyrs of the state, which were those martyrs lost their lives in the immediate aftermath of the failed Bar Kokhba revolution. So we see that these events have directly affected the liturgical life of the Jew, even to the present day. Now, the last element that I find really fascinating about the whole Bar Kokhba story is one of these of the caches of materials left behind by the rebels. It's in this thing called the Cave of Letters, which is an extremely inaccessible spot near the Dead Sea in Qumran, where the Dead Scrolls were found. It's in a cliff face where you have to walk across these extremely dangerous little narrow paths with a 600-foot drop 6 inches away, and then you have to make this climb on a 50-foot ladder, which of course was not present back then. They used rope ladders and things like that to get to this cave with 2 entrances and a massive network of tunnels that housed entire families. The kind of materials that were found in these caves indicate that women and children lived with the rebels. I mean, you had entire families and who knows how many, maybe a few hundred people living in these caves for years. They had stocked up on water, which could only be got from about 10 miles away. There's no water otherwise. And they had evidence of ritual implements, and they had, had a full religious life going on inside these caves as they're hiding from the Romans. What I found absolutely amazing, I had not heard about this before, was buried into that Cave of Letters was a small packet. This is it here, discovered in 1960 by the Israeli archaeological team led by General Yadin, which contained the personal correspondence of a woman named Babat. In this personal correspondence, we have all kinds of her letters describing a custody battle she had over one of her sons, her marriage contract, legal affairs that she was involved in. Absolutely fascinating materials. These were documents that were extremely important to her, so she buried them. She was ultimately killed, we presume, by the Romans, and they were found. So 2,000 years later. So the change of topic for next is I'd like to find out everything we can about this woman Babata and try to understand what we can learn from this about the life of women in 2nd century Israel. But let me get back to Bar Kokhba and to bring it to a conclusion. Bar Kokhba's legacy is profound and confused in some ways. Profound in that this was the last major military attempt by the Jews to regain their land in ancient times, and it would be a long 1,800 years before they would ever dream of doing this again in a real fashion. It was a heroic rebellion, it was a successful rebellion, and it ended, however, badly in a very bloody massacre at Beitar, all of which we remember very profoundly in our liturgical tradition in particular. Perhaps the saddest element for the Jews, however, was the dashing of the messianic hope that Bar Kokhba represented. But at any rate, I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week, we'll talk about Babata, and I hope you have a great night. Well, you made it all the way to the end of the video, so I hope that means that you really enjoyed it, or else perhaps you fell asleep at the terminal. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for watching. And, I'd like to develop more of a relationship with my viewers. And so please feel free to, click the like button or to leave a little comment at the bottom as much as possible. And if this video was useful to you, then please pass it on to someone else who you might find who might also find it so useful. Okay. Thank you very much, and have a great week. All right, tonight's topic is a little bit of a stretch for me. When I was putting together the series for this term, very hard to include as many women as possible. And this is a difficult challenge for the ancient period. Once you've talked Ruria, once you've talked about Chol, the wife of Akiva, you run out of well-known named women fast, simply because theirs are largely not recorded in our sources. But it's going to go through, and I think this is our 6th semester of giving lectures, to find women that we can speak about in a meaningful manner. But, obviously they're talking about an important, huge element of Jewish civilization, of human civilization. I think it would be completely irresponsible to go through this period without looking specifically at women's lives and women's realities. So I'll do the best I can with Salome. The second problem I had, though, is that, when I really did some more research on who was Salome, I'm not sure it's really the appropriate topic for a shul lecture. It's actually quite a salacious topic, as I've told some of you before the class began. I'll do my best to try and steer myself away from the shoals of titillating references in the context talk. So let's try and understand who was Salome. Why are we? So first of all, she was a Jewish woman. Otherwise, her connections to Jewish history are tenuous. She did not, contribute to Jewish history like Uriah did. She wasn't a Jewish leader like some of the queens were. She actually had a tiny bit part in Jewish history, and in fact, reference to her a traditional Jewish source other than Josephus, who's a little bit problematic for reasons that I'll discuss shortly. Nevertheless, there are some really good things to talk about her. One is that she was the granddaughter of Herod. Gives us an honor to speak about Herod's rule, at least briefly, and I want to definitely dedicate a lecture to Herod in general context. And perhaps more significant for our purposes is not so much who Salome was, but how she has been understood and how she has been manipulated throughout the centuries in a way that casts an unfortunate light on the appreciation of Jews in the broader society. Specifically, we're going to look at a medieval Christian exegesis of the story of Salome and try to understand how she and her figure and how she was understood had an impact on the way in which Jews were perceived in broader society as a whole. I think we can justify the discussion of Salome in this series of Jewish biographies, and without further ado, let's go straight to the material. So, who is this woman, Salome? Basically, I'm going to give you the actual narrative of her life based on the Gospels, the one episode we have from the ancient world. But she has been tremendously popularized in medieval and in modern Christian and secular art. Most specifically, an opera by Richard Strauss made her quite famous in the 19th century, and a play version by Wilde, which we'll see in just a second. She represents so many things to those who appreciated her story throughout the last 2,000 years, but as I mentioned, not all of them are complementary when it comes to Jews. Let me show you just a little bit of an interesting clip. This is from a 1923 art film, arguably one of the first art films ever, that portrays Salome, the main scene of Salome's life. Here on the left is her drunken father, Herod II. Herod had about 9 wives and about 16 children, many of whom he named Herod. So it's very confusing trying to keep track of how many Herods are we talking about. But this is Herod, his son, and he's at a drunken party with his friends, and he convinces his stepdaughter Salome to dance before the assembled guests. She dances this famous dance. This is Anna Nevazimova, I think her name was, a famous dancer from the 1920s who performs this dance of the 7 veils, which arouses Herod II, that is Herod's son, not King Herod, to such a degree that he promises her half the kingdom for any request that she makes. So we'll have to talk about that request. Now, perhaps the most famous version of Salome that we have today is a version authored by the great writer Oscar Wilde, shown in the little inset here in the photograph. The edition that's published has the phenomenal artwork of Aubrey Beardsley, as well as peacock dress here in the background. Wilde took the story of Salome, which I have not told you in full yet, and he used it as a metaphor for forbidden love, which of course was very relevant to his own life as a homosexual at the 20th century. The metaphor of forbidden love was extremely relevant to him. It was illegal for him to perform this play, in England, so he wrote it in French and then translated his own work back into English, which apparently, according to some loophole in the law, he was allowed to do, and it was performed in English in his own translation from his French original, and it made quite a sensation. But as we shall discuss a little further on in tonight's lecture, it was an example of using the Salome story for his own personal agenda, specifically related to forbidden love, but nevertheless, it made a huge impact on the literary scene of the day. So what is the narrative? I'm going to read to you a short sort of a paraphrase of the account that we have in the Gospels, which comes from William Chester Jordan, who is a professor at Princeton, who's written a fantastic article on the way that Salome has been portrayed in the Middle Ages. So once again, our sources for Salome's life are principally two. We have the Gospels, that is the Christian Bible. There are two specific versions of the story, one which probably from the other. And then we have another reference in Josephus. Josephus is the major Jewish historian of the first century. You'll recall perhaps from our lectures last year that he was a Jewish general. He defected to the Roman side, and then he wrote an incredibly detailed account of the first Roman-Jewish war in the 8th century. The 8th decade of the first century, and then it was very well read, and Romans read it, and he accolades, and then he went on to write a massive 20-odd volume Jewish antiquities, basically the history of Jews from all time, and these that were produced for a Roman imperial audience, necessarily the most authoritative versions of Jewish history that we would like to perhaps read, but nevertheless, he has a version of the Salome story there. She is named in that story. She's not named in the Gospel, so there's no to suspect that this event did not actually happen. So here's the version that Dr. Jordan prepared for us based on the Gospels. Herod the Tetrarch refers to the three sons of Herod that ruled the principle of Judea in the first century. After he died, he divided up into three rulers. Tetra, meaning tetra is three, right? Right. What's four? Quattro. Thank you. And arch means like leader, archos, right? Democracy, right? Herod the Tetrarch ordered the arrest of John the Baptist and had him imprisoned in chains. John the Baptist, of course, a very important early Christian figure, and we're going to as well. Herod's reason for doing so, for arresting John the Baptist, was the furious complaint of his wife, Herodias, right? Also named after Herod. He likes to name a lot of his kids after himself. At John's public condemnation of their marriage, right? So Herod's wife, Herodias, was angry with John the Baptist, so Herod had him imprisoned. Why was Herodias angry with John the Baptist? Herodias was the former wife of Philip, Herod's brother, whom she had left to marry the Tetrarch Herod. So in other words, she was married to one son of Herod. She left him and married the other son of Herod, which was forbidden under Jewish law. By the way, all these people are Jewish. Okay, so we're talking about Jewish kings, corrupt, obviously. Herod himself is, we'll talk from an Idumean family, which was Semites, but that's already four generations ago. So these are like really They're like the rich and famous among the Jews, and they have the sort of faith and pace life place that we can imagine. Anyway, so, right, Herodias, the wife, had married Philip, the son of Herod. She left him and married Herod, the son of Herod. And John the Baptist, Jewish guy, criticized her for marrying her brother's brother during his lifetime, which is forbidden in Jewish law. John railed against Herod, saying, "It is against the law for you to marry your brother's wife." Sounds like a good rabbi would say this. At first, Herod wanted to kill John, but he hesitated because of John's popularity and the wide belief that the Baptist a prophet, right, which is, of course, a Christian document that we're reading now. The popularity of John is alluded to here. Later, Herod came to hold John in awe. He did not understand all the Baptist's prophetic utterances, but he enjoyed listening to him and came to regard him as a good and upright man. Indeed, he protected him, letting him live despite his wife's loathing and her continued desire to have him killed. An opportunity arose for her to fulfill her desire at Herod's birthday banquet, which his courtiers, military commanders, and various elite attended, right? So let's get the scene right. The husband, Herod, he has imprisoned John the Baptist at his wife's insistence. The wife is upset because John the Baptist is casting asparagus at their wedding. Casting aspersions, right, at their marriage. I shouldn't say things like that. I'll edit it out, right, Mr. Rodriguez? Should I do that? Right. Because he's giving her a hassle about their wedding. So John the Baptist is sitting in prison, and Herodias gets an idea. Aha, how about this? My husband, Herod, is going to have a massive drunken birthday party. It's going to be all men there. I happen to have, says Herodias, a beautiful young daughter from my first marriage to Herod's brother. So this would be Herod's niece and stepdaughter. And she says, Herodias' daughter by her former husband danced before the assembled company, and so delighted Herod that he swore to give her anything she wanted, even half his realm. Right? So she essentially prostituted her daughter before Herod to convince him to give up anything he wanted, because she knew her husband and that he would like make some kind of sweeping statement in front of all his friends, and then it would be very difficult for him to retract. After talking to her mother, the girl asked for John the Baptist's head on a dish. Right, so this was all planned, and once she had achieved this, secured this promise from her father, she went back, or her stepfather, she went to her. You have to ask him for John the Baptist on a platter. Herod's stress was palpable. Turn the page. I want to find out what happened. But he did not wish to lose face before his palace, and he ordered a bodyguard to behead John. After carrying out his task, the guard returned to the banquet with the head on a dish and gave it to the girl, who then gave it to her mother. When John's disciples heard, they named his body and buried it. So the theme of this young, beautiful girl, sexually alluring, possibly so young she's a virgin herself, dealing with the disembodied head of John the Baptist, was so grotesque it fascinated medieval artists, and we have literally hundreds of examples of this depiction of the young, beautiful girl and the decapitated John the Baptist. Here's one from Titian from the 16th century, and here you can see a piece of monumental architecture. Lots of these, sometimes with spooky backgrounds. You can see the artists are just loving this whole contrast between the beautiful youth and the decapitated John the Baptist. We could do this all day with these examples. It seems they're hell day with what's going on. Here's an early 20th century example from one of these staging of the plays. Now, this is basically all we know from the ancient sources and from the Gospels. There is an apocryphal text that may also be ancient in origin, which describes Salome's death, which perhaps might as well mention at this point. Apparently, she went on to marry, and she had several children, and then in the year 39, which would mean that she's probably in her 40s by this time, Gesundheit. She was traveling to Gaul, which would be, let's say, France, and she. And again, this is not in the original text. This is much later, and we don't know how truthful it is. But she was walking on a pond. She fell into the water, and as she was falling into the water, her head hit the edge of the ice, and she was decapitated in a poetic and ironic manner. And her mother retrieved the body, the head as well. I could not find that the artists don't seem especially interested in that theme, but you know, that's how she met her gory end, as the apocryphal text has it. So, now to take it a step further, to go back to Oscar Wilde, for example, the bit that Wilde adds, that's not in the story at all, but obviously had a very powerful impact. He also adds a section between Salome and the Baptist, and that she's confused and she wants him, but she can't have him, and so then she gives her mother's wishes and she has him decapitated. And there's a very powerful scene at the end where she says, you know, I could not kiss your lips in life, so now I kiss thee in death. Very powerful. You connect it back to Wilde's personal history. It makes a lot more sense, and so on. So it's a fascinating story that gripped the imagination of much of the medieval Christian exegetes and even the modern mind. And in fact, there are versions of the Salome story in song and in writing. If you happen to look at the Wikipedia article, they list about 30 versions of Salome in modern culture in the 20th and 21st century. So it's definitely an enduring kind of myth, if you will, that takes us to the next question, which is really, why are we talking about this in a Jewish history class, right? She's Jewish, but where's the Jewish part to this? Okay. So first of all, let's go back in time a little bit to understand her background and Herod in particular. This is a Roman rendition of Herod, may actually be somewhat accurate. The rendition we have, a period of Salome a little later. And he's an extremely complex character that gives an entire lecture easily. He was a client king of the Romans, which meant that, you know, when the Romans came into the Middle East, particularly in the first century before the Common Era, they dealt with the remnants of the Hashmonaim, who had already been falling into a certain amount of internal corruption, palace intrigue that led to their internal weakness and eventual demise. And the Romans were able, this very fractured nation, without too much difficulty. Herod had gone to Rome and had petitioned successfully to become their client king in Israel. Remind you once again, we're talking now about Salome's grandfather. So now we're in the first century before the Common Era. This term client king is interesting. The Roman strategy of managing all these disparate populations was known as divide et impera, which we have in English. It's a common phrase, divide and rule. And the way they did it was they would take certain elements of society, usually the aristocracy, and actually give them a lot of privileges, give them citizenship, remove from them tax burdens and all kinds of things. And by co-opting key elements in the given societies that they controlled, they were able to essentially manage all these hugely different cultures and political systems with relatively little effort on their part. From time to time, they would have to use force of arms and they have to demonstrate their military might, but really their genius as a civilization was governance through co-opting elites of all these societies. So Herod was one of those co-opted elites. The Sadducees, and Charles that talked about them in the previous class, were all one of these co-opted elites. And he came into Israel and he ruled with a maniacal intensity and a ferocious degree of personal viciousness. He was married to a woman named Doris at the time that he received the kingship. When he got back to Israel, he felt that she was not really befitting his, role as a leader of a country, as a client king. So he sent her away, married another woman named Mariamne. According to the Talmud, he later killed her as well. According to the Talmud, he preserved her body. He kept her own, and the purpose of to keep her body supple. For you just have to use your imagination. It's the worst possible thing you can think of. Herod was definitely not going to be on, the Jewish President of the Year award. That's a stupid. I'll probably edit that part out too. Okay, but some things about Herod. Now, at the same time, that he had this terrible, crazy king murdering his relatives, right, and all kinds of awful things. We also have him as the renovator of the temple. In fact, all the pictures of the temple that we associate with holiness and things like that, the western wall, he built the Temple Mount, again, on earlier foundations, Hashmonaic stones, and also on the stones of the reign of Solomon. Anyways, here we are. So here he is. This is the great builder of the temple. This is the man who invested millions upon millions of ancient dollars in this great religious center. How can the same person, be credited with, at the same time, be the builder of the temple? You'll notice if you read the Talmud that Herod's name is hardly ever mentioned. Like, the rabbis just don't want to talk about him. Yeah, the temple, it's nice. We like it. It's great. Don't want to think about it on the agenda because they're embarrassed by his other activities. He definitely did do some nasty things at the temple as well. Like, for example, he put the Roman eagle, the emblem of the eagle, up by the Holy of Holies, which is a hugely effective thing. It's a symbol of idolatry, a symbol of the hated Roman occupation and things like that. And he got a lot of criticism for it, but nevertheless, he is the builder of the temple. He's also the builder of some of Israel's most enduring architecture, such as palaces on Masada, which you can see here are hugely difficult things to construct. Incredible examples of ancient architecture. Various cities were built by Herod, ports, aqueducts, all the things that Romans were good at. That's what he was doing in Israel. So most historians have concluded that for Herod, these huge acts of public works, typical for the Romans, were like his kind of signs of his grandiose beneficence. Thank you. Doing good things, right? Good works. He's like giving to the whole population. They were not at all motivated by religious sensibilities. And in fact, in northern Israel, he was also constructing beautiful temples to various idols at the same time. He was like a donor who was fair to everybody. He gave to the Jews, he gave to the idolaters, he gave to everybody. And that was self-image as being this kind of, grand leader who could do everything. But he obviously did not take Judaism seriously in any way, even though descended, nevertheless, a Jew for several generations back. Okay, at this point, I'm going to pause for questions before we get back to Salome. Yes?
On the Herod thing, where did all the money come from?
Taxes. Yeah, expert. And in fact, when there was famine, he was noted for generously reducing the tax burden by 1/3. But otherwise, it was pulled together by taxes. If you look in Tanakh, you'll see that the relationship of Jewish kings to their subjects often revolves around the degree of the tax burden. In fact, the split between the northern 10 tribes and the southern tribes was largely over a tax revolt. The north was saying, we are spending way too much money on taxes. For Solomon, he built the temple and things like that, a huge tax burden. And when Solomon died, they asked his son, Rehoboam, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to follow your father's practices and taxes like this? Or are you going to ease up a bit? And he made the terrible decision to say, no, I'm going to make it even harder for you. And as a result of that, the north revolted and they created a separate kingdom. Yeah.
Well, I know that the rabbis would have a hard time discussing Herod because of the rabbinic tradition which is now in play. I find something that's interesting with respect to the story of Solomon, in that he's grooming her to make yourself attractive to a powerful person, carries with it a lot of the echo of the story of Ruth.
Yes, interesting. Very true. The parallel to Ruth, the parallel also, I would think, to Esther, right? A parallel also, and if you can even include the decapitated head to Judith and Holofernes, right? In fact, some of these earlier artworks, sometimes the artists have specifically connected them to Judith. That's a story where there was a Jewish woman, I think she was some kind of princess, and she got the king of the Syrian drunk, or she fed him lots of dairy products, and he fell asleep, and then she cut off his head. That was Sisera. Yael and Sisera, and Judith and Holofernes is a similar story. Yael is with the tent peg, right? And Yehudit and Holofernes is with the decapitation, right? Said things. It's okay, let us go on. Okay, so back to, so John the Baptist part. That's an important element that we just kind of, is there any other questions? Yes. What exactly is going on here? John the Baptist in Christian thought is the functional equivalent of Eliyahu Hanavi in Jewish thought. John the Baptist is, the term baptism basically taken from the mikvah, right, which is a very old Jewish ritual, the idea of going into a body of living water, either the River Jordan, as the Baptists use so often, or any other, natural body of water like the ocean or lake, things like that, or a collected body of rainwater, for example. It symbolizes a transformation, a cleansing, and when one goes in one status, one comes out another status. One goes in ritually impure, one comes out ritually pure. One goes in a potential convert, one comes out a Jew, these kinds of things. So John the Baptist was promoting, in particular, the use of the mikvah. He was, one of the early mikvah ladies of his day. He was promoting it for many people. But in Christian thought, he was to be the herald of the Messiah, meaning he was going to be the one who would let everybody know that Mashiach was here. And of course, in Christian tradition, he was predicting that Jesus was the Messiah, similar to the Jewish thought. And it's based openly on the idea of Eliyahu Hanavi, of Elijah the prophet, foretelling the coming of the Jewish Messiah. So a lot of these things are prefigured, to use a Christian term, or they are modeled on the earlier Jewish models. And he was an unpopular figure with Herodias in particular, because he, like the early Christian movement and the Pharisees, were antithetical to traditional authority. Because, think about it. We're talking about this intrigue where you have people who are like marrying the wrong Jewish law, and the whole business with a young Jewish girl, drunken men, that is definitely not good practice. This is not the kind of rabbinic vision of truth, of modesty, of way people should deport themselves. And people like John the Baptist and other thieves, because they're all in the same kind of intellectual framework and trajectory, are openly criticizing authority and saying, this is not what God wants from us. This is not what the demands of us. And they're like side of the authorities, even though the authorities are all Jewish and they all receive their power from Rome. They are unable to control this popular movement of resentment for the antinomian activities of the ruling. It's the same kind of intellectual and moral force that will ultimately result in the First Roman Jewish War and the Second Roman Jewish War, which we'll talk about next week under Bar Kokhba. There is a growing degree of between the common Jews, who are primarily peasants at this time, from their traditional leadership, and they're themselves with these charismatic local preachers, be they these early Christians who are basically Jews who are promoting Jesus as the Messiah, or more traditional Pharisaic leaders. So for people like Herodias here, the mother in the 1923 film I showed you earlier, they view these people as do-gooders, holier-than-thou types who are really trying to undermine the basis of their authority. The conflict between Herod, the Sadducees, and these messianic figures like this, John the Baptist, is really quite powerful. culpable, which will eventually result in contributing to sectarianism, but also to a revolt against the Romans in the year 70. So that's really what underground work is. Now, looking at Salome in particular, there's really two ways in which her life has been interpreted. One, which I don't want to focus on for the 10 minutes or so, is the idea of Salome as the cases, like in Wilde's, was it Wilde's depiction? It was Strauss's depiction. I'm not sure, fan. Salome is portrayed as being somewhat dim-witted, of having, no real clue of the moral perfidy that she's involved with, either with the dance or with asking for John the Baptist's head. And in fact, when she goes to ask Herod to have John the Baptist decapitated, she can't remember his name. She says, my mother said, what was his name again? That just shows how distant she is from it. And so there have been depictions, particularly in the late 19th and 20th century, that show her as kind of like being taken advantage of by all these evil forces around her, such as her mother, Herodias in particular. But that's not generally the way that she is understood in much of medieval literature, where we see her more as a kind of prefigurement Judaism in the post-Jesus era. This is an image, I've shown you several of these in previous classes, but let's just think about one element that I have not focused before, but just for those of you who haven't seen it, one version of famous Ecclesia et Synagoga painting, which we see in monumental architecture. We see it here in a stained glass window from the Jury of Verben from the 14th century, which always contrasts the church as being, morally correct and upright and power and so on, with the synagogue, which is dark and is immoral, is unfavored by God. So you see elements that I'm only going to show you one. We could do this all night too, but I'll just show you one. This is the church always on the left-hand panel, because it usually there's, and actually in this image they've cut it out from the middle, but there is like a crucifix in the middle, and Jesus is on the, and his hand is over the right side, the stronger side. And church is represented riding a four-headed beast called a tetramorph, which is like 40. It alludes to several passages in the book of Ezekiel. She's got the upright staff with her flag unfurled, blowing in the wind, holding on to the Holy Grail, the chalice here. Her eyes are open and looking straight forward, and everything conveys a message of like authority, regality. Is that a word? Regality? Regalness, maybe? Regalness, like being kingly. And in case you're not sure, not only does she have a halo, but there's a hand descending from heaven, crowning her, indicating an approval of the church's rule in the temporal world. Now, over here, though, is synagogue, and represented really quite differently. She's riding a donkey, which is nowhere near as interesting an animal as the tetramorph. Her very posture is bent over. She's in an attitude of almost depression, right? She's actually smaller than the church physically. The crown that she used to wear is knocked from her head, indicating the loss of favor. Her staff, which indicates her power, is broken. She's no longer in charge. The synagogue is in disfavor. And once again, to contrast with the crown coming from heaven, there is a sword from heaven and piercing her top of her skull to point across, so to speak, that out of favor. Now, what is this bit here with the ram's head that she's holding on to? What is that all about? Open to the floor. Analysis. Judith, you must have an idea. What does that ram's head represent?
Well, the first ram thing is that it's Abraham and Moriah.
Very good.
The fact of the matter is this is a skeleton. I can't.
Yeah, no, there's actually flesh on the bones. The eye is still intact. But I'm going to say it on the microphone so they hear it on the internet audience. That's Judith saying that this represents the ram of Abraham, which for Jews, though, is a very positive symbol, right? We like the ram of Abraham. We blow the shofar. It's Rosh Hashanah, all that stuff.
I can't see this hand holding it.
Yes, holding it, by the horn. Significant.
It's not coming.
Okay.
It's somehow declined. It's somehow taking it with her. It's somehow that it will not be used to call the Messiah come.
Interesting. Yes, that's definitely very true. Notice that the contrasting element that the church holds is the chalice, right, which represents you receiving the blood of Jesus, the sacramental wine. So here you've got the bloody ram, and you've got the sacramental. Reminds me of another funny story. A friend of ours named Heaney in North Miami Beach. The one year they decided to do the actual ram's head or sheep head for Pesach, and so she had it in the sink before Pesach, and her 3-year-old came and saw it and freaked out and went to her and said, "Mom, there's a dinosaur in the tin." The chalice represents spirituality, represents like, it's intoxicating. It's something that is like takes you to a higher spiritual sphere, things like that. The ram's head represents carnality, represents physicality. And it is correct that the artist here is alluding to the ram, the sacrifice of Abraham, but it is taken in a negative sense, that the church is ethereal, the church is spiritual, the church is above those things. The Jews are still sacrifices. They want blood, they want meat, right? Carnal, from carne, meat. They want these kind of physical things. And so the concept of carnal Israel becomes very significant through many of the medieval readings of Salome's story. Salome, thinking of perhaps her love for John the Baptist, is really obsessed with the physicality of him, that it's all about the blood, it's all the death, it's all about the physical things. And in fact, a lot of medieval commentators, Christian commentators, looking at Judaism and trying to understand what's going on with Judaism, have so many details with the milk spoon and the meat pot, and you could do it on Saturday, you can't do this on Saturday, all these details, which for the Christian mind, I would argue, for the modern Christian mind, for the modern secular mind, what does God want with all these details? That's all physical. Is that what God wants? So criticism is that Jews are excessively carnal. They're excessively sexual, which we'll talk about in a few weeks when we get to the little more of the medieval period. They're excessively focused on the physical as opposed to the spiritual. And so the whole Salome metaphor, which is primarily through the image of a female as well in the Ecclesian synagogue, is seen as negatively grounded in this world things, rather spiritual, ethereal vision of humanity. Okay, but I should point out the blindfold, right? I can't believe I forgot that. The church here is clear-eyed and able to see, whereas the synagogue is always blindfolded, cannot see the truth, cannot see what's going on. This is actually more a generic representation of all Jews, right, as embodied in this female figure of the synagogue. And it's important to note that the artwork is especially important because we're dealing with several hundred years of virtually complete illiteracy. And so for people to understand, if they come to church and say, well, I don't understand, who are these Jewish people? And don't they come before us? And wasn't Jesus Jewish? I heard that someplace. And then the priest would be able to say, oh, check this out. This explains the whole relationship of Judaism and Christianity and so on. So it's really important, this kind of monumental architecture. And it figures very prominently in a lot of cathedrals and illuminated manuscripts, things like that. We should also recall, you're absolutely right, that the overwhelming power of this kind of art compared to our modern sensibilities must have been amazing. Like, it would be like going to an IMAX theater when you've never even seen moving pictures. It would just be tremendous, because what kind of artwork could you have in your village? Someone would scratch something into a piece of wood maybe. Who has time to paint? Who has any skill and training and so on? You come to the larger village or the big city and you see these cathedrals and stained glass art and color. It's like overwhelming. So it was like institutional education. Here, by the way, this is an actual depiction herself. It's a coin. It was recently discovered. I cannot figure out the Latin, but the websites tell me this is Salome. That's what she looks like. Hard to tell. She's sort of intelligence between her and Herod. But at any rate, we do know that she was a historical figure. She had some royalty, and she had enough to have her coins minted after her. Put in this context, the legacy. Understand from this story, vis-a-vis particular. It's a complicated legacy because she does not even figure in the Jewish sources that I mentioned. She doesn't like set a tone or a message for Jews. She has no teachings that can offer for moving forward. And she's basically invisible to all of Jewish history, except through perhaps one of the most well-read Jewish books, and that would be the Bible. And specifically here in this context, I'm talking about the Christian Bible, which does have reference to her there. Unfortunately, for the larger scope of Jewish history, the reading of Salome as a personification of Jews does not sit well with the way in which we prefer to be portrayed, because carnality, with illicit sexuality, with promiscuity, and so on, and of course with bloodthirstiness and the eventual decapitation of John the Baptist. So she's a little bit of an outlier for most of the thing in this series. Next week, God willing, we're going to speak about Bar Kokhba, fascinating individual who led a revolt against the Romans in the 2nd century, and it was thought being Rabbi Akiva to actually be the Mashiach. He wasn't, but I think we'll have a lot to say in the more conventional Jewish trend next week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and see you next week. Okay, so I'd like to formally welcome you to the fall 2014 season of lectures in Jewish history. I'm going to actually do a few things differently this year. As you know, we have a new greeter, Mr. Mich Balkany, who is very pleased. We're very happy to be here. We had a grueling interview process to try and find someone to replace Aliza. And I forgot to mention, Mr. Balkany, you have to ask like really difficult questions. He's the only person who's allowed to ask questions, because Aliza was the only person who was allowed. Because I could always tell Aliza, sorry, I'll answer you that later. And then, of course, I would find something else to say later. I've decided before I put these videos online, I might actually edit them now, because thank God we're getting over 12,000 views a month, which is really, it's amazing. And the are still with us. Actually, 3 days ago, I noticed that I had more people watching from Finland than I did from the United States, which was really bizarre. It happened to be like at about 5 in the morning when I woke up, and happened to check this before most of America woke up. But nevertheless, these lectures really are getting quite a global audience, and so I've decided I better make the recorded version a little higher quality. The 8 o'clock now until the clocks change. Hopefully that'll be easier for people, and I imagine we'll get a larger crowd once we get into the season a little more. Finally, I have to let you all know, I think many of you are already aware that unfortunately this is going to be my last season here in the Young Israel Bal Harbor, because I will be taking a job in New York City. Yeah. So that will be, actually last time I tried to fly in the winter time up to New York, I actually was a victim of racial profiling, because they stopped me at the airport because it was very rare to see a Jew traveling north. But at any rate, so we are going to be the final series. I'm going to try and really do a good job with it so that we can leave with a lot of success. So, without any further ado, let's get to tonight's material, which is going to be on Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai, an extremely influential figure in the development of Jewish history, and one of the rare leaders that appears at perhaps the darkest moment in Jewish history, at least until the 20th century, takes some very controversial stands, is not without opposition at the highest levels of the Jewish establishment, and nevertheless his bold innovations and his decisive leadership, he is able to, in a period of about 15 years, revolutionize the very basis of Jewish identity, us on a course that brings us even to the present day. We are very much today living in the shadow of Rabbi Yochanan's decisions, and so it's extremely incumbent upon us to understand a little bit about who he was and what exactly did he do that made him such an important in our national lives. So if you know anything about Rabban ben Yochanan ben Zakkai, chances are you know the famous quotation, give me Yavne and its sages. And this is a passage that occurs in Tractate Gittin of the Talmud, which I happen to have with me here from the Young Israel Library. And I won't read it to you in great detail because it is really, it's about a page and a half of Talmud, but the version that's recorded in this text basically goes as follows. It's probably the year 68 of the Common Era. The Emperor Vespasian is surrounding Jerusalem and is about to destroy it, and in fact, within a short period of time, the holy city would be razed, the temple would be destroyed, and a whole host of terrible things would happen to the Jewish people. And anyways, Vespasian is outside. He is right now a general. There are other versions that tell this story a little differently. Basically, the version that is in Gittin goes like this. Rabban Yochanan is inside the city, which is being defended by the Biryonim, who are a sect of zealots. These are Jews who are in rebellion against Rome, and are trying to, in a very quixotic and somewhat incomprehensible manner, try to free this tiny country from the incredible might and strength of the Roman Empire, which at this time covers the entire Mediterranean basin, which extends all the way out to Afghanistan, is going to go over into the British Isles and so on. Massive empire, and these zealots believe that somehow they can overthrow them, like a few hundred years earlier, the Hasmoneans had overthrown a much weaker kingdom. At any rate, Yochanan ben Zakkai feels that this is an unrealistic Roman occupation, and it behooves the Jews to surrender and to negotiate a treaty of some sort, because otherwise it will be utterly destroyed. He approaches his nephew, who happens to be the leader of these zealots, and says he wants to leave the city that's under siege, meet with Vespasian and negotiate. And his nephew says, there's no way they're going to let you do that because, you know, my soldiers are very much against any kind of negotiation with the Romans. But Yochanan ben Zakkai pressures his nephew, and so they come up with this bizarre plan that he should fake his own death. Should take a kind of a potion or something, and it will make him seem like he is in fact dead. Put him in a coffin, and they're going to carry him out of the city walls for burial. The Biryonim they've seen that trick, and so they want to try and drive iron rods through his coffin, but they say, come on, you can't do this to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, that's not appropriate, right? So then they say, well, if we shake him around a little bit, Rashi says maybe he'll cry out. He said, no, that's not appropriate to do to the body either. You have to treat him with dignity and let him out. And of course, he manages to get out of the city, and he approaches Vespasian. And as the story in the Talmud goes, he says to him, you know, he greets Emperor Vespasian. And Vespasian says, thank you very much, but I'm not an emperor, I'm a general. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, no, you're actually an emperor because someone died in Rome and you're getting a promotion. And in fact, that's exactly what happens right there on the spot. and Vespasian learns he is going to be the emperor, he has to go to Rome. He's amazed with this, and by the way, there are other versions of the story in rabbinic sequence of events a little differently, but the version of Gittin is like that. And what happens is Vespasian says, wow, fantastic, you must be a very holy man. I will essentially give you 3 wishes. What do you want? And so these are the 3 wishes that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai negotiates. He says, the first one is, of course, the slide here. Looking for Tain li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me the city of Yavne and its sages. And then secondly, V'shilta de Rabban Gamliel, and give me the lineage of Rabban Gamliel. We'll explain who he is in a minute. V'isvato de Messiah le Rabbi Tzadok, and a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok. Rabbi Tzadok had been fasting in repentance to try and save Jerusalem, and he had made himself ill as a result, and so he wanted to get a doctor to come in to help out. It's amazing, the entire city of Jerusalem, you can't find a doctor there. Obviously, we've changed as a society dramatically since then. Maybe they had a lot of accountants or lawyers, but no doctors. Surprising. Dentists, right? Here is, by the way, a bust of Vespasian, so you get a sense of what he looks like. All 3 requests were granted to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and essentially what he did was he repaired to this little city of Yavne, and he assembled the yeshiva there, the Kiram B'Yavne, the vineyard, and established a kind of a foothold Piedmont for rabbinic Judaism to continue. That's perhaps the most significant thing. However, there are a lot of really significant questions. First of all, what exactly was Yavne? What is he asking for Yavne? Yavne is a strange kind of place. It does not have a long tradition of Jewish scholarship. It doesn't even have a long Jewish settlement. Why is he asking for Yavne? I'm going to talk about that in a second. Before I do that, I want to also point out the fact that we have tremendous difficulty as historians working with Tannaitic literature. Tannaitic literature refers to texts that have been preserved for the following centuries from the era of the Tannaim, or the so-called teachers, which is roughly from about the year 200 before the Common Era to approximately the year 200, maybe 300 of the Common Era. About 500 years of literature. The most significant include some of the older Midrashic collections like Sifra and Sifri, of course the Mishnah, and many other older texts that have made their way into the Talmud, like the Baraitot. They contain a wealth of historical information. The problem is the way in which this material was transmitted and recorded make it rife with errors, and there are multiple versions of all kinds of stories with very big differences in salient details, including who said what to whom, for example. This is because these were oral documents that were handed down from Rebbe to student for many generations, and all kinds of errors crept in, which the rabbis were very, very aware of, and that's why the Talmud in particular goes through a refining process of trying to determine which Mishnah is correct, which Tosefta, which Baraisa is correct, and so on. Secondly, and perhaps more significantly even than the error and the contradictions that are in the Tannaitic literature, is the fact that they weren't trying to write history, not in any evil or modern sense of the word. The rabbis, when they're writing these kinds of texts, they are not trying to teach basic historical information, why this happened on a historical level. They're trying to teach religious and for God want us to take away from this moment. They're teaching us morals, lessons, interpretations of verses, all kinds of things. They're not specifically interested in preserving the historical record, as the 19th century would put it, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, the way it actually happened. That wasn't so important to them. What was important to them was get across the message of the story. So as historians, 2,000 years later, trying to unpack these texts, we have a lot of great difficulty just trying to understand what exactly they mean. Let us take, for example, what we know about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. I mean, what do we actually know about his life besides that key moment, Ten li Yavne v'chachameha? So there's some interesting biographical material in Tractate Sukkah, which talks about his life. Let's grab it quickly here. And this I might read a little bit more detail because it's rather amazing in scope. Okay. So first of all, it says, Amru Alava Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. They say about Yochanan ben Zakkai, Me'av lo sach sias chulin, never spoke casual speech, meaning every word of his was measured and was spoken for a reason. No schmoozing about the Marlins, no, complaining about the Chazan, nothing like that. V'lo hala amos below Torah, below tefillin. He never walked 4 cubits, about 6 feet, unless he had his tefillin on, unless he was learning Torah. He's involved in this. V'lo kadmo adam b'beis midrash. No one ever came before him to shul. He was always first in shul. V'lo yashan b'beis midrash. He never slept in shul. Lo shenis kever, lo shenis arai. Not even a little dremel when the rabbi was giving the drasha. Nothing. L'chadar di. That happens to be one of my hardest points to stay awake. He had no problem staying awake the whole time. V'lo har hebrim vos to fanos. He never had any inappropriate thoughts in alleyways that were profane, which means like when he was in the bathroom where it's forbidden to think about Torah, he never thought about Torah there. V'lo haniach adam b'beis midrash v'yatza. He never left anyone alone in the beis midrash and went home, meaning he was always the last guy to go home. And it goes on and on with these kinds of behaviors. Well, where did this come from? Well, it happens that he was one of the students of Rabbi Hillel, the great Hillel, the sage. We've spoken about him a couple of years ago. For those of you who are watching the internet, you can always go back on the index there. But check this out. This is kind of an interesting passage about him. Also on the same page, it says here, Shmonim Talmidim Hayu LeHillel Hazaken. There were 80 students that studied under Hillel the elder. 30 of these 80 were so great that the divine presence could rest on them. Moshe Rabbeinu, like Moses, our teacher. So great that the sun would stand still for them, like it did for Joshua ben Nun during the conquest of Israel. And then I love this part. Restream Beinonim. 20 were so, right? Like they were not at the same level. Gadol Shabakulan Yonasan ben Uziel. The greatest of them was Yonasan ben Uziel. That later on the Talmud will say that when birds flying overhead, they would be, and he was learning Torah, they would be burned to a crisp. His whole family went into the outdoor barbecue industry as a result. So I'll edit that out as I can do. Katan Shabbat, least of Hillel's students was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So he was the least of them. I guarantee so. I'm not sure what that. Anyways, what do they say? I love how Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai. Just a sense of what was the least of Hillel's students. Shelo hiniach mikra mishnah gemara halachos agados diktukei Torah diktukei sofrim. He learned every aspect of Torah, both the written and the oral Torah. Kalim v'chamurim. He learned B'gezer Shabbos, logic, hermeneutics. Tekus v'gematrios. He learned astronomy and numerology. Sichas malachei ashares, the language of the angels. V'sichas shedim, the language of the demons. V'sichas dekalim, the language of the palm trees. Mishalos Kobsin, the parables of the washerwomen, which is a fascinating thing, which Rashi explains like, this is like Aesop's fables, kind of like stories that people would say. So he was well-rounded. These are things that not necessarily in the traditional Jewish canon, but he knew proverbs and he knew sayings, Shulim Davar gadol v'davar katan. He knew a great thing and a small thing. Davar gadol, what is the great thing? Maaseh Merkava, mysticism, Kabbalah, the acts of the chariot. Davar katan, what's the small thing? Havayos d'Abaye v'Rava, the entire Talmud, the questions and answers of Abaye and Rava. So this is Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the least of Hillel's students, and this is the scope of his learning. A fascinating kind of depiction. We have a serious problem, however, with this passage because we're not exactly sure when Hillel died. Perhaps it was in the last quarter of the first century before the Common Era. And we do know that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was active up until the year 85 CE, give or take 5 years. So that would mean that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai would probably be in the neighborhood of 120 years old at the time that he had this encounter with Vespasian, which is like an incredibly old age, even in text of biblical ages for this particular period of time. So some scholars have discounted the specifics of him actually studying at Hillel's feet. He may have been one of the base Hillel. Well, he certainly was one of the base Hillel, the house of Hillel, one of the disciples, but he may not have necessarily had the direct contact with him. But at any rate, he certainly was an older man towards the end of his life when he met with Vespasian. We don't know a lot about his family life. We do know that he had one son who deceased him. And text, this will be, I think, a citation from the Talmud now. It describes how he was comforted at the funeral of his son by his greatest student, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach. First, I should tell you, because we will have to come back to this earlier, there's a famous Mishnah which describes the 5 greatest students of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and they talk about all their characteristics. Example is a sealed cistern that loses not a drop, meaning he remembers everything. This one, my favorite, Ashrei Yoladato. His mother would be so proud of him. That's a beautiful phrase, and you think that's one of the greatest things. His mother would be proud. About the last one, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach, though, he has a leiv tov. He has a good heart. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, if you pull the sages of the side of a scale and you put Elazar ben Arach on the other side, he would outweigh them all. Now, when he unfortunately lost his son, so his student came to console him. Here it is. And his students and others came to console him over the loss of his son. So one rabbi came forward and said, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, may I console you? He says, sure. So he says, don't you know that Adam buried one of his sons and he was nevertheless consoled? And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, I'm sitting here mourning and you want to add to me the tsuras that Adam Arishon suffered? And then he says, get away from me. And then another rabbi comes and says essentially the same thing with another biblical figure, one after another. He's saying, look, Chaser Meshugayim money, do I need more people? This is the kind of comfort I have. Until finally, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach comes to him, says, Rabbi Elazar, you have consoled me, and then he gets up and he goes on with his life. But you get a sense of his sense of humor as well, that even in a dark moment, he can still say, here I am mourning my son, and you're giving me more tsuras. We don't know much about his wife, about the rest of his family. Now, what we know about his major teachings in general is that he was, as I mentioned, a student of Hillel's. He was a great populist, meaning he believed in the value of the Jewish masses. He did not kowtow to the established authorities among the Jews, including the high priests and especially the Sadducees, with whom he had tremendous conflict, as I will explain shortly. And he emphasized elements of kindness as a new way to reach out to God in the absence of the temple. We will also return to that point at the end of this class. He was a major part of Torah study as an activity. You may think of that as, well, that's obvious. We're talking about Judaism, but in fact, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really directed Judaism in that particular path, arguing that in the absence of the temple, in the absence of traditional sacrifices, the way that Jews can express their devotion to God is through study. And he said famous things like, do not take credit for your study because that is the purpose for which you were created. These kinds of things endeared him to the masses, but I think what I'd like to do now is turn to some of the political background of his life and works. Maybe I'll pause for a couple of questions. We have no record of his debates with early Christians, aware of. Occasionally, you will see certain rabbinical figures speak with so-called philosophers, philosophes, which may be an allusion to early Jewish Christians. But we don't have any record that I'm aware of any sustained debate. Next week, I talk about Salome. We will talk about Jews and the early Christian movement. But again, it's important to recall that, even in the immediate wake of the destruction, the year 70, Christianity was still such a tiny movement. We're not even sure how much intercourse they would have had with each other. Small groups of Jews who choose to follow Jesus in the context of, they're still Jews, and it's just another kind of, and don't forget, this is an period, as we'll talk about next week, of incredible messianism. There were several figures during this period who were claiming messianic status, and in fact, Jews were following them and fighting and dying for them against the Romans. Within just a short period of time, we would have Bar Kokhba, that'll be 2 weeks from now, of whom Rabbi Akiva thought there was Mashiach. So it's a period where Mashiach was a dime a dozen. A doctor, on the other hand, was very hard to find, but Mashiach, easy. Well, what does that mean in the first century, a Torah Jew?
Compared to their religion, where they're religious, so by the way, you would call them, were they Torah observant?
Well, let me answer that question in a few slides, because I'm going to give you a sense of Jewish sectarianism, and we'll try to understand what that means to be Torah observant. What we understand by Torah observant today is largely a result of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's formulation of Torah study, which we could say, for example, is basically the Pharisaic ideal of having small disciple groups who are all committed specifically to tithing their produce and of leading lives of Torah study as opposed to sacrificial activity. But we'll get back to that. Last question, Ms. Abramson. Probably, and Zakkai, which means like pure or innocent. No. In Jacob Neusner's biography, he has a longer discussion of that. That's a nice name. I don't know anyone named Zakkai. I really don't know anyone named Chayev. That would be a really bad name. Guilty. But anyways, let's go. Let's look at Israel in destruction. So we have to really put ourselves in the mindset of Jews at this really terrible time in Jewish history. Israel has been going through a tremendous amount of sectarian dispute. We'll go through several of the groups in a couple of slides. And ultimately, the Romans have decided enough with this. The immediate to the Roman-Jewish War were some radical elements who decided to deny the Romans the right to bring sacrificial offerings, which had long been afforded to them along with other non-Jewish nations. We just celebrated the Holiday of Sukkot, and when that was withdrawn from them, this was considered an act of great, chutzpah to the Romans to not allow them to bring sacrifices at certain times of the year, and it sparked a revolt because the Romans really had enough of this fractious people who were insistent on maintaining their stubborn individualism, am kashay oref, stiff-necked people, when just about every other nation that they conquered, they were able to effectively manage. And the war was bitter, brutal, and incredibly bloody, with possibly hundreds of thousands of Jews losing their lives and being sent into exile. The numbers that we have from the classical sources may be as high as 600,000 Jews. That's most likely an exaggeration, because that population figure for this era is inflated, and it is the way of ancient sources to kind of use numbers poetically, but there's no question that it was an overwhelming demographic loss. When we look at the mood of the nation, we can look at one of the greatest, Gedalia Alon, shown an Israeli scholar, originally from Poland, I believe, who died very young in the 1950s, I believe. And he wrote a very important work, which was translated later and published by Harvard, Jews in Their Land. And he identifies 6 basic attributes for a sense of national independence, all of which were basically missing at the time of the destruction. Specifically, one that helps assert is the existence of a state, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans. And the Romans actually put a tremendous amount of effort in trying to root out the entire memory of the Jewish state at this point. The region known as Judea was downgraded from a governorate to a section of another part of the kingdom. It wasn't even given an individual status. The name Judea was wiped out, and it was replaced with the name Palestina, which was intended as an insult to the Jews, because it's named after the Philistines, the traditional biblical enemy of the Jews. So they renamed the land of the Philistines Palestina. And of course, today, the debate over names continues with that particular term. So there's no statehood. Secondly, it's quite likely that as a result of the deportations and the wars, Jews no longer constituted a majority of the population of the land of Israel century. They did constitute a plurality, meaning they were most likely the largest minority of all the peoples in Israel, but they definitely did not have majority population anymore. The money is always essential, and you have to have like a contiguous population with a stable economy, which is in the ancient world essentially agrarian, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans with tremendously onerous tax burdens, which were not only difficult to bear in terms of their quantity, but also in terms of their quality. For example, the traditional Machzis HaShekel, the half shekel award, which was given to the temple in Jerusalem, the Romans had allowed the Jews to continue collecting it and sending it to the temple for the upkeep. And as a result of the Roman-Jewish wars, the Jews gave that money to Rome to the upkeep of the temple of Jupiter, which was, still a tax burden and an insult on top of it. Leadership. Now, this is especially interesting. Who were the leaders of the Jewish people at this time? We have traditional status groups such as the high priesthood, the leader of the Sanhedrin, which may have been the same people, meaning there are certain periods in Jewish history where the Kohen Gadol would be the head of the court, the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin at this point, by the way, it seems to have been disappeared for a short period of time, and it is largely due to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity that it eventually finds its home in Yavne. But in the immediate aftermath of the war and the destruction of Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin is not functioning, the priesthood is not functioning. All that's left are the Pharisees. These are the so-called Perushim, those who separate, who were establishing these little disciple circles of Jews who would get together to study the oral law. And membership essentially meant taking an oath before a group of other Pharisees saying that you would promise to maintain the laws of the Torah and the tithing system, the Meiser system. And that would create a chaver status, meaning an associate status that would allow you to be among these kinds of like charismatic groups, who had no official authority. They had no administration. They had no hierarchy. It was simply a group of Jews who did an organizing on their own without any official sanction. They had no tax base. They had no revenue source. And nevertheless, they were still emerging as the popular leadership of the Jewish people. This is primarily where Yochanan ben Zakkai comes out, because he is essentially a Pharisee. Control of the there is a Jewish diaspora which predated by several hundred years the destruction of the first temple, and really for another 400 or 500 years, Israel would remain the center where the rest of the Jewish world would look to Jerusalem, or at least to Israel. Jerusalem, of course, was emptied of Jews. It was declared Judenrein by the Romans. No Jews were allowed to live in the environs of Jerusalem. But Israel as a whole would be considered the spiritual homeland of the Jews, and issues would come forth out of Jerusalem. Decisions would come forth from their key mitzvah Torah, right from Zion. Torah would extend. So this is still in effect, but again, there's no leadership to exercise that authority. And finally, statehood could still be existent, says Alon, if there is an active resistance to the occupation, but after the temple destroyed, and especially 3 years later when Masada fell, that was it for the resistance. It was completely broken. It would amazingly rise up 5 decades later under the Bar Kokhba rebellion with similarly disastrous results for the Jewish people. But at this point, the Jews were literally at their lowest point in history. And it's amazing, it is truly mind-boggling to think that they could survive this kind of national assault and still victorious on a spiritual and ultimately even national level, as we shall see. So this is the context in which we have to see Rabbi Ben Zakkai's activity. Who were the various groups? We've been dancing around this question a couple times. Who were the various groups that were active at this time? So you have the so-called Sadducees, the Tzaddukim, who were associated primarily with the temple, and that was their locus of. They had a revenue flow because Jews were always bringing in their sacrifices and so on, and they had a level of significance because they controlled the ritual activity of Judaism, which centered around temple activity. Again, let me take us back a second. Imagine for yourself, we live where, Jewish projects on the home more than anywhere else, and second would be the synagogue. We have rituals that are involved in the bedroom, the study, and then of course in the synagogue with all of its regular prayers and so on. But this is an era in which that was not true. Judaism was practiced in one place, in the temple. And you had all kinds of laws that you could observe on your own in your communities. And if you had a Beit Knesset, which was a house of gathering, you would get together perhaps to study texts if you were literate, which was probably not likely, to discuss prayers, which were then very new. The Anshe Knesset Agdola had just begun really producing these things shortly before the Roman-Jewish Wars, a little bit, maybe 100 years earlier. Really, you're a Jew. You thought of yourself as belonging to the great temple in Jerusalem and nowhere else. So when all that was removed, it's as if the horizon had disappeared and the defining elements of your religion were totally gone. So what would you do with that? Second group were the Zealots. We discussed the Biryonim, which were a group of the Zealots earlier, who believed that the correct way to put the Romans was to rebel against them, to throw off the hated yoke of occupation, the yoke of the so-called evil kingdom. The Sadducees, by the way, believed in complete capitulation to the Romans and collaboration with the Romans. Finally, the Pharisees, which we discussed a minute ago, and then there are a whole host of other groups. Not only the early Jewish Christians that we mentioned earlier, but there are also Jews like the Essenes who went and lived in caves and practiced celibacy, which meant that they had to have a recruitment drive every 20 years or so. And they're all various groups who were neo-messianic and so on. So to return to your question, what does it mean to be a Torah Jew? Undoubtedly, all of these groups consider themselves Torah Jews, but the definition of what a Torah Jew was so wrapped up with the temple that when the temple was removed from the scene, no one exactly knew what it meant to be a Torah Jew. Of all these groups, ones that had the clearest and most coherent definition of that would be the Pharisees, because they said, look, the reality is you can no longer rely on the Kohanim to be the experts in Judaism. We can't just bring our cows to them and expect atonement once a year. We can't do that. We must ourselves become expert in Jewish texts, Jewish law, Jewish thought, and that formed the basis of the intellectual meritocracy, which is rabbinic Judaism. So that's really one of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's major achievements. So of the Pharisees, there were three distinct groups. There were the so-called Pharisee zealots, and you can see this in the Tannaitic literature. There are some Pharisees who have such tremendous for the Romans and are more than willing to take up arms, even though they are still, within the Pharisee, they still feel they lean towards, aggressive confrontation with the enemy. Then you have the so-called moderates, which Alon calls the so-called national realists. I hesitate to use the term realists because, everybody considers themselves a realist. No matter how fanatical they are, they consider everyone else living in a dream world. But of course, I'm realistic. Everyone else, I'm a pessimist. I'm not an optimist. I'm a realist. And then who believed in some level of accommodation with the Romans because defeating them was impossible. And then there were the so-called peace party who were out for complete surrender without ever. Where exactly Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai fits into these three groupings is not entirely clear, but it appears he fit within the group more than anyone else. He believed in some accommodation with the Romans, a strategic retreat, meaning or a tactical retreat would be a better term, by simply allowing the Romans who wanted the Jews retain other things that were crucial to their development. So let's go to the three enduring questions that we began with our lecture with. First of all, what exactly was Yavne? You recall I asked, why would he ask for Yavne and its sages? There really were no sages in Yavne before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And secondly, what kind of a place is Yavne? It's like Yehuda. It doesn't occur in Tanakh. Nobody ever talks about Yavne. Maybe you could say, I don't know, Hebron or Shechem or some other biblical place. What is going on with Yavne? So the Roman term for Yavne is Yamnia, sometimes spelled with pronounced Jamnia, but really it's Yamnia. And it appears that even though Yavne did not have a majority Jewish population and had no yeshiva to speak of before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Romans used Yavne primarily to control dispopulations in their rule. Meaning, when they had a population, and they were big, large people, numbers of, when they had a population that they wanted to keep tabs on, not quite jail, but kind of like a supervised environment where they knew what worked, or Warsaw or something like that. It was like, look, yes, you can come over here, and there's lots of Gentiles here who will, be aware of your comings and goings. In other words, it was kind of like a, not exactly a ghetto, because it was like a mixed population, but it was kind of like a place where the Romans could keep an eye on what was going on. So in other words, perhaps Yochanan ben Zakkai, I'm sorry, Ms. DeWeiser? Exactly. It's maybe a colony, control point. It's very good. In other words, perhaps Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai had asked for a place that he knew the Romans would be inclined to grant. Meaning, we're not at, occupy a traditional Jewish center where maybe we could foment revolution. We'll live right in your backyard where you want us. Or, as Alon has suggested, not in keeping with the text that we have in the Talmud and Gittin, perhaps it was Vespasian's idea, saying, "Oh, okay, look, you're flattering me. You're telling me to be the emperor. It turns out you're right. So fine. What do you want? You want it?" He says, "Well, give me the sages." Okay, all right. You can have some of your sages, but they have to live where I keep an eye on them, which is a radical reading of the text and alters the understanding of it. But at the same time, it makes much more sense with the nature of the confrontation between the Romans and the Jews at that point. So it could be, according to Alon, that Vespasian heard Yavne, and Yochanan ben Zakkai accepted it. Other readings of this story elsewhere seem to support that interpretation as well. Secondly, what exactly was Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai's role? We note that he referred to usually as Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai, and not, as I've written it erroneously, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Rabban means simply a teacher, but a term that is reserved for a particular position known as the Nasi, or the president. For most of this period, the Jews led by two distinctions, and the zugot, or the pairs, was called the Nasi, or the president, and the other was the Av Beit Din, the head of the Jewish court. However, according to Sharira Gaon, a medieval commentator on Jewish history, he insists that this term Rabban is reserved for people who are the Nasiim, who are the presidents, which doesn't make sense because Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai was not of the lineage that would allow him to be Rabban. There was always, a Hillel, a Shimon, or a Gamliel, Shimon ben Gamliel, and so on, that were the Nasiim. How did Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai suddenly get to be Nasi? And secondly, in the various decrees that he passed in the time he was active in Yavna, he was always signing documents second after probably absent Rabban Gamliel, who was the Nasi. So it appears like he was behaving as if he was the Nasi, the president, with the right to execute orders and to demand Jews to conform to new Tanot, but he doesn't have the right to take that position. You add to that the fact that there seems to be no acting like that about the year 85, and you wonder what exactly is going on. So the way Alon reads this particular period, he takes it and said he believes Rabban Yochanan ben essentially stepped to the breach at a moment when the existing leadership, the existing Nasiim, were paralyzed with indecision. How do we deal with the loss of the temple? How do we deal with this overwhelming loss of statehood? And Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai said, look, let me just escape from Jerusalem, and I'm going to take a place, I don't care what it is, Yavna, who cares what it is, and in Yavna, with a few sages, I will set up a yeshiva, and that's going to be the future of the Jewish people, which was an incredibly audacious thing to do, flying in the face of all of the authorized leadership figures of the time. And in fact, after 15 years of this activity, it appeared that he was successful. And then he was removed from that position, and the traditional leadership reasserted itself. And he stepped back from national politics. He established a yeshiva outside of Yavna and allowed the Sanhedrin to go on functioning in Yavna and so on. So, in other words, to try and bring this down into a sentence or two, which seems quite convincing to me, is that Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai essentially boldly and audaciously asserted a leadership position, not have it by any rights in a traditional Jewish constitutional sense. Ultimately, the rest of the Jewish leadership failed to act appropriately at that time, came around to his way of thinking. He was then displaced, possibly in an amenable way, in an amicable way, to allow the traditional leadership to reassert itself. But it was crucial 15 years that he was active in Yavna that he allowed him to continue in a form that we would understand it. And the problem with this whole discussion is that it relies very heavily on a week. It's called the argumentum ex silentio, an argument from silence, meaning we have no documents to prove this. We have no texts that prove this. All we have is, for example, the troubling question, wait a minute, if the whole story is about what happens at Yavna, then where is the Nasi? Why is the Nasi not there with him? We know he's elsewhere in the country. I think he's in the Galil at this point, and he's not doing anything. And more significantly, where are, for example, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's students? A whole bunch of his students do not follow to Yavna. As great as he was, he did not have his primary student, for example, Rabbi Elazar ben Arak, who you recall we mentioned. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said that if all the sages were on one side and Elazar ben Arak were on the other side, he would outweigh them all. He abandoned his teacher. And he's off at a different place for those crucial 15 years. And he only returns to Yavne when Rabbi Yochanan is teaching elsewhere. And even the Rabbi Tzadok, who you recall, when Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai went out there and he asked for three things: give me Yavne, give me the lineage of the Nasi, which he took for himself, and then later gave it back. He says, doctor, for Rabbi Tzadok, even Rabbi Tzadok did not follow Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai to Yavne initially. And these kinds of arguments from indicate that those 15 years, which the established Jewish leadership were not aware what could we possibly to accommodate ourselves and to move forward from this colossal crisis. But it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who determined that path. So this is Alon's basic thesis, which is a great amount of opposition to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai in that kind of decision. Okay, I'll pause for a couple of questions because I've given you some tough things here. Yes, Mr. Moore.
So where was, I don't know if it's literally, but where was God in this? Because you have like such great people, like couldn't they have either had real Kodesh or even like a healing or something, or was it just a point where maybe God like wanted and then just step back?
So that's a good question. I'll repeat it for the internet audience who might not hear on, especially like where was God during all this picture? And so first of all, I have to give you full disclosure. I'm not a rabbi. I'm not allowed to dispense theological information because I'm not a card-carrying member of the rabbinic. But you can certainly ask that kind of question to Rabbi Grunstein, who will, I'm sure, give you a very profound answer. The sources that analyze this particular Gedalia Alon, for example, and so on, they won't question. It's just not part of the mechanics of the tools that historians use to figure out what's going on here. But on the other hand, and I'm not going to step into a rabbinical role, but I'll speak as a Pasha to Yid, a simple Jew at this point. Obviously, God was all over the place there. And just because some of the established leadership may have a temporary lapse in the ability to make the right decision with the Jewish people, with a new leader. And here's Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who is taking control. And if it were not for his chutzpah, we wouldn't be here in a synagogue today. So where was God? I think it's pretty clear that God is right in there the whole time. Again, apologies to Rabbi Grunstein, he's not here. So, okay, so let's understand something about his legacy, and then we'll conclude for the evening. One of the more interesting passages about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is a discussion that he actually reinstituted smicha, that he was the person who really created the rabbinate as we understand it today. And there's some interesting passages that support this in the rabbinic literature. But basically, this idea is really quite appealing because, once again, if we think of who were the authority figures in Judaism before the destruction of the temple, was most certainly the Kohanim, the priests, who had largely, by joining Sadducees, capitulated to the Romans and were bereft of any, shred of authority among the common population. The Sanhedrin, the judges, many of who were unfortunately also co-opted into the Roman regime, because this is, after all, a position of great authority and potential for abuse. And these lone scholars who had no official authority, no kind of like from heaven to act as leaders, but nevertheless devoted themselves entirely to the study of Torah. These were people that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai designated as rebbes, as rabbi, as teachers. And these were the people who did not have, once again, any kind of stamp of approval other than the endorsement of a great figure like Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And they ultimately became the popular leaders of the Jewish people through the next 2,000 years of statelessness. So Rabbi Yochanan's motivation here, which I admit I still have historical problems with, but I'm giving over the thesis now anyways, is essentially the model of Jewish leadership that Jews have followed since the destruction of the temple. Kohanim, for example, are no longer the leaders of the Jewish people. Even administrative heads like chief rabbis do not really claim the same kind of authority because Jews are free to simply, give their authority to their local rabbi. And in many ways, in halakhic terms, they may be obligated to give the authority to the local rabbi over the chief rabbi. We don't have a pope in Judaism. This is the kind of structure that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really created. Another major legacy point was his teachings firmly established the moderate or national realist approach of Pharisaism to the present day. I'll just quote two passages which are really quite telling of this approach. First of all, Rabbi ben Zakkai says, "Do not hurry to knock down idolatrous altars, because perhaps you will have to rebuild them better than they were before." Which the commentators explain, like in Israel, there are various commands regarding the establishment of idolatrous places of worship. And let's say you are a zealot and you can't stand seeing that particular statue of Mercury, Merculus, as is mentioned in the Talmud, in your backyard, your neighbor's backyard. So you want to go over there and you want to destroy that statue. So Yochanan ben Zakkai says, don't do that. Why? Statue up there that's made out of plaster. If you go over and you knock it down, given the reality, the governing authority in Israel right now, the Romans might make you go back and build it out of bronze or maybe even silver. So what's the point? You will have just created another altar and a more enduring one at that. So this is kind of like a moderate realist, national realist approach saying, yeah, sure, it makes sense on a purely ideological level that you should go and you should get rid of all idolatry. Let's be smart about this, because it may be that it'll come back to haunt you and you will it'll backfire and you'll reinforce that. So this is kind of an interesting approach that sort of steps back from the ideological demands of the Torah and says, let's be real about the political situation we're living, similar to his negotiation with Vespasian in the first place. Another beautiful teaching, one that is recorded in a variant text of the Avos D'Orayinu of Rabbi Nassan, which I found absolutely fascinating. I was thinking about it all week. The text reads, if you are holding a seedling, right, you have like a tree seedling, you're about to plant it, and someone comes to tell you that Mashiach has arrived, the Messiah is here. Rabbi Yochai says, plant the tree first, then go see Mashiach, which is, amazing, because you'd think that if Mashiach is really here, oh my gosh, drop everything, right? Because it's the end of times, it's the apocalypse, and this is Rabbi ben Yochanan who says, no, you got to take care of business that's going on right now. Take care of the future. You're planting a small tree. Really it's here, Mashiach is here, then it'll be irrelevant whether you have the tree or not. But, be smart. Plant the tree first. So this is the national real approach that we see throughout the entire lifespan, and also is the strategy that allowed the Jews to survive the tremendous crisis of the destruction of the temple. So with that, we're right on time. I want to thank you once again for your support and your attention. I'm really happy you could come, and I wish you an amazing week. Thank you very much.
Regular client, a real estate appraiser, worked out of an office near the Painted Desert Golf Course. The course had just opened, and along with it, a housing development had gone up, and many others as well, in that area far north of the Strip. Many of my clients work in real estate. New construction was booming. Current residents were taking advantage of rising prices to move up to new homes. The population rose from just shy of 275,000 people in 1970 to nearly 465,000 by 1980.
Why don't we get started for tonight? Tonight is
By the start of the 90s,
the penultimate class of the season. We're going to speak about an extraordinary individual, one of the most influential Jews of the 20th century, to be sure. You're signaling that I should step this way. Yeah, so that you can see the screen, right? Okay, very good.
No, your shadows.
That's all. But you're going to see Leon. It's the first time you're here. I always walk around like this. I walk back like this. You know, it'll be okay. Anyways, first I have to tell the joke. The joke goes like this. We are a really unusual individual, one of the most influential Jews and influential thinkers of the 20th century, and comes from a line really is Jewish royalty. I mean, there are certain surnames in the Jewish tradition. Hello, welcome back. Certain surnames in the Jewish tradition, like Rothschild, Ben Tibbon, maybe Ashkenazi, certain names that really, go through many generations. Names you might not be familiar with, Rodriguez, for example, that really, resonate through generations. And Soloveitchik is one of them. And one of his forebears, we'll speak briefly about this in the first slide, but he was known as the Brisker Rav. And so there's the joke, the introductory joke for tonight is actually a true story about the Brisker Rav. This is the middle of the 19th century in Eastern Europe, and the students are learning with the Brisker Rav, and a shochet comes in, a ritual slaughterer, and says, Rabbi, I just shechted a cow, worth 500 rubles, and I'm concerned perhaps I didn't do something right. Would you please go inspect the carcass to make sure that it's kosher? So the Brisker Rav goes out, the students follow him, and he inspects the cow, and he says, in fact, it's not kosher. This animal is treif, not kosher. And, it's a huge loss because now it's no longer fit for Jewish consumption. He has to sell it at regular rates, which are like, 1/10 of the rates that you get for kosher meat. And the shochet says, okay, well, what can you do? They go back to studying, and then their Talmudic section of the middle of their Talmudic study, a woman bursts in the room and says, Rabbi, I don't know what to do. I'm very upset. I had this chicken slaughtered, and I brought it home in kosher. I brought it back to the shochet, and he refuses to give me back my money. He insists that the chicken is kosher. What am I going to do? So he says, okay, let's go have a look at the chicken. And so the woman takes back to the shochet, and they have them there, and it's the same shochet, the slaughterer. And the shochet is furious. He's angry. He's livid. His face is like a thermometer. He's all red with anger. And they're arguing over this chicken. And the Brisker Rav looks at it and says, unfortunately, once again, the chicken is treif. And he's furious. He stomps in anger, and he says terrible things to the Brisker Rav, impugns his honor and his integrity and his diligence, and he orders them out of the store. The students, they say to the rabbi, what's going on? I mean, first, the guy made a mistake with a large cow, 500 rubles, and, he was accepting the Gezeras HaMelech. So that's, God speaks, and that's the way it is. And now here, over 25 kopecks for a chicken, he's furious and disrespectful. What happened? So the Brisker Rav apparently said, see, there are two totally different situations. In the case of the cow, it was between him and God, and he was prepared to let it go. But in the case of the chicken, it was between him and another human being. That he wouldn't be prepared to let go. There's a lot of musar in that little story, a lot of wisdom. We're allowed, well, I'm not going to spell it out for you. Rabbi Grunstein can do those kinds of things. But it's a story about Brisker Rav at any rate. Stevie, you're about to groan? You're waiting for the punchline. Not really a joke. I always thought it was funny. Okay. I can tell this lecture is going to go downhill from this point. Okay, so good and welfare news. First of all, it is the penultimate class of the season. Next, and today we're going to look at someone, ironically, who is very much associated with a great institution of Jewish higher learning, Yeshiva University. Next week, our last lecture, we'll look at someone who is associated with another great institution of Jewish, Touro College, as we will study of Dr. Bernard Bender, the founder of Touro College, also a fascinating figure that cast a wide and long shadow over American Jewish history. And one last good and welfare thing, this kind of shameless self-promotion. I want to thank you. Many of you have sponsored my son to go to Israel, and he is participating in this Learn-a-thon now for one more week. He's raised so far $713 to get him out of here get him to Israel for 5 weeks. If you are interested, it's an NCSY. The URL is learnathon.ncr, and he appreciate it. Maybe a little bio of him like that. Meanwhile, let's get straight to our material. Okay, let's go full screen. Great. Okay, so as I mentioned in the introductory story / joke, our topic is one of the 20th century members of the great Soloveitchik dynasty. This names that resonates throughout Jewish history for the last really 300 years. And this name, as Rothschild is to wealth, Soloveitchik is to learning. The Soloveitchiks were especially associated with the Lithuanian yeshiva movement, which we've discussed in previous classes, and specifically with the heritage of the Vilna Gaon, as expressed in the greatest institution of learning established by the Vilna Gaon student, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, who was one of the forebears of the Soloveitchiks. Incidentally, the reason why Rabbi Chaim, we don't have a surname attached to him, is because the 18th and 19th century is when Jews began to take surnames in large numbers. There are some exceptions. Italian Jewry, for example, you find surnames that go back Middle Ages, things like that. In Europe, surnames were kind of like the equivalent of social security numbers, that as states became more sophisticated, as they moved direct taxation of individuals from the medieval corporate structure to a citizen-based nation state, it was necessary to identify individuals rather than communities. So many states like Austria-Hungary, the Russian Empire, began to impose the requirement that Jews and other peoples take surnames. In fact, there's a lot of fascinating stories about what surnames mean and how people get them. And I'm not sure if all of them are true. For example, they say that names like in certain parts of Austria-Hungary, you could you could bribe the official to get a really beautiful name like Rosenkrantz or Rosenberg, or these are names, Field of Roses, things like that. And if you ticked off the clerk who was recording names, he would give you a name like Zwiebel, which means like onion, or this is a good one, Katzenellenbogen, famous Jews, Zwiebel and Katzenellenbogen. Katzenellenbogen means cat's elbow. So it's hard to imagine you're going to come up to the authorities and say, I'd like to register your surname as cat's elbow. But that's why so many Jewish surnames that are related to professions like Schneider for tailor, or they're related to the traditional son of the father's given name, like my name, Abram's son of, I probably had an ancestor named Avram, and so his son was the first one to take the name, and so on. So Rabbi Chaim is just known simply as Rabbi Chaim Volozhin, but shortly thereafter you have the Soloveitchik line that descends from him. There's a whole line of rabbis, one after another, who are really towering figures, not only in terms of their fame and erudition, but also their highly original, creative approach to study. And in fact, it is through the Soloveitchiks that we get the so-called Brisker Derech, the way of Brit. They were attached especially to the city of Brest-Litovsk, which is in Poland, Belarus, Ukraine region. The boundary really quite fluid during most of the 19th and early 20th century. And so the name of the town, which was taken from Rabbi Chaim Soloveitchik, known as the Brisker, who lived in the middle of the 19th century. The Brisker, or the Brisker way of studying Talmud method, which takes a text and using what would be considered, in my humble opinion, very postmodern techniques, breaks it down in component elements without its content. Rather than looking at the subject that it's discussing, the Brisker will analyze, well, what is the response? What is the refutation? And the sugya, or a section of the Talmud, simply by its structural form rather than the content. It was highly influential, and there are many, many modern yeshivot who study the Talmud in this manner. There is, of course, a Brisker yeshiva in Israel, and the Yeshiva University in many ways inherits this similar method, and highly influential in the university-style academic study of the Talmud as well. So there's a whole line of Rosh Yeshiva, heads of these yeshiva, like the Netzir, Rav Naftali Tzvi Berlin, and on his mother's side as well, another famous dynasty, almost as well known as Soloveitchik, the Feinstein family of the great Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, who hopefully in another class we'll discuss. That was a relative antagonist today. Okay, Ms. Abramson, you have a question?
Put such emphasis on the structural aspect of it, but is that really something that should be so focused upon? Shouldn't be more focused on content? Like, I don't understand why it's so influential. Yes, now I'm trying to talk to know what's going on, so it seems like that's more just getting towards the content rather than the main focus.
I think you're asking a brilliant, which is probably too much for us to get into tonight. The question for those of you who are in Latvia and watching this on the internet, you might not be able to hear. As a brilliant student who attend every week, who asked, if we are focusing, if I can paraphrase, if the Brisker Derek focuses on the structure, the form, aren't we missing that for the content? Just to give you a short answer, the content is truly revealed by the form. So, for example, if you can identify whether a given statement, which might be 2 or 3 words in the text, if you can identify whether a given statement is an answer, or if it is a question, or if it is a refutation, or if it is an exception, all these things make a difference to what exactly does the text mean. And I remind you that Talmud, Jews, brilliant people, they couldn't invent punctuation. There's no periods, commas, question marks, exclamation marks, quotation marks. The Talmud is just like a mass of words, and it's up to the student to figure out where an individual clause begins, the next one ends, and the next one begins. So this structuralist approach is actually, quite revealing to the meaning of the text. Similar to, if you will, the way the trup, the cantillation of the Torah text, reveals the inner meaning of the verses themselves. The trup is only the musical notation of the sounds, but with the music, where the phrases begin and end, and what's emphasized, what's a question, things like that. Okay, good question. Yes, please. The Chaim, I don't think the Chafetz Chaim is within like 2 or 3 relations to the Soloveitchik. Definitely Lithuanians. It's the same tradition, correct? And you mean the Chafetz Chaim in terms of the yeshiva movement? The people or the movements? The people. I don't think they are mated, although they do come from the region of Europe. In terms of the thinking, certainly the yeshiva in Radin, which was the Chafetz Chaim yeshiva, was influenced by the Brisker Derek. But they have their own sort of spin on how to study the Talmud as well, which we looked at a couple of weeks ago when we looked at the Chafetz Chaim. Okay, let me go on. Here we are. Now, his youth, he was born in 1903 in Kruzhana, Poland, which was a part of Eastern Europe that had about 17, border changes between, really during his lifetime and the year before. His father was a rabbi who served as a communal rabbi, and early on in their youth, he was about 10 years old, they moved to Belarus in 1913. There, interestingly enough, he was influenced by the large number of Lubavitch Hasidim that lived in the town. And this is kind of a fascinating thing that all biographers of the Rav, by the way, he is known affectionately simply as the Rav, meaning the rabbi. So then there are very, very few people in Jewish history who received that designation. The late medieval Italian commentator in the Mishnah, Rabbi Ovadia Bartanora, is called the Rav. There is a rabbi in the Talmud who's called simply Rav, but really only a handful of people are called the Rav, as they're well known. So I'll just publish that designation. The Rav was exposed to a tradition which is also Lithuanian in origin, but miles apart trajectory to the traditional emphasis on Talmud, and spent about a year in deep study of the Tanya. As a very young man, we're talking about an early adolescent. so that his parents began to notice that his traditional grasp of the Talmud was precocious, as would be expected from a Soloveitchik scion, and so they actually pulled him out of his close association with Baruch Reisberg and said, "Thank you very much, Rabbi Reisberg, but we really back to Tosfos," and he ventured back to the traditional areas of Lithuanian non-Hasidic thought. Nevertheless, the Tanya, and if you'll recall, go back a few lectures, we talked about the author of this book, the Alter Rebbe, is an extremely deep philosophical work that plumbs the depth of Jewish mysticism, that seeks to understand the structure of the soul, the nature of the universe, the theurgic value of our everyday actions, and is an absolutely amazing work with a tremendous range of depth and quite different in feeling than the Talmud. And so he was very early on influenced by the Lubavitch movement. He, by the way, maintained a very close personal relationship with the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. They say of him that when they studied together in Europe, at one point they were, I believe, at the University of Berlin together. Perhaps it was in Paris. Paris, thank you. He never missed a day of going to the mikveh when he was in a close association with the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who would go to the mikveh every day. And there's no question that he had a very warm feeling for that movement. You see that even though their intellectual activities diverged significantly, they had a few kind of interesting convergences. Like, for example, with regards to the education, the Rav was a controversial proponent of the study of Talmud by women, sometimes in co-education groups. And the Lubavitcher Rebbe held a position that also was very favorable to women studying Talmud for similar reasons, even though their worldviews were quite different. At any rate, he developed this intense love for the philosophical orientation of the Tanya, and when he was 18, they had to leave. They fled the Bolshevik Revolution. When all of this settled down, 1914, of course, World War I, 1917, the Russian Revolution, the entire region is thrown into chaos with the German army over the front lines and being pushed back by certain elements of the Red Army, and ultimately this created the state of Poland, which is where they settled in 1920 in the city of Warsaw. Warsaw, in the interwar period, was an absolutely fascinating place for Jews. It was, I believe it was probably the city with the largest Jewish population. I'll have to check the demographics, but it certainly had a very high proportion. We're talking about 1/3 of the population of Warsaw was Jewish, and it represented tremendous diversity of thought. Warsaw was a very cosmopolitan city where you had Jews who were Talmudists, Lithuanian-style Talmudists. You had Jews who were Hasidim, Jews who were Zionists of all stripes. You had Jews who were communists. You had Jews, of course, who were secular and openly assimilating. Jews who were Polonophiles and seeking to identify themselves completely with the Polish movement, which had just gone through its heroic renaissance after being destroyed in the 18th century. It was reborn in the 20th century. So it was a really very exciting place to live, who suddenly saw new potentials in this young state. This was a time when Jews first began exercising their political might in Eastern Europe. They organized themselves into political parties and actually won seats in the Polish Sejm, the Polish parliament. So Jews were organizing themselves communally and exercising their desire for change within the state. In Warsaw, he was especially influenced by his mother's love of poetry, especially Russian poetry and literature, Pushkin, Turgenev, and others. And he was reading very widely and deeply in secular studies, primarily through his mother's influence. He went to several traditional Polish gymnasia, that is like high schools, with a very wide curriculum. My own grandmother to one of these kinds of schools, although she went to one in Bent. But, these would come out of these high schools with a working knowledge of several languages, and not only several languages, several language families. Like, it's understandable to have a couple of Romance languages and a couple of Slavic languages, but, they would come out of these places with, 3 different language families represented. Very high-level education. He attended the university, the Free Polish University in Warsaw, and later he went on to the University of Berlin. And in 1933, he completed his dissertation on the philosopher Hermann Cohen. Hermann Cohen, as you probably guessed, is a Jewish thinker. His thought is not specifically, but widely admired by Jews in the 19th century, primarily because he was the preeminent spokesperson for the Neo-Kantian movement. So at the beginning of this semester, I think we spoke about Immanuel Kant's influence on Jewish thought, relationship with Moses Mendelssohn, in particular, Kant's system that was independent of religious texts. In fact, one of his lesser known but very influential works was, I think I remember the German title, Die Religion in Grenzen von bloßen Vernunft. Because I love the way the sound, bloßen Vernunft sound. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. And so there are many Jews who are looking to kind of create their identities in modern Europe, and they wanted that morality that was so soaked in the Torah, but they wanted to find a way to anchor that morality to some philosophical system that did not require religious text. That's what Kant provided them. Hermann Cohen was one of the Jews who really discovered it and expanded on it. And I think it's instructive that of the philosophers that Soloveitchik was attracted to was this Hermann Cohen, who was kind of the entree into the wider world of Enlightenment thought. Okay, pause for questions. Ms. Abramson, no question? Immanuel Kant, fine.
I'm trying to figure out how he got around all zone specificity.
Oh, you mean Immanuel Kant? Okay. But that's definitely something we should talk about later, the categorical imperative and stuff like that. And in fact, many of these philosophers, he said, but when you really look at it carefully, doesn't it look like the perfectly rational religion? Geez, it looks a lot like German Lutheranism, doesn't it? We should all be Protestant Christians out. But another story. I don't want to take much time. Let's go further then, okay? All right. It was at this time that he met his Rebbe, Tonya Levitt, who was also a rather brilliant student. She received her PhD in education from the University of Yale when they were a little bit older. She deceased him by some 30 years, but she was also a heavy influence on his thought later on in his life. Let us move, though, to the more significant chapter of his life where most people associate him. The 1920s was a period and potential in Poland for Jews, but that came to an end by the end of that decade, as the entire Eastern European region took a turn to the right. Country after country began to develop stronger integral nationalist movements, the most famous of which, of course, is the notorious Nazi Party of Germany. But every country began to develop that same kind of ideology. There was Germany for the Germans, Poland for the Poles, Romania for the Romanians, I guess I'm going to say Latvia for the Latvians. It goes on and on like this. And so Poland became a much less tolerant place for Jews. And Jews, I think, were a prime target because they were so concentrated in the urban areas. You could walk down main streets in Poland and there would be all these Hebrew and Yiddish signage everywhere. And Poles felt, especially these strong nationalist Poles, they felt that their capital cities had been invaded by so many nationalities. Ukrainians were also a popular target for them, and Jews as well. So they were steadily instituting more and more, measures to activity, freedom of movement, and so on. And one of the most notorious, at least in the academic environment, was the institution of the so-called ghetto benches, where Jews were allowed to register. There was numerous clauses where only a number of Jews could take up in the university, but they were forced to sit at the back of every auditorium. They were not allowed to sit in the front rows. The Jews had to sit in the back. And it's kind of like the Rosa Parks situation, but for Jews. I use that term ghetto benches for ask if they want to audit my classes. I say, okay, fine, but nobody gets it, but I like it anyways. Anyway, these kinds of restrictions just make Poland less and less tolerant place, and those Jews who could realize that we're looking very dark on the one of those Jews, for example, the right-wing thinker Vladimir Jabotinsky, who actually quite accurately predicted something like the Holocaust in the 1930s, but he predicted it would not start in Germany. He thought that Poland would be the epicenter of hatred. At any rate, the Soloveitchik family found a way to move out of that inhospitable environment. Our protagonist's father, Meir, was invited to serve as the head of faculty. They never actually used the term Rosh Yeshiva, but the head of faculty of the Rabbi Isaac Elkanah Theological Seminary in New York City, which would later in the 40s be renamed or be made part of the new university status, Yeshiva University. So the father was given this position, and in the late 20s, and a few years later, the young married couple made their way over to be with his father. This is a picture, by the way, of the northern campus of YU. I should mention, I meant to say at the beginning of the lecture, I approach this subject in particular with considerable trepidation. First of all, I'm usually not afraid to speak without preparation. Those of you who've been here before know that happens all the time. But, I never really, in my own life, spent a lot of time working with the ideas of the Rav. I always found them very difficult. I did dip into The Lonely Man of Faith a few times, but I never really could get through it because it's a very hard book to understand. And so he was always on the periphery of my thought. Of course, I'm aware of his work, but never really delved into it deeply. And here in this audience, there's so many people who met the Rav, who worked with the Rav, who knew him personally and were deeply influenced by his thought and his philosophy, that I'm a little afraid to speak. So if you've been watching this lecture for the last 20 minutes and you're expecting some brilliant insights into the life of the Rav, forget it. I'm sure you have wasted your time this far. This is going to be a very basic biographical kind of approach, and I will leave the experts to speak about the significance of his thought. But that said, I do have a personal connection with YU because my is a graduate of their social work school, and we spent a few memorable years living in New York City. We lived actually not too far from this building in the faculty housing for a while, and I learned in their base medrash, and I enjoyed it tremendously, met some fantastic people. But that's the extent of my personal connection to it. Washington Heights is a very frightening place to live once you move out of the little safe zone of Yeshiva University, and I have lots of adventures there too. But let's get off the personal. Oh, so he went to YU, but immediately after landing in the country, within a very short period of time, he made his way to Boston, where he would spend the rest of his life, commute to New York for his classes at YU when he later took a position there. But it is in Boston where he was really able to make his mark. He first took a position there, but we should remember that Boston is, of course, famous as the intellectual capital of North America. New York is, in many ways, the capital of the world, but Boston, with Harvard, MIT, these tremendous institutions of higher learning, this is a place where Soloveitchik really belonged, and he fit in there tremendously. One of the things that he's most famous for in Boston is the establishment of a remarkable Jewish day school, the first in New England, known as the Maimonides School. The name Maimonides is very significant because Maimonides is one of the greatest thinkers of Jewish people, but also extremely important to the Brisker Derech. Maimonides was also a highly, uncharacteristically, even among Jews, systematic thinker, and so Maimonides thought even when his opinions are rejected, was subject to the same kind of searing analysis of the Talmud that was characteristic of the Briskers. So it makes sense that this young PhD rabbi would spend time thinking about Maimonides and name a school after him, because Maimonides exemplifies both the world of Talmudic learning and the world of secular knowledge. Maimonides being a very well-known medical doctor at the time, well-published as it were for the 12th century, and so that's what the school is named after. There was a lot of controversial elements to the Maimonides school, such as, for example, the gender-neutral study of the Talmud, with boys and girls studying the Talmud together in the same room. Just the idea of women studying the Talmud even separately was quite radical. We're talking about the 1930s, not, the 19th. This is the kind of thing that Soloveitchik was very, proud to be a bold thinker, and as he grew in prominence, his authority was that few could challenge him. He also, though, was sensitive to the sort of traditional mindset of the yeshiva world. In fact, this was a major preoccupation of his thought, the kind of idealization of the traditional yeshiva. And so when many refugees began coming to New York in the 1930s, especially after the Holocaust, he organized several different programs that were more geared to their sensibilities, various yeshiva movements, and so on. So Boston is where he began to make his mark. But he is associated with, more than any other institution, a yeshiva university. He was appointed professor of Talmud in 1941, professor of philosophy at the graduate school. Now, we have to talk a bit about what this institution is. Ask daughter Elisa, could you get me another one of these, please? I'm finding myself a little thirsty. That must be because I'm nervous talking about the Rav so much. His father had passed away, and he was memale makom. He filled his father's shoes, so to speak, by taking over this position. And note that it is, of course, a dual professorship, and also in two institutions, because Yeshiva University is precisely as the name sounds. It is a yeshiva. It has a branch, which is a traditional rabbinical seminary, modeled very much on the Lithuanian-style yeshiva, which is the quintessential model of Talmudic study. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And at the same time, it's also a university, which is really at the crux of the matter of who was the Rav and what did he stand for. He lectured there for 40-odd years, grew hugely influential, did not publish until later in his life. He wrote quite a bit, but he was highly hesitant to actually render it into printed form to be circulated. We'll talk about that more in a little minute. But through these 4 decades of activity, he ordained approximately 2,000 American rabbis. And so his specific influence on American Orthodoxy was extremely important because his worldview was stamped upon such a large number of highly influential communal leaders throughout this country. It's ironic. I was talking to a colleague of mine yesterday that I'm going to give this lecture, and he said to me an interesting thing. He said, if you look at the span of people who claim the Rav as their personal Rebbe, as their main teacher, they represent such a wide spectrum of ideas, from the extreme right wing kind of black hat, and we'll talk about the spectrum in a second, to much more liberal approaches which are gender neutral, egalitarian, and so on, and they all find a home in the thought of the Rav. And so it's very hard to kind of encapsulate what is it that he believed when you look at such a wide range of students, but it gives you an indication of simply how influential he was. So but we have to get an idea of what is Yeshiva University and what is one core element of his philosophy. So to do that, you know what, let's do that first and we'll come back to the public affairs. I'll go past this slide. This is out of order. Okay. So he is associated with a movement that is often called modern orthodoxy. I apologize for those of you here for whom this will be extremely redundant, but we have a lot of people in Latvia who don't exactly know much about the Orthodox spectrum, so forgive me for a minute while I kind of lay this out. Orthodoxy, as you know, is not monolithic by any means. There is a huge range of ideas, beliefs, and practices that all go under the moniker Orthodox. So what exactly it mean? So if we lay a spectrum here, a so-called denominational spectrum of American Jews, we can get a sense of what Orthodoxy is and what modern Orthodoxy is. If we take on the left, openness. So the arrow here points to increasing degrees of openness to society, willingness to engage in the world, whether it be through non-Jewish culture, through sporting events, through music, art. I mean, how open are Jews to the larger trends of the human condition outside of Yiddishkeit, so to speak, outside of the small definition that we hold for our own community. We put a spectrum that goes out this openness, and we put on the other side that is insolity. How, to what degree the outside world is toxic, that these things are going to pollute our pure ideologies, that are going to influence us to pursue paths of activity that are contradictory to our core values. So if we have this kind of spectrum, what we'll find is on the right wing here, we'll have the so-called Charedim. It's a Hebrew term, an Israeli term meaning the tremblers. Those who tremble at the word of God, a verse taken from the book of Isaiah. Sometimes in English they're referred to as the ultra-Orthodox. And you can often recognize them by certain costumes, certain types of headgear, what a friend of mine likes to call yarmulke culture. You know, this way, I always thought that was funny, but no one else laughs ever. Sometimes they're called yeshivish because they tend to be associated with the traditional yeshiva, or Hasidic. They tend to be over here. Chabad, by the way, does not conform to. They're totally different. We'll get to them maybe at another point. If we look on the other end of the spectrum, here where you have Reform Judaism, which is perhaps the most open of all movements. You know, in a joking way, people say we're not talking about the 10 Commandments, we're talking about the 10 suggestions. But okay, it's just not working. But Reform is much more open to the idea of, you know, embracing the totality of the human experience and every experience, and so on, and it's quite different from the insular Hasidic movement. We have to put the conservative somewhere over here, you know, towards the open end of this, but not nearly as much as Reform. And then, but the point is, there's a barrier, big leap between us over here and over here, and that is this idea of 613 commandments. One of the major ideological separators between the Orthodox as a whole and the non-Orthodox is this concept of Torah Sinai. Does the Torah from God, we have it now, and very important implication, are all of the traditional commandments binding? Or do we say, oh, this particular commandment is not human in origin, it's not divine in origin, it's human in origin, it's no longer relevant? You know, we do say that there's some things are related to particular circumstances. For example, a lot of the commandments are related to the practices in the temple. The temple is no longer standing, so those commandments are no longer practiced. But it's not that they are abandoned. They're simply no longer applicable until the temple is recreated, so to speak. They're simply, you know, existentially impossible. But for example, you know, the prohibition against homosexuality, which is a very difficult problem in a society that is growing very permissive of homosexual behavior. You know, the Orthodox have a very difficult time saying, well, this is no longer applicable, where in the conservative reform movement, it is easier, and I'm not going to generalize about them, but it's easier to say, well, this is an expression of a particular time and age in a human document and so on. If you accept that all of the commandments are binding, then you will likely be in the Orthodox camp. Regardless of how well you observe them, you will be in the Orthodox camp. If you don't necessarily accept that number 613 as binding, then you're probably going to find yourself in this camp. The modern Orthodox world is right about here. So they are just on the right side of the 613 barrier, but their openness is furthest left that's possible within that spectrum. So in other words, still within the ideological patterns and purview of traditional Judaism, believing that all the commandments are binding, but they are not made of, you know, engaged modern culture, politics, and so on. That's like a very quick and dirty view of how the denominational spectrum works. Modern Orthodoxy is sometimes called, as one of the heads of Yeshiva University called it, centrist Orthodoxy, because it is more or less in the center of that spectrum. But well, anyways, that it's one of the most moderate approaches, and the middle is the easiest to attack because there are extremes on either side that will disagree with. But, okay, any questions or arguments about this very sketchy approach to denominationalism? It makes perfect sense. Okay, great. So let's go on. So now that's where modern orthodoxy, traditional is kind of an interesting word. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but I've usually heard it applied to Jews who, well, actually, let's pick it up, because one of the most interesting terms that's circulating in the among the cognoscenti now is this term open orthodoxy, or a related term, social orthodoxy. So open orthodoxy is a kind of an orthodoxy that wants to get right to the very edge of this line and still try and see through the lattice work to the other side. And they're associated with a lot of interesting movements like the ordination of women as rabbis, for example. So that's the open orthodoxy is kind of pushing that barrier even further to the left. Social orthodoxy is a fascinating term that refers to Jews who observe the patterns of Orthodox life, the lifestyle, the diet, and so on, but they don't really believe that any of it is actually valid. They do it because they like their friends, they like the gatherings, they just, that's just what we do. We are Jedi, as the Wall Street article or New York Times article read about it. That's what Jedis do, like in the Star Wars references. And they don't necessarily buy it, but it's fun, so they do it. And you wonder how large a phenomenon that is. Worthy of further consideration. But that's not modern orthodoxy, really. Modern orthodoxy it's a shita. It's a learned opinion saying that we value traditional Judaism and its mores. We also value secular culture, and we find that there is a place where both of these can coexist to some level. Yes, Rabbi.
The new trend is using for flexidoxy.
Flexidoxy. Yeah, I like that one.
Probably a little bit to the left of but it's
I like that, flexidoxy. Dati light, right. Used to be religious, conservadox, right? Well, conservadox sort of makes sense because that's kind of crossing the border. Anyways, let's go on. This is one. Let's go straight to that now. Where does ideology come from? So the basic intellectual roots of modern orthodoxy can be traced most prominent Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who we spoke about last year. Very, very important 19th century thinker who, felt that the war in Europe was headed. It was impossible for Jews to retain the closed mentality that was endemic of, let's say, northern Hungary or parts of Poland. The idea that Jews would soon be politically emancipated, the idea and the reality that Jews were slowly being admitted to universities, to act in Gusler and the symphony and so on, the new advances. Hirsch felt that keeping the barn. If we close the door, they're never going to be able to come in. So what we have to do is, he said, look, we have to find a way that Jews can access modernity without totally abandoning Judaism. They should not feel it is an either-or choice. We can exist in the modern world, and we can be traditional Jews at the same time. And so he advocated a very careful look at Judaism and a pruning of those accretions of behavior that are not grounded in the sources, but are simply like things that Jews do, and to see what could be jettisoned without sacrificing core values and what had to be retained. And so he articulated an identity for Jews that sort of traverse that narrow bridge between outright assimilation and outright rejection of modernity to create a kind of Jewish identity that was viable. And that has kind of gone through the stages to develop into modern orthodoxy. The Hebrew term that he's often associated with is this phrase from Pirkei Avot, from the chapters of the Fathers, Yafa Talmud Torah im derech eretz. Beautiful is the study of Torah with, quote unquote, the way of the world. Now that phrase, derech eretz, can mean in different texts, common courtesy. It can mean making a living. It can mean making love. It has all kinds of different connotations and contexts, but he took it for its literal meaning. It's beautiful to learn Torah and be in the way of the whole world, meaning appreciate German culture, art, society, music, and so on. And this was the origins of what was called Orthodoxy, New Orthodoxy, later evolved in Orthodoxy. Judith.
I see the basis of the sector and developing in the United States came out of this.
Yeah, definitely. There's a very, very close relationship between the conservative movement in general used to be much further to the right. In Schechter's day, it was almost, impossible to really see the difference between a traditional conservative synagogue and an Orthodox synagogue at the turn of the century. There were even discussions of a potential merger in the first 2 decades of the 20th century.
So that they could be in this world that was America.
Right. America is sui generis, and there is a special impetus to participate in this world as much as possible. Okay, Ms. Abramson.
The denomination spectrum. Shouldn't there be a category between modern Orthodox and part of the Yeshiva that you could designate Orthodox or Haredi?
Well, yeah, that's a funny question, actually. One of your sisters who shall remain nameless, I probably shouldn't say this on the internet, but she tried out a dating service. Now, Latvians, don't get excited, but she tried out this online dating service called YU Connect. This comes from Yeshiva University, right? And, you can meet guys who might be appropriate to marry. A questionnaire to join. Hilarious. She asked me questions. What do I do here? What do I do there? And then the question about, defining your Judaism, they have about 15 different categories. It's hilarious. This spectrum is broken down into so many different. I think she decided that she liked, what did she say? She called it modern machmir, which means modern Orthodox strict, right? Like, S is in a certain way. Right, the modern Orthodox machmir, the strict version. They have like so many different shadings of identity. Yeah. Okay, last question. We gotta go.
Definitions for each category?
A little bit later, they asked for actual behavioral markers. Like, do you go to movies? Do you watch television? Do you whatever thing? And those are more useful. By the way, I have to tell you, fascinating studies. You reminded me. I recently heard of research done at YU by a professor that we just hired here at Touro College. When she was a graduate student, she studied the relationship of religiosity to academic irregularity, meaning cheating. Like, if you were religious, were you more or less likely to cheat? Okay, so this is what she found. Fascinating. I'm just summarizing quickly because we have to go on. But she found that religious students, those who reported religious values, were less likely to cheat. Not surprising. In their first semester. In the second semester, there seemed to be no correlation between religious values and cheating. It was more highly correlated with the atmosphere of the school, right? Did they feel that cheating was tolerated and so on? The other fascinating thing that she discovered was religiosity in 2 ways. One was the self-reporting, yes, I am religious. Yes, I believe in God. Yes, I do these things. And she also measured things like, do you light Sabbath candles every week? Do you attend synagogue 3 times a day? Do you whatever? Like, she actually measured if they walk the walk. There she noted that there was no correlation between the ones who said they were religious and, they just dropped off the panel. It meant nothing to them. I shouldn't say that. They cheated just as much as us in the second semester. But Jews who reported actual religious behavior, it took them several semesters cheating. Right? In other words, if you actually walk the walk, that's what counts. Talking the talk means almost nothing. But if you actually do things, then it actually makes you much more likely to remain honest. Okay, so let's go back on it. Rabbi, for a while, right? Only so many semesters. Rabbi Hirsch gets his philosophy of Torah in Derech Eretz. Now, that's the usual understanding of yeshiva university, kind of flowing from its intellectual origins. On many occasions, however, Rav Soloveitchik was asked about this, and he disagreed. He had a different personal take on it, which may not have resonated with his students as well, but he felt that rather than creating a synthesis, he felt that it should be a symbiosis. He felt that you could have a kind of a bifurcated personality where on one hand, you're completely engaged in Torah the whole time, all Torah all the time, and at the same time, you could also be completely engaged in secular studies with no boundaries whatsoever. As he did, right. I mean, he is an exceptional individual, but he felt that you could absolutely, totally participate in secular society to the nth degree. Nothing was off limits. And at the same time, you could also be a complete Talmid Chacham, a Torah scholar. It's a very tall order to fulfill, but nevertheless, that's how he personally divided. He also liked the way that the YU was actually structured, because on the one hand, they had a completely separate institution, which was the Rabbinical Seminary, which was a male-only traditional rabbinical seminary that produced rabbis. And at the same time, you also had a university, which I know from my wife's experience, her master's degree there, was really a top-notch, research-oriented secular university with traditional secular values that are, typical of the university world. Okay, let's go to the one that I skipped over. Right. So Umada is the kind of slogan of the school in Torah and sort of secular knowledge. Umada is right. Fascinating. He might be associated specifically in public affairs. Also, very important leader. In 1953, he was the head of the Halacha Commission of the Rabbinical America. And he was perhaps most known for his rather strong stance, not typical for the era, on traditional Orthodox seating patterns. He very much going against the in many Orthodox synagogues had done away with the mechitza, the separation between men and women during prayer, but he maintained a very, very strict position on this and advocated all kinds of harsh censure against rabbis who were produced by Yeshiva University, who were forced by the congregation to sort of compromise. He said, absolutely, we have to maintain that kind of thing. But at the same time, even while he was very strict with regards to these kind of doctrinal issues, he was much more in favor of associating with conservative and reform movements on an organizational level, which set him apart and often under heavy criticism from the right wing, who felt that any kind of formal association with conservative and reform rabbis would lend legitimacy to these movements that the right-wing Orthodox felt were completely illegitimate and were taking people away from Torah study. Similarly, he was a strong supporter of interfaith dialogue with Christians, and his most famous writing, The Lonely Man of Faith, was actually delivered first to a Christian college as a special address there. He had some early association with the right wing. He was actually the part of the Council of Sages when it was established in 1941. But after World War II, the movement kind of moved in a direction separate from his ideology, and they went their separate ways. He remained very staunchly associated with religious Zionism, however, in the Mizrahi movement, where he was the honorary president. In fact, he was actually considered for the chief rabbi of Israel several times. He declined several times, although he did apply in 1935 to be the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv and was not able to actually get that position. Okay, let me jump ahead to where we were supposed to be. We got to go through all this stuff again. Okay, it's a late night when we start late. But now, so the controversy associated with it is quite significant. The Orthodox right wing felt that he was too infatuated with modernity to be taken seriously. Despite the Soloveitchik name, despite his incredible and undisputed brilliance, they felt that his love affair with secular culture was intolerable, and therefore he was excoriated by the right wing. One area in particular that was kind of like a flashpoint in the controversy over him was the organization known as the Synagogue Council of America, which was a formal institution that had membership from denominations of various Jewish streams. The right wing had all united pretty strongly behind a ban on participation in this communal involvement, but the Rav felt that it was worthwhile and nevertheless maintained his membership in the movement. He did find his opposition to the mainstream. Primarily, he made it between what he considered very internal concerns and external concerns. The internal concerns were things like whether or not you have a mechitza in the synagogue. That for sure laid down on the tracks for. But on the other hand, when there is an external threat, such as Soviet Jewry not being released, things like that, then he felt that Jews should present a united front. And so in those areas, he felt that it was appropriate to participate, and in fact, he maintained his membership there. However, the large bulk of Orthodox Jewry, the right wing in particular, moved away from him on that position. At the same time, the Orthodox, very left wing, and the non-Orthodox felt that he was too strict about halakha. He was really, quite, attached to traditional halakhic mores in so many different ways. So his insistence on the mechitza, as an example that we turn to again and again, is something that made him distinctly unpopular on the left wing. And that's primarily because he occupied that middle position that gives him two flanks to criticize. It's much easier to be a radical than you can only be criticized from flank, but he was criticized both ends. His major publications, there are two in particular that I'll just touch on right now because we are running a little bit late. They were actually both written in the same era. He wrote them in 1944, but would not allow them to be published for many years later. Was known as Halachic Ish HaHalacha, which was, it's an interesting work. On the one hand, it is kind of like a tribute, a commemoration written in the depths of the Holocaust, the yeshiva world that once existed in Eastern Europe. It's only memoir because of all the names of the yeshiva world. Soloveitchik stands above them all. But he describes the beauty of the Lithuanian Talmudic tradition. And his emphasis was on the incredible religious and unusual religious experience of the submission to the intellectual exercise of determining the halakha and then binding oneself to it. The halakha, of course, means the law, the Jewish law as determined by the Talmud. The process of analyzing the Talmud, getting to the bottom line, and then once you know what the bottom line is, completely giving yourself over to it. He described that as an unusual act of religious ecstasy. He referred, actually one of his students referred to it as the symbiosis of the homo religiosus, meaning the man or human being as a religious agent, and a scientist, because the application of scientific methodology or scientific methodology like thinking to traditional Talmudic study. It's a fascinating insight into it. He also expanded on this a little bit with the halakhic mind a little later. The second major work is The Lonely Man of Faith, which is what I've dipped into a couple times and I always find difficult to get past the first chapter. But it is heavily existentialist thinking. He first really spoke about it in the 1960s. I'm not sure, maybe I misspoke. I'm not sure if he wrote this in the 1940s. But this is kind of like a deeply existential meditation on the fundamental loneliness of the human condition, the inescapable gap, the unbridgeable gap that exists between human beings that can only be partially assuaged by religion and by divine intervention. And through the engagement in intellectual activities such as the study of the Talmud, you can slowly develop a loss of alienation, a chibur, or a connection with another human being, and ultimately into a community. That's a paraphrase, someone who hasn't read the entire book. So check Wikipedia, you'll probably have a much better account of it than I just gave you. His legacy is deeply profound. His legacy, of course, is felt in the institution that supports this class. This institution, Young Israel, is definitely very much an outgrowth of the Rab's philosophy. And so many other movements were highly influenced by the thousands of leaders that he and his school produced. On a more personal level, you can see his legacy in his family, where they are certainly worthy bearers of the Soloveitchik name. He had 3 children. His daughter Atara went on to head the Maimonides school. You'll forgive me for the typo up there, I'm sorry. And her husband was Rabbi Isidore Tursky, a Hasidic rabbi, the Talmud Rebbe, and also a professor of philosophy at Harvard University. Very unusual kind of individual, but that's the kind of person you would expect to marry into the Soloveitchik family. His daughter Tova earned a doctorate, went on to teach at Bar Ilan, and all a very important contemporary Rosh Hashiva, Rabbi Dr. Aaron Lichtenstein. And finally, his youngest son, Chaim Soloveitchik, became a professor of Jewish history, extremely influential thinker. I myself have enjoyed so much of his work as well. So with that, I thank you very much for your patience, and I look forward to speaking with you next week.
Is that you and a lot of other here? She used her fingers to form quotation marks. Exotic materials. What those are specifically, I haven't been told. Do you know if there have been any serious consequences of that exposure? Can't say. This time her tone rose only slightly at the end, as if she were questioning whether or not she was asking a question. For my part, I was very concerned. This is a high-tech lab after all, so who knew what kinds of materials I might be working with? Better safe than sorry. After she'd done the pricking in the various areas, she returned with a small plastic container, the kind that hospitals often use to place a patient's medications in. A faint yellowish liquid was inside, just a couple of ounces I estimated. Can you drink this? She held it out to me while she made some notes on her chart. I took the cup and brought it toward my mouth. I immediately thought of the household cleaner pine salt. I drank it down and felt my eyes tear up briefly. What was that? I asked. Not so bad, was it? She asked. Just another part of the testing. She snapped the plastic case shut and said, "We're all through here. Good luck with your work. And again, please be sure to monitor those test sites. And if you notice anything unusual, let us know through your supervisor." The nurse handed me my shirt, and while I put it on, she went out into the anteroom. By the time I'd finished dressing and got out there, she was gone. Dennis was nowhere to be seen either. I stood in the hallway for a few moments, thinking about the allergy test and what it might mean for my future employment. I was still waiting for the majestic clearance needed to become a full-time employee. I had no reason to doubt that I'd receive it, but I also knew that wheels often turned very slowly in these matters. I was accustomed to hard work, having multiple responsibilities, but still it would have been far more desirable to be able to shut down the photo business entirely, selling it off, and resume a more normal kind of 9-to-5 existence. A part of me really enjoyed the less structured schedule that my involvement in photo processing afforded me. But of course, that came with certain trade-offs. Tracy and I were doing fine financially, but having to make myself available on an on-call basis for EG&G, and in essence for the photo business, could wreak havoc with a social life and our personal schedule. I knew that it was going to be temporary, but how temporary that was going to be was difficult to say. I knew that stress played a role in how our immune systems operated and responded to pathogens. Would my current mental and emotional state have an effect on the grid of substances that had been introduced into my forearm? I have a long time to reflect on the matter. I don't know how I missed seeing him at first, but Dennis was just down the hallway from me. This way, Bob. Dennis rarely used my name in our conversations, and for as common as my name is, and for as many times as I heard other people use it, it sounded strange coming out of his mouth. I followed Dennis as he entered another unmarked door into another small room. This one even less spacious than the one where I'd been issued my ID keycard. Dennis gestured toward a small office desk, a metal-framed affair with a cheap wood laminate finish. On the desk sat a stack of blue file folders. I took the seat behind the desk and noticed that the folders were blank. That is, there were no labels on the folders themselves to identify EG&G. Dennis stood just inside the closed door and said, "It's important that we get you caught up as quickly as possible about where we've been and the direction the project is going in. Given your present clearance level, these briefings should give you the background information you need. Obviously, this is all confidential information. Once your clearance is upgraded for." He paused and thrust back the cuff of his suit jacket and shirt to consult his watch. "I have a number of other tasks to attend to. Do your reading here, and when I'm done with those other matters, I'll come and get you. Any questions?" He barely paused before saying, "Good, I'll be back." The stack of folders was nearly a foot high. They were of various thicknesses, none containing any more than what seemed a dozen pages. I figured it best to begin at the top and work my way down. I opened the first folder that was labeled Overview. The title page had nothing more on it than the words Project Galileo. The prose was typical government plainspeak, a kind of just the facts sparseness that suited me, especially given the stack of materials I was to read, and having no indication at all from Dennis when he might return. The short first paragraph would have pleased me, except for the inclusion of one word, extraterrestrial. It explained that the purpose of the program was to back-engineer, a process by which you take knowledge or information from anything man-made and reproduce it, or produce anything based on the extracted information, a propulsion system of an extraterrestrial craft. The power and propulsion systems of the craft were of the highest priority. For a second, I stopped reading and considered just what was meant by extraterrestrial. One thought I had was that EG&G, or whoever had authored this overview, and whoever had approved it for distribution, was being either very precise or very loose with their use of language. Something that is considered to be extraterrestrial means that it is of or originates from outside the Earth or its atmosphere. Maybe in the language employed at EG&G and out here at Groom Lake, the experimental craft they are presumably working on get referred to that way since traditional nomenclature, a plane, a jet, or names for other land-based vehicles didn't quite fit with the scope of the craft's capabilities or intent. I knew how many scientists thought that if this was something that a scientist or engineer had written, and it was intended as an in-house document, then the use of a potentially loaded word like that wouldn't be so odd. On the other hand, I thought that maybe this whole document was another form of a test. I was still, in a sense, on trial with the organization. I'd been subjected to all those other questionnaires that dealt with personality and temperament, and maybe this was just a part of that larger assessment. Was I someone who would get frustrated or annoyed by references that were seemingly off-topic? Would I be willing to wade through information or data that was seemingly irrelevant or confusing, be able to plow ahead, or keep an open mind? I decided to do precisely what I thought they wanted me to do, keep reading, and not form any. I had the bigger picture formed in mind. As I read on, a few other things became clear. Though no dates were given, it was clear to me that the project was not in its infancy. Some references were made to past attempts to understand the nature of the power and propulsion system. Several attempts had been made to reproduce the kind of system that had come into their hands, but with no success. Given what I knew of back engineering, it often involves disassembling something and analyzing its components and workings in detail. Any kind of propulsion system is likely to be highly complex, and the disassembly and production or fabrication of new components could take a considerable amount of time. I next read that a previous attempt to dismantle one of the existent propulsion systems had resulted in an accidental explosion. The document didn't go into much detail about that incident, But I also knew that any time there was an accident like that, there would be a period of time when the work was halted and investigation initiated, and only after a review process of the procedures, something that could have taken place in months or perhaps years, work would then commence. Reading a bit more made it clear to me that something like the process I'd imagined had taken place. The last bit of the overview dealt with the present reality. They were going to de-emphasize the dismantling efforts and focus instead on other kinds of analyses to determine how it functioned. What those types of analyses were to be wasn't specified, but one other thing was made clear as a priority. It was a bit presumptuous of me to include my not yet fully cleared self in this, were to duplicate this technology using existing materials and not utilizing what the briefing referred to as exotic materials. None of what I read set off any alarm bells. I was pleased to read about the nature of the work. It would be a real challenge to take on the task that was set before me. What types of analyses could we devise to understand the nature and function of a propulsion system without having the ability to dismantle the existing and presumably functioning system? After all, in my mind, the word analyze means to break down into component parts to see how they interrelate. When you're working with a physical object, or a set of physical objects in the case of a propulsion system, not having the capability, or in this case the task, of seeing how those component parts all fit together was like working with one hand tied behind your back. We'd have to devise new approaches, and I wondered then if that was why I'd been hired. Frequently, when a team is at a sticking point, it helps to bring in someone new who hasn't been through other parts of the process. I could look at things with a fresh set of eyes and none of the preconceptions, or at least a different set of them, from the other scientists already at work. Still, as I returned the pages to the folder, the one question that kept coming back to my mind was what the hell these guys were up to. Was this just a test of my temperament and suitability to work in this environment? Or was this reverse engineering of an extraterrestrial propulsion system a real work assignment? The last sections of the overview also cast some shadows of doubt on the whole enterprise and made me think this had to be a kind of screening mechanism. If you could put up with this kind of disinformation, then let's see how you feel about working under these restrictive conditions. Project Galileo was comprised of a number of divisions: the power and propulsion team, and those that dealt with navigation, control, metallurgy, and other component elements of a flying craft. These groups were in concert, as you might expect, but were to be segregated. Not only wouldn't they work together, they were not to share information with one another. No communication between the work groups was allowed. If we had questions that we thought needed to be answered, we weren't to go to any other team members directly. A clear chain of command was in place, and it was a condition of our employment that we not share information with anyone other than our work partner. Failure to adhere to the security rules was ground for immediate dismissal and potential prosecution. Interestingly, some of the other briefings dealt with the other teams. Project Looking Glass dealt with the materials inside of the craft, and Project Sidekick was exploring the possibilities of the craft's weaponization, but only in the most generic of ways. For example, I learned that the bulk of the craft was manufactured from the same material. Tests had shown that it was not metallic in origin, nor was it ceramic. That intrigued me. Think of your car and how many different materials are used to produce its various components: aluminum, steel, glass, rubber, various plastics. And here was an object that was claimed to be made of a single material. I can't claim to be completely logical. I was a trained scientist, and I was supposed to look at things with as much objectivity as possible. I found myself veering between 2 points: rejecting what I was reading out of hand as an attempt to use a fictional scenario to determine my suitability for some highly confidential project, and being caught up in the excitement of being exposed to new ideas that would test the limits of my understanding of the nature of things here on Earth. Or maybe the test was even simpler. They presented this scenario to me to see if I was going to share it with anyone. They could do all kinds of background checks, but the surest way to see if I was capable of keeping information confidential was to provide me with a story and see if I kept it to myself. I briefly scanned the room, wondering if I was under surveillance in there, and if my eye rolling at some of what had been revealed to me might determine the fate of my employment. For a few moments, I considered the possibility that this craft, or maybe a better term was this technology, came from somewhere other than the United States. We were still dealing with the effects of the Cold War, and perhaps we'd managed to gain control of some Soviet technology. Whether we had stolen it, had someone present it to us, or in some other way gained possession of it, didn't really matter. What did matter was that we had it. Apparently didn't really understand fully how it worked, and it was to be my job to determine how it functioned and how we could reproduce it. I wanted to be involved in working with nuclear weapons, but maybe this was an even more worthwhile task. Maybe this technology would prove to be the key to what seemed to be the dominant and ominous political philosophy of the day: mutually assured destruction. Even in hindsight, it is difficult to come up with a coherent explanation of my thoughts and feelings at the time I was reading those documents. I can say this with real clarity, however. I was thoroughly engaged in the reading, not by its language, but by what it offered as a possibility to utilize my interests and abilities. If this was all a game, a way to determine if I was cut out for the work, then how could I strategize and make the right to the end point, to hired full-time by each? If what I was reading were true, that there was some extraterrestrial craft that we had in our possession, that I'd have to manage to accommodate a fundamental shift in my thinking, recalibrate, and proceed to the task at hand. In either case, it was all about the job in that moment. And for now, the task that was at hand in the immediate was to read more of the briefings. I picked up a folder marked Biology. As I scanned the first page, I was torn in several different directions emotionally and mentally. The file had the place from which the extraterrestrial craft originated. It stated that the craft came from the planet Zeta Reticuli star system. What would the name? But the briefing went on to add that the constellation was located some 39 million light years from Earth. It was only visible from Earth from positions in the southern hemisphere. The most obvious question was, how could that craft have gotten here? Even if we could travel at the speed of light, approximately 186,000 miles per second, or 671 million miles per hour, that meant it would take 30 years to get there. That's a ridiculously long period of time, even at that great speed, and an unfathomably long period of time based on 1981 technology, and the fastest we could then travel through space. I couldn't even begin to imagine how much fuel would be needed to propel a vehicle that far, how life support systems could function and replenish, how food supplies could be sufficient, and all the rest. It just boggled my mind. Those questions paled in comparison to the considerations that came to mind when I turned a few more pages in the file. I got to a pair of black and white photographs reproduced on regular copy or printer paper. One was a relative close-up of a humanoid organism. The photo encompassed what seemed to be the torso. No head was visible, and nothing appeared to be the midline or waist. I could see just the stub of where a human arm would project from the torso. The rest of that limb was out of the frame. The same was true of the lower extremities. I could see just the suggestion of a pair of legs, a protrusion roughly where you'd find the hip bone of a human. More specifically, the crest of the ilium, rising from the gray-white skin. What most distinguished the photo was the classic T-shaped incision that ran nearly the entire vertical length of the trunk, with a far shorter horizontal line at the top of that major cut line. The skin had been pulled back, revealing, if the subject had been human or an animal, a series of organs of respiration and digestion. lungs, heart, kidney, liver, bladder, etc. Instead, what I saw was an undifferentiated mass of tissue that filled the majority of that cavity. The second photo was much the same as the first, but it was smaller, and in the white space that surrounded the photo on the page, it appeared as if several different people had added their notes. These annotations were in different handwriting, but they mostly expressed the same sentiment: how unusual it was to see this large central mass, and speculations about how it might function to perform the various specialized tasks that our human organs do. For some reason, the inclusion of those notes from others really got my head spinning at a greater rate than before. Why would they, and to the point I had no clear understanding of who they were, include those notes in the briefing materials? What was the point of that? I can see now that this seems like a minor question compared to the bigger issues these photographs and the information about Zeta Reticuli engendered. I was so wrapped up in what I was reading, so overcome with a kind of information overload, that my mind fixated on a point independent of my own will. Maybe subconsciously, my brain kicked into fight or flight mode. It sensed that this information could have done me some kind of harm, confused me to the point where I was in danger of losing touch with what I understood to be reality. I knew that from the time I opened the pages of that first folder to viewing those photographs and reading the brief account of the planet from which the craft originated, I'd experienced something that had happened to me many times before. The passage of time hadn't been a part of my conscious awareness. I could have been reading for 5 minutes or 5 hours. I was so wrapped up in what I was reading that time had become irrelevant. I know that comparing the human brain to a computer and its operating system is a gross oversimplification. But the only way that I can think of to describe the state I was in is to say that information was being downloaded, and I was in the process of formulating a vast number of questions. Because I was still acquiring more data and wanted to, I didn't have the time to pose all of those questions to myself. They were being stored and queued up. Who I would ask, and what the answers might be, wasn't something I knew as I sat there trying to assimilate all that I was reading into a coherent whole. I was failing miserably at that task, but was hopeful that at some point I'd be able to put all those pieces together. Chapter 3. Something caught my eye, and I looked up from reading. Through the door's small rectangular window spider-webbed with wire, I caught a brief glimpse of someone out in the hallway. A few seconds later, I heard the electromagnetic sounds of the door's latch being released. "You can leave those there. There's someone I'd like you to meet," Dennis said from the doorway. He edged into the room, and a uniformed security guard slipped past him. He bundled up the files and strode off. He didn't make any attempt to count them or inspect them. And that made me wonder again if I had been observed the whole time I was in that room. Dennis said. I did as instructed. The door just a few spots down from where I'd been reading the briefing papers. Dennis carted us in, and before we could enter, a security guard exited the room. Once inside, I could see that we had entered a laboratory and was seated on a stool at a long workstation. When he saw us, he smiled broadly and walked toward us. Dennis made introductions, letting me know that my work partner was named Barry Castillo. He was an inch or so shorter than I, thin, and with an olive complexion and a shock of brown curly hair that he had the habit of running his fingers through whenever he spoke. Other than each of us saying, "Pleased to meet you," we were silent till Dennis left the room. His parting remarks simple and straightforward. "Barry will bring you up to speed. This is Propulsion Lab, and you'll be spending most of your time here. He'll advise you on what your task assignment is, the goal that you're expected to achieve. I'll leave it to you gentlemen to get started. I'll see you both later on this morning." As soon as Dennis left us alone, Barry eyed me and said, his eyes sparkling, "You're not one of them, are you?" "I don't think so," I said. Military, I mean. He shook his head and waved both hands in front of him. Forget that, I can tell. I mean, no disrespect, it's just that I can tell that you're, well, you're normal. I laughed softly. I was thinking the same thing about you. As soon as Dennis let me in here and I saw you, I was like, thank God, somebody I can actually have a conversation with. I know what you mean. Barry grabbed my biceps and said, you've got to see this stuff. I had that laundry list of questions I wanted to ask him about the briefings, but Barry's enthusiasm was so infectious that I let him lead me to his workstation. Sitting about 15 feet from his high stool was a cylinder about the size and shape of a household garbage can. It was pewter in color, and both from a distance and upon closer inspection, it seemed to have seams, no welds, no fasteners, no sharp edges, no marks on it at all. I saw nothing that hinted at how it had been manufactured. It didn't appear to have been cast, machined, molded, formed, or joined. This is one of the emitters, Barry said to me. What does it emit? I asked, setting aside again the dozens and dozens of other questions about what I'd just read. I'll show you in a second, Barry said, sounding very much like an excited teen wanting to show off all the components of his stereo system before letting the music blast away. On the desk surface of Barry's workstation sat a half sphere of the same color and material. It was roughly the size of a basketball and sat on a 1-inch plate, again of the same composition as the other two pieces, or so I surmised, based on a quick look at. This is the reactor. Barry lifted the hat, exposed a small tower-shaped object inside. It was approximately 6 inches tall, and, as was true of everything Barry showed me, seemed to have been wholly formed through no process that I'd ever seen or read about. Sitting atop the tower was a cap. Like all the other surfaces, it had a rounded or radius corner instead of a 90-degree edge. Barry retrieved a small triangle-shaped disc from a metal box and placed it in the top of the tower. He replaced the cap, put the half sphere back on base, and stepped over to the emitter. He pushed it a few feet toward the reactor. Watch this, Barry said. He extended his arm toward the half sphere, but before his arm could reach its full extension, his hand moved back toward his upper body. He looked at me expectantly, and I felt bad that I didn't share his enthusiasm in that moment. It simply looked like he just extended his arm as if to shake someone's hand, and then withdrew it. Better yet, Barry said, stepping to the side. Feel this. I stood in front of the reactor and did as Barry had done. When my hand got within approximately 8 or 9 inches of the devices, I felt myself being pushed back by some unseen force. If you've ever had the use of two fairly powerful magnets and put them so that two of the poles are placed near one another to produce a repelling effect, that was very much like what I felt. Anti-gravity, Barry said. Can you believe it? I read about that in the briefings, I said as I continued to test the fields being produced. I skimmed over that portion, figuring it was part of some joke or something else. I don't know what. My voice trailed off. Like anybody who was interested in science and who grew up in the era that I did in the 1960s, anti-gravity was a concept with which I was familiar from watching science fiction shows on television or in films. And for the most part, that was where the notion of the existence of anti-gravity resided. Every school kid learned about Sir Isaac Newton and his discovery of gravity, one of the 4 fundamental forces at work in the universe. The other 3 are electromagnetism and the strong and weak nuclear forces. According to Newton, gravity was an external transmitted by some unknown means. Anti-gravity, as its name implies, is the opposite of gravity, a hypothetical force by which a body of mass would repel a body of negative mass. The key word there is, of course, hypothetical. No one had been able to prove that it actually existed. When Einstein came along with his theory of general relativity, gravity not considered to be a force, but a result of the geometry of space-time. Simply put, that there's no real hope that gravity existed. Quantum physicists postulate that gravitons exist as a subatomic particle. These are massless elementary particles that transmit the force of gravity. How they could be created or destroyed is not yet clear. We tend to think in terms of opposing binaries, light and dark, long and short, and so on. So it seems logical to us that if gravity exists, its opposite must as well. That's why going back as far as H.G. Wells and his book, The First Men in the Moon, published in 1901, we humans imagined a substance or a process by which gravity could be blocked or controlled. Wells called it cavorite. He linked the idea to propulsion as well. He wasn't alone, and prior to his writing, scientists like Nikola Tesla, Thomas Townsend Brown, John Worrell Keely, and others all worked on ways to control gravity, to harness the power of anti-gravity. If that demonstration wasn't enough, Harry next went to a drawer and produced a golf ball. He wagged his eyebrows at me and stood several yards from the bench on which the devices sat. "Heads up," he said. He tossed the golf ball underhanded into the anti-gravity field being produced. The golf ball arced as it approached the field, and then, once it entered into it, shot violently upward into the ceiling. "Holy shit," I said. We were like two kids monkeying around while our parents were away. The ball had hit the acoustical tile in the suspended ceiling of the lab. Bits of the tile and a fine spray of dust fell and settled on the workstations and the floor. "We better clean that up," I said. "Isn't that so cool?" Barry said. "It's amazing." I was still having trouble wrapping my head around what I just read and then seen demonstrated. As before, my brain focused on something more concrete, more of the present. "Do you have a dustpan? A broom?" This was really my first day on the job, and the last thing I wanted was to get in trouble for breaking something or creating a mess in the lab. Funny how the mind works. We spent the next couple of minutes with me sweeping up using a file folder as a broom and another as a dustpan. Barry took the ham sphere off the plate and removed the fuel disk. It was showtime again. Barry reinstalled the fuel disk. He retrieved a candle from his desk drawer. He held it in the mouth of the emitter, and using a striker, he lit the candle. At first it burned normally. Then, as he pulled the emitter closer to the reactor, and presumably focused the gravitational waves, the candle stopped flickering, but the light remained. "Bizarre," was all I could manage to say in response. Next, he took off his watch, a classic chronometer with a second hand, and placed in the emitter. The second hand stopped. "That doesn't mean that the device has slowed time or created frame dragging," I said. "It could just be electromagnetism affecting the watch's works." Barry smiled and shrugged his shoulders exaggeratedly. "Maybe so. Check this out." He removed the watch and then turned 90 degrees. "Look inside," Barry told me. I did, and there, about 2 feet from the bottom of the emitter, I saw that a black dot had formed. "It's bending it. No doubt about it," I said just barely above a whisper. I was stunned. Anyone with a basic understanding of physics understands that light can be reflected or refracted. Truly bending light is another matter entirely. We can use lenses, mirrors, prisms, and other means to change the direction the light is traveling, reflecting it or refracting it. But that doesn't truly bend it. That black dot, the absence of light in the visible spectrum, showed that the light was being bent. The only force that can bend light is gravity. Having seen this latest of Barry's demonstrations, what I'd been puzzling over seemed to have only one possible conclusion. The device we were working with was able to produce a gravitational field. As far as I knew, as far as I'd say any terrestrial scientist knew, the only things that produced gravitational fields were enormously large objects. The Earth, for example. Here I was in a room with an emitter the size of a garbage can and a reactor that was smaller than a typical toaster oven, and the two of them worked in concert to produce a gravitational field. I was in awe at this technology. Of course, I was dealing with a propulsion system, if I was to believe what I'd been told to read, that didn't originate on Earth. The only understanding I had of how the phenomenon of light and gravity operated was based on the work of scientists here on Earth. I had been standing there in that room with Barry for more than an hour, and in that time, I'd been processing what I was witnessing, analyzing based on my knowledge of, for lack of a better term, Earth physics. That meant looking at this from both a Newtonian and Einsteinian perspective. Einstein's description of gravity, which is fundamental to his theory of general relativity, tells us that the effect of gravity is caused by distortions in space and time itself. Now, if you do something as fundamental as distorting space and time and reshape it, anything that lives inside space and time will be affected. That includes waves, and so waves can be bent and can follow different paths if you change the geometric properties of the space they live in. Gravity can effectively bend space and time, meaning that anything in its field is also distorted, and that includes light. This thing was producing a controllable form of intense gravity. Once it was produced, they'd be able to do anything they wanted to do with it. They could push the craft or pull it. It would also produce some bizarre side effects as it bent light. Much like the thermal heat waves that rise up off a heated surface, like a roadway in summer, it would distort our field of vision. A desert mirage is an even better example. You could see something that is not even there, or the inverse of that, not see something that was there. Once you mess with the nature of light and optics, all kinds of odd things could happen to our perceptions. It's the missing piece. Barry said, if you can produce a gravitational field like that, then anything's possible. Force fields, anti-gravity, exotic propulsion. You can bend space and distort time. The thing is so simple. No moving pieces. How the hell did they do this? Barry shook his head appreciatively. Elegant, really. I really don't know what to say. I just have so many questions. Do these devices focus the field? Do they produce their own artificial gravity field? Are they amplifying it somehow? Can that field be directed or controlled? That's what we've been trying to figure out, he said. I mean, I get it that the reactor produces the field somehow, but what's really got my attention is the emitter. That's gotta be one of the keys, doesn't it? If it were omnidirectional, I don't see how. They're really interested in how the reactor operates, Barry went on. That's to be our primary focus. I keep hearing that over and over. That makes sense in a way. Start with the power source. Move in a linear fashion from there. But thinking linear may not work. Barry said. But as much as I hate to approach things this way, we've got to do what they ask. I don't want to jump too far ahead here, but as far as we humans know, the only thing that produces gravity is an immensely large body of mass. I pointed at the cylinder and then at the reactor. I've seen you move both of those things. That doesn't tell me with a large amount of mass. Something fundamentally different from anything we know and have experienced is going on here. Barry took a seat again on the stool. We let a silence linger for a minute or two. So, what do you think? Barry asked. I remained standing in front of the two devices. Well, first of all, this thing works here on Earth, in this atmosphere, under all the conditions of our existence. That means that it operates for the most part in this physical realm and has to conform somehow to our understanding of our physics. Second, that makes no sense at all. Maybe it has to conform to some other physics. I mean, for it to produce a gravitational field as we understand it, it would have to produce terawatts or even more of power. A tremendous amount of energy has to be produced. All the power output possible on this planet just into a small area. Unimaginable power, really. And the size of that reactor? Tiny. I scratched the back of my neck and head. How can I be standing here in front of this thing while it's still functioning? If it's producing enough energy to create a gravitational field, where's the waste energy going? The basic laws of thermodynamics are being violated here. We should be burned to a crisp. No reaction is 100% efficient. None. Not nuclear, not chemical, none. It's not giving off any heat. It makes no noise. It makes no sense. I know, Barry said. These things have torn a huge hole in my understanding of science. A huge hole. None of this is supposed to be possible. Barry pointed at the emitter and then at the reactor. Yet, there they are. Can you tell me that they're not there? No, I can't. I paused for a few seconds. Can you tell me how the hell this is possible? Barry laughed again and slapped the table. What do you mean, can I tell you? You tell me. That's why you're here, isn't it? At least that night made one thing clear. Yes, indeed. That was why I was there. I imagined that if I were a screenwriter or a Hollywood director, how I'd have been totally disappointed by what Barry had shown me. More specifically, I'd be disappointed by how little, for lack of a better term, spectacle there was to the whole demonstration that he produced. The reactor and emitter weren't that visually impressive at all. I knew that they were producing a reaction that was extraordinarily powerful, but it didn't look like much at all was happening. The room didn't shake. Eye-searing beams of light didn't flash from it. It didn't produce any kind of discernible sound. I thought of the jet engines that I used in my vehicles, the rockets we used to launch, and those that NASA used to launch spacecraft beyond the Earth's gravitational pull. Those things produced a kind of sound and fury, but what Barry and I witnessed produced nothing but a slight visual distortion. If you've ever driven down a long stretch of highway and seen thermal heat waves rising from the heated pavement, then you've seen something similar to what I saw when an object was placed between the emitter and the reactor. The visual distortion I witnessed was milder than that, but still very much like it. In the end, as much as I was always interested in powerful reactions, I was consumed by thoughts of how in the world, or in some other world, were these emitters and that reactor able to produce gravity. I now more clearly understood what our task was. This was my real aha moment. I was certain that the people in charge of this whole project had the same desire in mind that I did. We wanted to figure out how we could produce gravity in the same way this device did. That was the be-all and end-all of what we'd been assigned to do. In my mind, the whole alien origins of these objects, the whatever of their civilization, their purpose in coming to Earth, or whatever other far-flung questions about alien life forms and anything else, truly did take a distant backseat to the notion of how anyone could produce a force that was as fundamentally essential and powerful as gravity. In a way, I was like a caveman who'd seen fire for the first time. I sensed that what I was seeing was so life-altering in its possibilities that I had to do anything in my power to understand how I could produce that same phenomenon. As Matt later put it, what we were experiencing in witnessing what this device could do was having a science-gasm, the world's best. The truth was, though, that what we were experiencing was a science chasm. What that emitter and that reactor were able to do tore a gaping hole in our understanding of science. I was standing in a small room where an enormously powerful reaction was taking place. The freaking production of gravity, and no real heat was being given off. You can't have 100% efficient energy transfer. That's just not possible. Nuclear reactions, chemical reactions, no kind of reaction in our world is 100% efficient. And yet, this one was. The entire output of power on our planet was essentially being focused in that room, and I was still completely unharmed. The nuclear bombs we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were like tiny sparks compared to what were needed to produce gravity. A nuclear power plant that provides energy to a small part of our planet has a veritable river of water, millions of gallons flowing through it to keep it cool. But there I was, standing and talking with Barry in a room so quiet that I could hear the institutional-style clock on the wall click over to the next minute. In the quieter moments when Barry and I were both lost in concentration, I could hear the hum of the fluorescent lights above us. I knew that I was repeating in my mind what I'd said to Barry minutes before, but it was like my mind was back to being an old-fashioned record and the needle was stuck in the groove. The question of how this thing worked spun around and around and around again in my mind. Somewhere, I suppose, the question of how could this even be happening was faintly playing, but far too softly to matter. Chapter 4. After the fascination came the fear. I had no idea how long I was supposed to work with Barry that first night. I considered it a kind of orientation session. We weren't going to get into any of the specifics of determining how the technology worked. That seemed obvious to me, especially since I was still reeling from the effects of what I'd witnessed. We'd had that science chasm, as Barry had put it, and in the lull afterward, we sat at the workbench, each of us lost in thought. It was an awkward situation, to say the least. Barry and I knew nothing about one another, our educations, our previous work experience. We'd been thrown into a room together, and he'd proceeded to demonstrate to me how the technology worked. After that, it seemed as if there wasn't much else to talk about in terms of the devices. We had the what, or so we both believed, but now we had to turn our attention to the how. Finally, I said to Barry, "So, how long have you been working at this?" His expression darkened, and he let out a noisy breath through his nose. "I don't know if I can tell you that." He screwed up his face in disgust at what he'd just said. What I mean, of course, I'm capable of telling you that. I know the answer to the question, a bit or brainwashed. I just don't know if I'm allowed to tell you that. We both looked around the room. We were alone, but given what we both knew, the enormity of what those devices represented, the kind of security clearance required, it made sense that we were being surveilled. In fact, that was a part of the transition I was experiencing in going from being fascinated to being fearful. That's not completely accurate. I wasn't in a kind of binary situation where I was either fascinated or afraid. I was both simultaneously, but just in different proportions. That would prove to be the case the entire time I worked there. Part of that fear was a result of realizing my ambition. I always wanted to work with large and powerful forces. That was what I loved about jet cars and explosives and incendiary displays like fireworks. I knew enough about them that I felt I could control them. What I'd seen on the workbench with the emitter and reactor wasn't something that I felt I could control. I understood that it was turned on by placing the two objects in proximity to one another. That kind of powering up wasn't that unusual, by the way. A Tesla coil and some radio transmitters have a similar functionality. Beyond that, I had no understanding of how it produced a gravitational field and controlled that field. That lack of understanding was absolutely frightening. What went unsaid, and what I didn't really think of until after that first orientation session was over and I was on my way back to Las Vegas, were the larger implications of what this propulsion system represented. What if we were able to figure out how it operated? What if we were able to produce a similar kind of effect, or the same effect? If we could help our government and military produce a gravitational field, what kind of weapons systems would be possible? What kind of propulsion systems? What kind of energy production? How would we be able to change the world as we knew it? And as cliched as it sounds, what if that technology fell into the wrong hands? To what lengths would nations or individuals go to get what seemed to me to be, as the expression goes, the keys to the kingdom? If you could produce and control gravity, if you could distort space and time as we commonly know them and accept them, what then? I had to stop myself. I knew that those questions weren't going to get me any closer to doing what I had been hired to do. I learned while working at Los Alamos that the kind of institutional compartmentalization that went on there, and was also in place here, was the kind that I needed to put in place in my own mind. It's above my pay grade. I do my job as asked, and leave the bigger questions for others. That was going to be more difficult here, but I knew that I had to make my best effort, or else who knew what might happen to me. Fascination and fear were going to have to learn to get along. Of course, though, I couldn't shut down every thought I had. I did wonder briefly why it was that what seemed to me to be a relatively small group of people were working on a project that had the kinds of implications that this one did. Los Alamos and the project to produce nuclear bombs involved an enormous number of people and resources. Still, very few people outside of the program actually knew what was being conducted out in the deserts of New Mexico. For all I knew, there were teams all over the country working on this same project as Barry and I. At least, I wanted to believe that. I wasn't so egotistical as to believe that I was one of only a select few working on something so monumentally important as this was. I feel like I should tell you this, though, Barry said haltingly. I have no idea how long this project has been in progress. I do know that I was brought on, and I assume you were, out of necessity. Maybe this is very obvious, but we need to be careful. He nodded toward the bench where the two pieces sat there, looking as benign as some kind of Scandinavian sculptures that some Hollywood hipster might have had in his home. He went on to explain that he'd been informed about an accident that had occurred that necessitated him being hired. He wasn't given any of the real details, but as he put it, those involved were unable to work again. By his tone and his expression, I knew they meant that there had been a loss of life. I stood there trying to imagine what it was those individuals might have done. As Barry said, he wanted me to know, because we were all under pressure to figure out the solution to this puzzle. There was also the temptation to take shortcuts, to take risks, and the consequences of a bad choice, being too eager to please or too frustrated to consider every possible effect when dealing with such an unknown, could have enormous consequences. That was a part of the fear. On the surface, without all those science fiction plays of the propulsion system's power and capabilities, it appeared completely benign. A marvel of simplicity and elegant engineering of a type that was astoundingly sublime. Beneath that benign veneer was something more powerful than anything I had previously imagined. Yes, it was fascinating to consider. It had an allure that drew me in. But just as magnets have poles that attract and repel, I sensed in those first few hours in the lab that I was also going to feel respect for the intelligence behind its creation, and a kind of nervous anxiety that I'd never experienced before in my personal or professional life. A whole lot was at stake here, and to be incautious in any way seemed to be the least desirable approach to take. A last resort that I hoped I would never even have to complain. At some point, well into the early hours of the morning, Dan came in to let me know that I was done for the day. He escorted me out of the room and sat with me briefly in a small office off the main corridor waiting area. This will be your routine for the foreseeable future, he told me. Once you have your final clearance, you'll be housed on site. Barry? I asked. A flash of annoyance flickered across Dennis's face, but he answered, still working. A faint ringing sounded in my ears. It was as if I'd been concentrating so hard for so long that the tension in every nerve and tendon in my body was as taut as if it was still vibrating long after the key had been depressed. You'll be partners, Dennis said. You'll discuss your work with him solely here and with no one else. Understood. I was about to say that I understood that the first time that he'd mentioned that protocol to me, but thought better of it. Above my pay grade to remind Dennis Mariani of anything. We spent a few minutes going over my proposed schedule. Dennis wanted to be sure that I didn't have any conflicts with times and dates. Despite the tango of fear and fascination that I had, I assured him that I would clear my calendar to be certain that I'd be able to report as needed. He reminded me again that the security clearance could take some time. If you can think of anything that might get in the way of you being approved or even slowing the process, let me know now. It will be far easier and can speed things up. I can't think of a thing, I told him, and I spoke the truth as I did. On the flight home, I thought again of the immense power the reactor and emitter produced and directed. I couldn't imagine what those individuals involved in the accident might have done to wind up dead. I imagined that they had to understand that what they were working with had the power equivalent to what our sun possesses. That is a mind-bogglingly large amount of energy. I touched the emitter and the reactor. They were made of a material that could only have been cut into with something like a plasma torch. Who in their right mind, or with enough testosterone in them, would even consider applying that tool to something so powerful? Imagine someone taking the power of the sun and shrinking that reactor to the size of a small box and putting it into a room with you and saying, isn't that amazing? Sure is. Let's cut it up to see what's inside. Okay, sounds great. As a result, I knew that it was unlikely these guys had done something really stupid. If they had, I'd feel bad for them. But essentially, they got what they deserved. Instead, they may have done something far less stupid, possibly something extremely intelligent or insightful, and still they'd lost their lives. That scenario was far more frightening to me. I was going to engage in work with something unknown, and I might even, while being the most scrupulous and cautious as I could be, still end up doing great harm to myself and possibly others. Even when I got home and lay in bed next to Tracy, I contemplated that thought. And as the sun rose the next morning, I began to wonder just how many more of those beginnings of a new day I might end up seeing. From seemingly out of nowhere, a thought occurred to me. What if the guys we had to replace had completely misunderstood the nature of the objects? What if they couldn't get their minds wrapped around the idea that something so small could be producing that kind of energy? Maybe they thought that it was retransmitting energy being produced elsewhere. That had to be it. It made sense then that since there were no outward signs, heat, noise, etc., that it was producing power, it made sense to them to dig beneath that surface to see how it functioned. The same with the emitter. It was essentially empty space, a kind of shell without any obvious other components as we understood them, attached to its surface. The housing seemed inert because it was only when the triangular that Barry introduced to the tower was in place that the system functioned. Maybe those guys weren't doing something stupid, but only in hindsight could we see the error away. Before I could go on any further, I felt Tracy stirring beside me. "Good morning," I said. When she didn't respond, I repeated my greeting slightly louder. Still getting nothing in return, I slid out of bed and went to my desk. I had more pickups and deliveries to make, and despite only what seemed to be a few minutes of sleep, I knew that I had to get the day going. If I got the call, I was going to have to be ready. By noon, bleary-eyed and better able to identify the cause of the ringing in my ears as sleeplessness, I decided that even after just a couple of trips out to Groom Lake, this schedule was unsustainable. I thought it was going to be just a question of a short period of time before I was on staff full-time at the lab. I'd been living there, and I wouldn't be able to keep the photo business operation on my own. Tracy was familiar with the routine and could handle the workload on days I was called in or the mornings after. I'd have to show her how to use the machines. I knew she had the aptitude for it, since she'd shown interest in the rocking car and things mechanical. Besides lessons, and the pre-flex and other routines associated with that were more complex than a photo processor. The one difficulty was that she was working at a local airport doing administrative duties for the airport manager. She liked the work and had a great relation with everyone there. I hoped that we could let that last fact to our advantage. I wasn't asking her to take on the whole photo business. She'd just have pieces. The problem with that is that we had enough advance warning for her to ask ahead of time if she could be out for a few hours or a whole day. Maybe I was naive, but it seemed to me that her job wasn't so essential that some accommodation couldn't be made. And with that hope in mind, I returned home and we began the transition to a different way of life. Since I'd worked in Los Alamos before, and because Tracy's father had, I assumed that the secretive nature of the enterprise I was engaged in wasn't going to present any problems. Tracy knew that I couldn't talk about the exact nature of the work I was doing, and so I didn't really broach that part of the subject. I did address the fact that my schedule would be, for a while at least, irregular at best. I told her that I didn't like it, but if I want to do the kind of meaningful work that made me happy and provided a better living for us, then that was the price to pay. She agreed. As she put it, "I'm not jumping for joy about it, but I get it. You have to do what you have to do." So with that assurance in mind, I brought her up to speed as best I could on what her new role would be. Her employers proved to be flexible, and so on those occasions when I wasn't able to be working in the photo processing lab or needed a few hours of extra sleep, Tracy would cover for me. As it turned out, things didn't prove to run as smoothly as I'd hoped, and I was still being run ragged most days, adding to what would eventually be a heap of stress. It was far easier for me to do that than it had been for Barry to do so for me, and I have to admit that I was frequently distracted while at home. I love problems and puzzles, and the one that I encountered while working for EG&G was so engrossing that my mind would frequently take me back to the lab. I loved Tracy and the life we had together, but I did find myself hoping that every time the phone rang, it would be the voice of the receptionist. At least, that was the job that belonged to the pleasant but disembodied voice on the line, letting me know it was time to head to McCarran. I could never predict when the call would come. Did I bid Tracy a quick goodbye and I've gotta go. Friends had to be postponed, but Tracy and I were pretty much homebodies, so the disruption felt, to me at least, to be minimal. My relationship with Barry was about as no-nonsense as a work relationship could be. I understood that I couldn't act out like I had in my Los Alamos days, but Barry kept himself on an incredibly tight leash. That first night we worked together was really the extent of him sharing any information that wasn't directly related to the work we were planning on doing that night or in the hours ahead. I I suppose that part of that might have been that I was still considered, though no one referred to me this way, as a temp. The larger factor in Barry's tight-lipped approach was the presence of armed security personnel. Whether some member of the security detail was in the room with us the entire time, or dropped in unannounced and exited unannounced, they shadowed our existence on confines of the lab, the building the lab was housed in, and the entire facility. Whether the security team members had pistols or rifles varied at times, but it was clear that they meant business. Whether they were there to protect us or to keep us in line was never something I could decide firmly, but came to believe that it was likely both. Whenever we left the lab to go to the restroom or the cafeteria, we were always escorted, not just to those rooms, but inside them. The second night I worked there, I received a reminder of just how tightly monitored I was going to be. As was true the first time, and as it turned out every time I was on the ground at Groom Lake, Dennis picked me up at the airfield. Unlike the first time, though, when we entered through a side door into the administration and laboratory section of the facility, we pulled around to the front of the building. This time, the door to one of the hangars was open. Dennis indicated that I should go inside through the large open door and into the bay. Inside sat a cylindrical craft, typical of the flying saucers that I'd seen depicted in blurry photos and in TV shows and the movies. As I got nearer, I saw an American flag emblazoned on one of its flanks. The flag was printed in reverse, so that if you were looking in a mirror, the image would be correct. I thought that I understood better at this point. This was an experimental terrestrial aircraft. The story I'd been told in those reports was a kind of cover designed to keep me somewhat in the dark about the operational nature of the facility, etc. As we walked past the craft, I did what I think anyone would do when walking past this type of vehicle. Ran my hand along the surface. Immediately, one of the guards walking along with us snapped at me, "Hands off." His missing voice was so loud, I was startled. The sound of it echoed in the space, and I wondered if it was my end, or did I really hear the sound of weapon being cocked. They had a very stringent set of protocols, and I was being kept on a
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the camera is rolling. I'm sorry I started a couple minutes late, so I will speak faster to make up for it as usual. So the joke goes like this. A guy goes into a diner and he orders his usual. He's been going to this diner for many, many years. I always joke to Heshi. Thank you very much for... Oh, wait a minute. I went off camera for that. Sorry. Back on camera. Thank you. I just got a cup of tea. So anyways, thank you for the joke. It goes like this. Guy goes into a diner. He's been going there for years, and he always orders exactly the same thing. So he orders the chicken soup with matzo balls. And the waiter comes and brings it to him, and then the waiter goes away. A few minutes later, the waiter's walking by. He sees, Heshi or the customer is indicating he should come over. So he comes over, and the waiter says, "Is something wrong?" He says, "I want you should taste the soup." Stephen, you know this joke, right? And the waiter says, "Is something wrong with the soup? You've had the same soup every day. You come here all the time." He says, "I want you should taste the soup." And he says, "Look, I'm sorry, I'll bring you another one." He says, "I want you should taste the soup." So he says, "Okay, all right, I'll taste the soup. Where's the spoon?" He says, "Aha." All right. Okay. All right, everybody. So many people know that one, but it's a good one to forget and then remember to again. Okay. That's a big hand to Heshi for giving me that joke. Thank you very much. Okay, so tonight's topic is actually one that's very close to my heart that I'm glad that we're finally going to have the opportunity to discuss. We're going to look at one of the most influential rabbis of the late 19th and early 20th century, Israel Meir Kahan, known better by his first work, the Chafetz Chaim, which is transliterated in a number of ways. If you're looking for him on the web, with an H instead of a CH, and you might have changed the vowels, the O to the A. This is perhaps the most popular transliteration of the name of his book by which he is known. He's significant in many ways. First of all, his life spanned almost a century, from 1938 to 1936. But on a more significant way, he is one of the last of the great scholar leaders of the Jewish people. Very rarely do we have such individuals who stand out far above the crowd as the pious kind of eyes of the nation, with a vision that stretches backwards millennia, encompassing the entire arc of Jewish history and thought since its origins, and looking deeply into the future and anticipating the kind of challenges that the Jewish world would face. All of these things he was quite prescient in, although he never held like an official formal office. In fact, one of my favorite stories, he did not even become a rabbi until his 70s, and he only did that because he had to fill out a passport form, and they needed an occupation, and he was simply a teacher. He was a Rosh Yeshiva, he had a school, but he didn't really have like a designated profession other than people like to study Talmud with him. So he called up his student, one of the most famous rabbis of the day, Rabbi Chaim Ozer Grodzinski, "Would you please come and ordain me, give me smicha, so something down on the Polish government document." This is the kind of person he was. He was widely recognized as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation, that unique individual who really, able to span so many different worlds within the otherwise fractious, very fractious Jewish community. Although it's also true to say fractious, very Jewish community. I think those two terms go together very well. There's a lot to say about his life and leadership. So let's start with, first of all, his days. Now, this picture is iconic. If you have ever seen an image of the Chafetz Chaim, you will probably have seen this one. This one's a little bit more airbrushed and so on. And it does kind of have a glowing face of piety and so on. It's widely reputed not to be a likeness of the Chafetz Chaim, but rather apparently of a butcher in the town of Radin, who just had that kind of sheen upon him that people really liked. So whether or not this is true, I don't actually know. There is an Israeli website that is dedicated to debunking images of rabbis that circulate as icons, like Maimonides with the turban and things like that. We have no idea what Maimonides actually look like, but this is kind of like the trademark image of the Chafetz Chaim. There are only a handful of photographs of the Chafetz Chaim himself. He was very something, you see beard, right? Head right? Like most people. Well, anyways, sometimes when I call them up and they don't recognize, I like to say, Hillel Abram, beard, glasses, funny looking. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that covers just about all Jews of my generation. Most. So here's an actual known photograph of him. He was hesitant to be photographed, and this goes along with his general personality trait of actually being proceeding and running away from ever possible, even though he was widely acclaimed throughout the Jewish world, really, as one of the greatest scholars of his era. And I think by the end of tonight's lecture, hopefully you'll appreciate a little bit more of the unique nature of his genius, which was not only intellectual, but was moral and spiritual on a very profound level that crosses, all denominations, Jewish, non-Jewish, and so on. He nevertheless receded from all accolades whenever possible. There are a lot of beautiful stories about his life, but I'll get into the life story itself, and then those stories will reveal themselves in due course. So his family background is an illustration of a very important principle that my own Rebbe used to teach very often. Rabbi Uziel Malevsky, one of the Margale B'Pume, they would say in the Talmud, the pearls in his mouth that he would regularly teach over and over again, was that you should never look askance at anyone's family. Never look askance at anyone's yichus. Because when you look, said my Rebbe, at the yichus of Mashiach, when you look at the family background of Messiah, there's a lot of patent place kind of X-rated material going on there. This whole story with Yehuda and Tamar, and we have David and Bathsheba, of course, and coming up to the holiday of the whole story with Boaz and Ruth. There are a lot of people who said that Ruth should not be converted to Judaism. At the lineage of Mashiach, because these are all his forebears, there are always some, kind of untoward distasteful elements, and nevertheless, it's the Messiah of the Jewish people in such family. Before I tell you the family background of the Chavetz Chaim quickly, that my Boaz, some of you met him in his bar mitzvah lessons a few minutes ago. So that here in South Florida, African-American women really know their Bible. You talk with African-American women of a certain generation, they really know their Bible. So I happened to be in the post office, and I was friendly with one of the clerks there, and I had Boaz with me, and I introduced them, and the clerk looks at Boaz and says, "So, Boaz, let me ask you a question. Why was Boaz so angry?" And Boaz says, "I don't know." And she says, "Because he was ruthless." Yeah, she said it better than I do. Anyways, so here's the Chavetz Chaim's family background is interesting. His father, unfortunately, passed away when the Chavetz Chaim was 10. Got to go back with more of that. His father married his aunt, who unfortunately died after having several children. And so the Chavetz Chaim's father, his aunt's younger sister. And the Chavetz Chaim's mother was the sister of his father's first wife. So the Chavetz Chaim was actually his own uncle. And that in itself, okay, but it happens. But then later, his father passed away when the Chavetz Chaim was 10, and so his mother remarried, again, a blended family, because his stepfather had already married and had children. He was a widower. And when the Chavetz Chaim came of age, his adoptive father, his stepfather, wanted him to marry the adoptive father's daughter from the first marriage. Or in other words, his stepsister by marriage. And in fact, that his mother was opposed to it, but they worked it out, and the Chavetz Chaim married his own stepsister. So when you think about Mashiach, it's the same kind of family story. It's an illustration of Rabbi Uziel's teachings on family background. He came from the small shtetl of Zheto in Belarus, and he made his fame largely in another small shtetl called Radin, or in modern Lithuanian Radom, which is an entirely unremarkable place, which ironically became the center of Jewish scholarship for the entire world during the Chavetz Chaim's lifetime. The area surrounding it includes places that are famous in the Jewish geographical imagination, cities like Mir, or towns like Mir, Slobodka, Kovno, places like that that have huge yeshivas. He was recognized from his youth as having two characteristics which were highly valued. One was an incomparable genius. He had a phenomenal memory and phenomenal patience in study, which is uniquely captured by the Yiddish word Sitzfleisch. I'm sure most of you have heard this term Sitzfleisch, but it captures a unique thing. It means literally sitting flesh. You know, you have to have a little bit of a cushion to be able to sit and study the Talmud for many periods, many hours of the day. So he had phenomenal Sitzfleisch. He was a masmid, a perpetual student, and this is later expressed in his life. He was also known, and this is something that was perhaps one of his greatest reputations for the rest of his life. I'll focus on it a little bit later as well, for his tzidkus, which is a Hebrew word, or tzidkut, meaning piety. He had an unusually well-refined sense of morality, and he applied it courageously and with humility whenever possible. Some of the famous stories about his childhood, for example, include the fact that, probably lowest on the social scale in the shtetl was der Wasserträger, the water carrier. There's no running water in the shtetls, and somebody has to have the job of going to the river, filling up the buckets, bringing them back to the homes. That's menial labor, very low pay, and so on. So it was really low on the status symbol chart of the shtetl. So the young shtetl used to like to play a trick on the Wasserträger. In the winter, what he would do is he would bring his buckets at the end of the day, and he would leave them by the river, and then he would go home to sleep. And the next morning, he would go walk down, carry the buckets all the way back down. He'd fill up the buckets and start his rounds. And so what the boys used to like to do is they would go at night, fill up his buckets with water, and leave them to freeze overnight. So the Wasserträger, the poor guy, would have to get up in the morning and laboriously chip out the ice to be able to do his job. And they got a kick out of this. But when the Chavetz Chaim, young Yisrael Meir, heard of this, he would go out secretly later than the other boys and pour out the water, so the Wasserträger, without even knowing, until, of course, he was eventually caught, without even knowing that he was back doing him a favor, without, insulting the boys who were playing this terrible. And in fact, there's a sea of these stories of his phenomenal piety. Some have a kind of a humorous tone to them. It's hard to believe. Like the famous story, again, it may be very apocryphal, but apparently a burglar once broke into his house and stole his silver candlesticks. And as the burglar was leaving, he woke up the Chavetz Chaim. So the Chavetz Chaim ran out of the house after him, saying, "I forgive you. I forgive you. You can keep the candlesticks." He didn't want to even have any sense of an obligation for another thief. He figured if he was stealing it for a reason, he must need it, and he didn't want this other person to be liable for the terrible crime of theft. They put it in Les Mis? Really? With the Chavetz Chaim? I didn't even know that.
Probably stole it from the
No. So I'll tell you the story that goes with that. Apparently, he was once called to be some kind of expert witness, and the lawyer who presented him said, "Listen, Your Honor, the Chavetz Chaim, Israel Meir Cohen, is going to present now. I want to tell you a few stories about him." And the apparent judge, as the story goes, who knows how true it is, but the judge says, those are all very nice stories, but I find them very hard to believe. And the lawyer apparently said, "Well, they may not entirely be true, but one thing's for sure, they don't say them about me and you. They say them about the Chavetz Chaim. So there must be an element of credibility to it if there's so many of these kinds of stories." Hopefully I'll tell you more that are more verified. At any rate, what I like to focus on, there are three areas in which his reputation was made. His piety, his scholarship, and his leadership. And so these areas that I like to focus on for the rest of our time, basically. The piety, I already mentioned a couple of stories from his youth. but in many ways, this made him a great failure. He was an incredibly obtuse businessman. And in fact, his efforts in business, while well-meaning, ironically failed him on several levels. And until he finally found his métier as a Rosh Yeshiva, with a small group of young men studying under him, he really was not succeeding in business. And this is ironically because of his piety. For example, one of the that he from his youth, and he began with very meager means. He was supposed to get a dowry of 300 rubles when he married his stepsister, but things didn't work out. He only got a fraction of that. But with the small money that he got, they opened up a small food store, like a fruit stand in center. But he was extremely meticulous about every possible aspect of the business to make sure that no theft whatsoever would occur. So, for example, he was famous for measuring his scales every single day. The Torah, requires that all scales, weights, and measurements be accurate, and he would check them every day. So things would happen, like, for example, it once happened that they sold some salt, and when the Chofetz Chaim checked the scales, there was a little bit of salt that was kind of stuck to some moisture or something on the bottom of the pan, a tiny little amount, and he felt terrible because someone had been shortchanged. Someone did not get the proper amount of salt, and he could not figure out which person it was. So it was market day. People, all kinds of peasants come in from the countryside to buy in the market. So he gave out the next market day, small packets of salt to every customer, hoping that he would be able to return it to the person who had actually lost from him. And another occasion, they once shortchanged a non-Jewish customer from a faraway village a herring. And so in the same kind of thing, he brought a herring to every single person in that village to try and return the herring to them. They received a small inheritance from an uncle of his wife's that passed away to buy a cow, and they thought they'd live off the... before I tell you the cow story, their business nevertheless flourished because people respected his honesty and his diligence. I mean, the prices were really low. He was very, very particular about honesty and so on. So he began to worry that he was driving his competitors out of business. So he started, shortening the hours of his business to try to just make enough money to keep his family alive. People have some business. And then when that didn't work, because people would say word of mouth and make sure they shop by him, he would close the front entrance, and you had to go in the back entrance. It was the only way that it was open. You would know is if you went around to the back alley. None of these things worked, and so finally they just closed that business when they got the milk cow. The milk cow was another situation. You can imagine that in a kind of a funny way, the Chofetz Chaim being so fascinated, because all of a sudden now he has all of the laws regarding animal husbandry to deal with. It took him a long time to buy a cow because he wanted to find one with the smallest, most blunt horns possible, just in case it should get angry and should gore someone. He wanted to make sure that it wouldn't. And he was exceptionally careful about every little detail about how the cow was locked up at night so that it shouldn't go out and graze in someone else's field and all kinds of things. Eventually, all of these things led to near bankruptcy until he ended up, beginning to collect students for his yeshiva. But these are the kind of stories that dogged the Chofetz Chaim throughout his life, and it really speaks to the nature of his character. This in itself, however, would not grant him more than regional fame at most. What really cemented his reputation was his incomparable scholarship. And in this regard, I'd like to speak about two of his greatest works. He was quite prolific, but there are two that are absolute classics in the Jewish course of rabbinic literature, and they stand the kind of test of time that make them millennial in quality. These are not works that will last for a few decades or even a few centuries. These are works that tower as achievements of spirituality and thought. In many ways, I don't think there are any comparable works in other traditions as far as I'm aware. The first one is the work by which he got his name. He wrote it in his early 30s. It's called Sefer Chafetz Chaim. This is the title page of that work, published in 1873. The title is taken from a verse in Psalms that says, who is he who desires life? Mi haish hachafetz chaim. And then after the psalmist asks that question, he answers it by saying, one who guards his tongue from speaking evil, lashon hara. And so this is a highly creative, innovative work that points to an area of Jewish thought that, until he really uncovered as being central to Judaism, was simply thought as being a kind of a second element, but really it is a vein that runs deep and true throughout all of Jewish morality. It is a book on the laws of appropriate speech and the prohibition of, for lack of a better translation, gossip. Gossip is not under. Back up for a second. There, you know how they say the Eskimos have 27 words for snow because snow is such an important part of their reality. Well, we have about 8 different words for gossip in the Jewish tradition, and that says something about it. We're very big into speech, and in fact, you don't have to look very far. If you look, for example, at the Vidui, the confession that we read on Yom Kippur, good proportion of them we have to do with speech, how to each other, how we speak of each other, and so on. So there are 3 terms in particular that stand out. One, which is often used as a collective term, is lashon hara, which means literally evil speech or evil tongue. Lashon is tongue, and ra is evil. And that refers to the communication of correct derogatory information. So it's not exactly gossip, because gossip in English tends to imply that there's something false about what people are talking about. Lashon hara speaks about things which are true. If Reuven did something reprehensible and Shimon tells Levi about it, that is lashon hara, and it is strictly prohibited in Judaism. One may not relate negative information about another person, period. Yes, of course, there are exceptions. I'll get to those in a second, but that's the basic rule. And this book, it took millennia before someone could come out and say it outright and produce a book which was totally dedicated to it. 2 terms which we'll just touch on right now. One is Motzi Shemra, which is literally the dissemination of a false word, and that refers to gossip which is untrue. Well, I guess we would call that libel, perhaps, in legal terms today. If that's correct. I don't know, is that correct? Libel or slander? Something like that. Okay, good. So they both qualify under that. 2 words in this language. A third one is rechilut, which is it's kind of like lashon hara, but it do with relating information, and I won't go into the details for now. Then, what this essentially is, it's a guidebook for how to speak like a Jew. How should speak. Phenomenal work of Towers. The first part of it is rather amazing. He spends the first, say, 20 pages convincing people that it really is forbidden in Judaism to gossip. And he is convincing people who are highly learned. It's a very, very erudite treatise, answering all kinds of objections that Talmudists would have, saying, oh, it doesn't mean that, these are the exceptions, people already know it, it's public knowledge. And he goes very methodically through the whole thing, and by the time you get through, let's say, the first 20 pages, it's absolutely terrifying, because you say, oh my gosh, I can't say anything. That's it for dinner conversation. You know, if you think of the New York Times, all the news that's fit to print, it would be like a little advertising circular. There'll be nothing in there because so much of it is forbidden. Nevertheless, the Chafetz Chaim, through the next 180 odd pages, he explains the parameters under which speech is permitted. And in fact, by the time you master this book, and I can't say I'm a master of it all, but when you master this book, every communication you have is elevated. It is spiritually meaningful. It is energizing. It is something that builds relationships rather than tears them down. is truly a heroic work of Jewish thought. Now, one misconception about the Chavetz Chaim is, if you look at the page, his name doesn't appear anywhere in the Hebrew section. And for many researchers, including some of the time biographers, I'm kind of surprised to say, they emphasize how the Chavetz Chaim wrote it completely anonymously. And he was a nobody. Nobody knew him outside of this title. It's not exactly true, because one of the requirements of publication in the Russian Empire, you had to have a censor's approval, and there was like a Library of Congress kind of formality that you had to put some biblical information on the title page. It may be that in the Hebrew section here, where he talks about the contents of the book, he doesn't have his name, but when you look at the bibliographic citation down here, it's in black and white. If you read Russian, it says here, Sim, to jest żelusze żyznie, like how to speak properly. Sochenia im Kagana. Kagan. It says his name in black and white. So it's not like he did it totally anonymously, and everyone in the Eastern European world could read his name there in black and white, but he certainly didn't emphasize it. Okay, let me pause and just take a sip of tea, and let me ask for questions. Yes, please.
On the upper portion of that document, it looks almost like a structure, that oval.
Yes. Yes, this is a stamp. This particular copy was owned by the Lubavitch Library, and so the owners of the library, it says Ohel Yosef Yitzhak Lubavitch, Artzot Habrit, USA. It came from the Friedrich Rebbe, owned this first edition, and I'm sorry he stamped it, because, from a librarian's perspective, it's not nice to stamp books like that. But nevertheless, it does give us a sense of the provenance of it, and it also shows how the Friedrich Rebbe valued this particular work. That's the prior Rebbe who died in 1950 or so. Okay. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
So I understand that you want to do this and learn a lot, but you don't get hard just by learning. You have to learn from other people. So was there like a specific person that you looked to as a teacher who helped you learn how to do?
Yeah, he had several Rebbeim who taught him Torah, but no one, like they say about geniuses like this in the Jewish tradition, at a certain age, they outgrow all their teachers. They say that of the Vilna Gaon, he outgrew all his teachers by age 7, which is amazingly difficult to believe, but, they say those stories about the Vilna Gaon. The biographers do not cite anyone that the Chavetz Chaim considered his Rebbe in Tzidkus, in piety. We do know that he spent a lot of time, like many of these spiritual giants, in seclusion. And several people who may have come across him, he used to like to go into the women's section of the shul when, not during times of prayer. They would find him berating himself and being hard on himself and really giving himself musar. And he would come out afterwards always radiant and smiling and cheerful. So he perhaps was his own Rebbe in Tzidkut. Could be. Okay, let me talk about Lashon Hara. You're all wondering, oh my gosh, how am I going to say anything productive if I can't say anything negative about people? Or at least I was wondering. So the truth is, there are 7 preconditions for relating Lashon Hara, as he explains very thoroughly in his book. The conditions can be easily remembered by this acronym. I'm very happy to supply for you. It took me a long time to figure out how to translate this into English, so I take credit for it. It's what I call the rule of silence. He provides a similar rule in Hebrew in his Chavetz Chaim. And so these are the 7 preconditions that you must fulfill before anything negative. So let me give you, let's say, I can send it to you on the internet. You don't have to take a picture of it. So, well, all right. So the rule goes like this. So let's say, Richard is going on vacation, and he has a little Maltese poodles, right? And he happens to say to me, before I tell you that, as I'm walking to shul, I see Judith walking by. I hope you don't mind if I use you for an example here, Judith. I see Judith on the street, and she's walking over here, and she sees a little tiny dog, and I see Judith across the street give that dog a vicious kick. I'm like, wow, where did that come from? That's like totally out of character. I don't even know what to make of it. But as I come upstairs, I see Richard and Richard says, oh, hello, I got to tell you something. It's so nice the people who come to your class. You know, I'm going on vacation for a few days. I had no idea what I was going to do with my Maltese poodle. And guess what? Judith offered to dog sit my poodle for a few days. Right? So now I'm faced with a conundrum because I know something negative about Judith, about her behavior towards this small poodle. And now I see that Richard is going to entrust his poodle to Judith. What should I do? So the Chofetz Chaim says, if I can follow these 7 rules, then I can tell Richard about this dog-hating behavior. So these are the 7 rules. First of all, S, search for alternatives to Lashon Hara. The Chofetz Chaim says that rather than say anything bad about Judith, what I should say to Richard is find another person for him to have dog sit. I should say, you know, Richard, why are you bothering Judith? She's so busy. She has so much going on. My daughter Elisa would gladly do it for you, right? And if I could avoid the whole problem of saying Hara without saying anything bad about her, then I can. Judith is the only licensed dog sitter in South Florida, so I lost that one. Second, I have to intend a positive practical result. This is really the first one. If I had a choice, if I could think of an acronym, I would make this one the first one. It's really most important. Is there an actual benefit to my telling? Will the world be better if I tell Richard? It depends on how you like Maltese poodles, right? But you know, right. So if this is the Hebrew to'elet, something positive, then I am allowed to say it. But just for entertainment value, absolutely not. There has to be some real good reason why I should relate this information. Thirdly, I have to look for exonerating factors, like perhaps maybe Judith slipped. Maybe I didn't interpret what I saw properly. Maybe that dog was rabid and was about to attack her and she was just defending herself. Maybe I can find some way that maybe her behavior was acceptable. So let's say I can't do any of those things, so I'm now running out of things. E, when I do tell Richard, exaggeration is forbidden. I have to say exactly what I saw, no more, no less. I can't add, and then she smiled, and then she said, take that. I can't add anything. It has to be exactly what I saw, and I can't, presume to know more. And no hearsay is permitted. Also a very big one. I can only tell Richard this if I saw it myself. I cannot tell him that someone else, even someone I really trust, told me that. I can go to the person who told me that and say, listen, you better talk to Richard about Judith's behavior, but I can't say it because it's hearsay for me. Did I spell that right? I did, right? E-R, right? C, this is a big one, actually. This should be proportionate. This is something that comes up all the time. Let's say I do tell Richard, what will be the impact on Judith? Maybe, well, yeah, but if she's a parnasa and I would incur a huge loss, maybe she shouldn't be in that parnasa, but maybe let's say, for example, she's, after a lifetime of work, she's been nominated as the Woman of the Year by the ASPCA. Or the SPCA, right? And now temporary insanity is going to ruin all of that, and a tremendous shame for her family. Who knows? Should I do it? I don't know. To be contemporary for a minute, and I'm not, by the way, stating my own opinion about this because I don't follow news and sports very much, but to get a lifetime ban for a private conversation, that was egregious and awful by anyone who listened to it. It calls to question this thing here. Are the consequences proportionate? Because people do make mistakes. There's a lifetime ban, right? Not exerting a value judgment here. One could also look to, for example, the whole Clinton-Monica Lewinsky episode was the, dragging the entire nation through the mud in the eyes of the world over a despicable incident. Was that a consequence or proportionate? I don't know. Can you put that on pause for a second? Yeah. Sorry, we had some technical difficulties there for a second. Okay, all right. So consequences should be proportionate. It has to be that whatever harm she would suffer of my relating to Lashon Hara, it may be that I should just swallow it, and because otherwise it would be too much of a punishment for her. And finally, let's say the Chofetz Chaim says you go through all these 6 things and you can't get satisfactory answers. So then before I tell Richard, I have to engage the subject first. I have to go to Judith and I have to say to her, listen, I saw what you did to the puppy. I heard what you're doing for Richard's dog. Why is this so? And give her a chance to make amends on her own. And these are all very humane, rational, and morally heroic laws that really, if they're applied well, they regulate one's speech and transform one's character. So when this book came out, it had phenomenal tectonic shifts took place as a result of the impact of this work. Because people have been studying, there's scattered passages in the Talmud, in the Maimonides, and different places, and people had seen, Lashon Hara, but no one really sat down and said, Lashon Hara, oh my gosh, this is really the whole thing. Everything is biyad halashon. Chaim b'malas biyad halashon, it says in Proverbs, life and death are in the hands of the tongue, so to speak, by the means of the tongue. And it was the Chafetz Chaim who really drew attention to this in a way that had never been done before. And within moments of the publication of this work, he became incredibly famous for this great achievement. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
The words, for example, a reporter or a lawyer,
Right. Some jobs, to repeat the question for those of you who are in Latvia, how does this affect people whose professions deal with Lashon Hara? So I would say that some professions are completely forbidden. Being a gossip reporter, there's no justification for that. In fact, there is a column in one of the Israeli newspapers that's called, in Hebrew, Lashon Hara. This is it. If you want to read it, this is it. Where can you do it? But, let's say, for example, in the field of psychology, for which you have interest, there are modern commentaries on Lashon Hara, and actually the Chafetz Chaim says it too. For example, let's say you have a really hard day at work, and you just, people are tough on you at work, so when you come home, are you allowed to tell your spouse about it? So according to these strict laws, no. But the Chafetz Chaim says, this one here, intend a positive practical result. If you're so burdened by your problems and you need an eitzah, you need advice, as long as you can be absolutely certain that the person you're talking to will not repeat these things, and you say in advance, I'm only telling you these things because I really have to unburden them and hear your advice, then you are allowed to say it because it does have a positive practical result. So there are spaces for the mental health professionals and so on to engage in this activity. But when we get home, I think I have a copy at home. My very first publication was on these laws and the field of history. Because it's hard to write history without writing Russian Hara. That's why my books are so short. Because that's not what I'd say. Aaron, yes.
The whole concept itself, the whole idea of Lashon Hara is so central to that. So I'm just wondering, when you say that the Chafetz Chaim sort of worked this into focus, it seems like Lashon Hara wasn't very throughout the
Well, he definitely has all kinds of sources. But before we live in an era that has been transformed by this book already. You can't go to any yeshiva without feeling the reverberations of this, shockwave that affected the Jewish world. But my impression of reading pre-Chafetz Chaim sources is that, you have the sins of, sexual immorality, and you have theft, and you have this, and you also have Lashon Hara. That's another one. Sure, and one of the punishments for that is to be sent outside of the camp, and you can have skin disease and things like that. But it was the Chafetz Chaim who really brought these together and said, hey, everybody pay attention. This is one of the really big ones that just because it's not part of the Ten Commandments doesn't mean it's not central to our thoughts. Incidentally, he followed this up with another equally amazing book. In many ways, I like it even better. The Chafetz Chaim is primarily a book of law, right? How to speak properly. He followed it up with a book called Shmirat HaLashon, Guarding the Tongue, which is often printed as a companion volume, which is all about the sources, why these things are true. He was also a Kabbalist. This is what happens according to the Kabbalah if you speak Lashon Hara. All kinds of, he marshaled phenomenal sources to bring these things together. And Shmirat HaLashon is perhaps even more motivational than the Chafetz Chaim is. Okay, I'll take more questions shortly. I've got to get through some of the other materials. So this is his first work, and really that cement, if that's the only thing he did in his life, he would still be a giant among giants in Jewish history. But the truth is, he went on to write many other works, and perhaps the most significant, besides the Chafetz Chaim, was the massive Mishnah Brura, which is a book that took several decades to write. You can see this is the Hebrew English edition, which takes up about 20 feet of space. Well, maybe not that much, but in the Hebrew English, it takes up a good, 3 or 4 feet of shelf space. We have a copy in our library. And this is a massive contemporary commentary on 1/4 of the Code of Jewish Law, the section of the code called Orach Chaim that deals with daily life. And his scholarship was unparalleled. He brought to bear all of the commentary that had been written over the past 400 years, scattered among many different publications and even manuscripts, and he rendered decisions that were relevant for the 20th century. And it is, without a doubt, one of the most important commentaries in the Code of Jewish Law ever to be written, and it is predominant today. Chances are, if people quote the Code of Jewish Law, they are quoting the Mishnah Brura for his views on it. There were others who disagreed. There are many other commentaries that still take issue with his decisions, but nevertheless, it is one of the great works of rabbinic scholarship. Okay, that's primarily his scholarship. I want to touch on a very important aspect of his leadership, but before we go too far, I want to focus on one particular element, and that is he was not just a closet scholar who thought about these morality ideas like how you speak or about the laws of Shabbat and things like that. He was very, very intimately concerned with the requirements of the Jews of his day. So 2 populations in particular deserve our discussion. The first is the plight of the Cantonists, who we've talked about in previous classes. The Cantonists were Jewish children who were kidnapped as young as 8 or 9 years old, legally 12 years old, and then sent to conscription in the Russian army for a period of approximately 36 years, which means that once these Jews were sent down to the army as children, they were gone from the Jewish community. And he cried over them incessantly. He worried about them tremendously, so much so that he wrote a book for them called Machane Yisrael, which was all about how to survive the army, how to retain your Jewish identity under those incredibly painful and difficult conditions. I'll tell you one quick story. There's a story that he was once in an inn. Most of the inns on the crossroads in the Stedlach were run by Jews. And he was in there, and a huge man, about 6.5 feet tall, came in. For Jews, 6 feet is giant. Came in, and he was about 6 feet wide as well, and he was very rude and brusque, and head uncovered, ate without blessings, of course, all those things, treated the waitresses very rudely. And the Chafetz Chaim said, "Why is this person behaving so badly? I should go over there and speak to him." And the innkeeper said, "No, don't. He's incorrigible. He may strike you. We have a lot of difficult time with him." So the Chafetz Chaim said, "What is his story?" And he says, "Well, he was a Cantonist. He was taken away as a young child, and he came back after his tour of duty, didn't know anything about Judaism, and he has, very rough, poor manners as a result of his experience." So the Chafetz Chaim went over to him against the innkeeper's wishes, and he said to him, "It must have been terrible for you to be torn away when you were 7, 8 years old, to lose your brothers, your sisters, your mother, your father, your family, the people you played with, your cheder." He talked about the pain that he must have experienced. And as he empathized with him, the story is that this man just broke down in tears. And this horrible, hard exterior of this great warrior who had, was so rough around the edges, he had this little man, he was apparently less than 5 feet tall, who identified with him completely. And they cried together. And this soldier ended up becoming one of the Chafetz Chaim's greatest disciples afterward. Completely turned over because he's had a person who related to him and the pain that he must have suffered. Now, in that context, it's very important. We have an important person here today that I want to specifically honor in this context because of the military connection. Many of you know that Mr. Rodriguez is my student from Tyrrell College, and he's a graduate, and he recently went on. He's completing his master's degree now in religious studies, but he has a strong commitment to our men and women in uniform. And he most recently was promoted to become Lieutenant Rodriguez, and he is a chaplain in the United States Armed Forces. So we have a small gift from him. Mr. Rodriguez, come on up. Lieutenant Rodriguez, come on up here. Thank you very much. Thank you, my assistant. Okay, here presented. Say hello to everybody in Latvia. Hello, one over here. Okay, all right. Thank you, Lieutenant Rodriguez. So I know you're very curious what's in the box, but it is a collection of the works of the Chafetz Chaim, including a beautiful printing of this book, Machane Yisrael, which is all the camp of Israel, which is all about how to be a Jew in the army. And we think that as you serve people of all faiths in your profession, hopefully that will guide you spiritually and morally to make the right decisions for these people in extreme circumstances. Okay, let's applaud one more time. All right. Okay, so that was Machane Yisrael. It's a book that deals specifically with how to manage the challenges of, yes, Elisa? No, I thought you were going to say something. How to manage the challenges of being in uniform under these conditions and the difficulties and so on, and it's a masterful work. Another work that demonstrates his concern for Jews all around the world was a book written for the Jews of America. Because again, if you have to remember that we're talking about the late 20s, the early 30s, when the vast majority of Jews considered America to be a land of great opportunity, the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, the country where people can make tremendous wealth. But it was also called in Yiddish die Treife Medina, the non-kosher land, because of the dearth of traditional institutions of Jewish learning, of synagogues, Chinese restaurants, you name it. It's very difficult to make ends meet in Israel. So he wrote a book called Nidchei Yisrael, which means the dispersed of Israel. That is just a simple Yiddish language primer on how to be a Jew living far away from Jewish centers. And you think about the Jews in San Francisco, Kansas City, Des Moines, small Jewish towns, getting a copy of Nidchei Yisrael meant a lot, because it was it was not like the massive 20-volume work on the Mishnah Brura. It was a short 1-volume work in the Yiddish vernacular, how to observe Shabbat, how to keep kosher, and so on, because he really cared about them. Now, the story goes, it's probably not true, but the story goes that he had a student who came from America to study with him in the little town of Radin, and he asked him about what it was like in the town of Radin. He says, how many hours of Talmud do the Jews study a day there? And when he said, not much, maybe the most learned study 3 hours a day. He said, they only study 3 hours a day? Oh my gosh, they can't know very much. And that's why he sat down to write the book. I somehow doubt that story is true, but his concern for the Jews of America was marked. His leadership was exercised in so many other ways. For example, he was deeply concerned with the education of women, and was an early backer of Sarah Schneerer's Beis Yaakov movement to formalize Jewish education. He was deeply concerned, for example, with the need for Jews to politically mobilize. And as a result, he was one of the individuals who was behind one of the first, overarching political organizations of Jews known as the Agudas Yisrael, feeling that they needed some kind of vehicle in which to express their opinions in independent Poland. Even at the end of his, actually later in his life, he dealt with tremendous privation. This is a period of great change that, let's go to the next slide because that's where I talk about it. Poland was recreated out of thin air, as it were, immediately after World War II. I haven't spent too much time talking about World War I, excuse me. I haven't spent too much time talking about the politics, but you should realize that this man's life that spanned almost a century began in Russia, and then went through World War I when the region of Belarus was briefly independent, then under German control, then under Russian control, and then once again under Poland, not as an independent country, but nevertheless within a very dramatically new environment politically. And throughout all of this, he realized that one of the most important things that Jews must do to cope with these new realities, which included, for example, the exercise of the franchise, which meant that Jews actually ended up having members sitting in the Polish parliament, known as the Sejm. And he felt that Jews needed to have their place in the Sejm along with all the other minorities, and as a result, he participated in the establishment of organizations like the Agudas Yisrael. But he was very big into campaigns of all types. He would regularly, you'll see Mr. Lieutenant Rodriguez, I should say, you'll see in his collected writings all kinds of letters calling for, greater adherence to the laws of Shabbat, greater adherence to the laws of Lashon Hara, and so on. And he participated in many of these campaigns to try and mobilize Jews throughout the period. Towards the end of his life, there are some rather ominous moments where he would lapse at public events into moments of deep silence and reverie, almost as if he was anticipating the devastation that was just around the corner. But with his death in 1936, he did not live to see the worst of days for Polish Jewry. Nevertheless, his legacy lives on in many institutions besides the general pervasive nature of his thought, particularly in the Mishnah Brura and in the Chafetz Chaim. One yeshiva in particular models itself on his thought, and that is the yeshiva Chafetz Chaim, named after him, that was started by one of his nephews, and now has its headquarters in this building in Kew Garden Hills, New York. Actually, I was there last Shabbat, and I happened to daven in the main sanctuary there. Here in South Florida, we feel his legacy on an institutional level through the local yeshivas Torah Chaim and Torah Emes, which are largely staffed by faculty that emerged from the Chafetz Chaim yeshiva movement, which is somewhat different from most of the other yeshivot in that they are known for their remarkably long process of rabbinic ordination. Rabbinic ordination at the Chafetz Chaim takes about 14 years of post-high school study. It's a PhD and a half to get smicha from Chafetz Chaim, and they tend to be fairly reliable smichot, as opposed to other rabbinic ordinations. Sometimes in some places, if a guy gets engaged, they say, oh, well, it wouldn't look right if you're not a rabbi, and they get smicha just for having a girl agree to marry them. Chafetz Chaim is not like that. It's really a long haul to finish it. They also proceed studying in the Talmud at a remarkably slow pace. They're criticized for that in some quarters. And one of the jokes, I once heard the Rosh Yeshiva of the local yeshiva here say, in Hebrew we have this Aramaic, we have this acronym, Shas stands for Shisha Sidre, the 6 orders of the Talmud. But they say in Chafetz Chaim, that's too much. They say Shas stands for Shtei Sidre, 2 orders. That's enough because they're not going to make it through all 6. But that's a joke. And that's the next slide. Here he is. Rabbi Grunstein, our own Rav here in the Young Israel Bell Harbor, is also a Chafetz Chaim product. Heavily influenced by the teaching of the Chafetz Chaim. Those of you who are here on Shabbat and you hear him speak, you can hear the Chafetz Chaim's teachings really embodied in his own emphasis on personal morality and on the nature of speech and on the way in which we must be very careful in how we encourage others with our speech and not tear them down. You really see those ideas alive in our own Rav. So that's a very brief summary of the life and achievements of Rabbi Yismael Meir Kahan, the Chafetz Chaim. I hope you found it useful. Just a quick note about what's going to happen over the next few weeks. We have 4 weeks left in this academic year, or 3 weeks left after tonight. So we're in the 20th century, and I think I'm going to talk about rabbis. It's going to be a cavalcade of rabbis. Next week, I'd like to speak about the Piaseczna Rebbe, Rabbi Kalanimus Kalman Shapira, who was the Rebbe of the Warsaw Ghetto. who continued to minister to the needs of a wide variety of people in the middle of the Holocaust. And amazingly, we have his sermons from that period published in a book called Eish Kodesh. And they are a very unique source on the Holocaust as viewed from the inside by the Jewish community, and there's a lot to say about that. And then after that, I'd like to speak about the Rav Soloveitchik, the most important figure involved in the contemporary yeshiva university, and his tremendous influence on American Jewry in particular. And then finally, I'd like to conclude by going to the other side of the university spectrum by looking at the life of Dr. Bernard Lander, the founder of Touro College, who I think has a lot to say about the nature of American Jewry as well. So thank you very much for your attention and your engagement, and look forward to speaking to you next week.
Was a Yankee fan on the field at Yankee Stadium. Not only was I allowed on the field, I got to play there. Obviously then, when they made an offer that day for me to work there, I accepted. I returned to California, gave my notice, packed my belongings, and within a month was in Los Alamos and working at Mason. I was in for a bit of culture shock there as well. The employees there, as I said, possessed some of the most powerful scientific minds in the world. I was used to these were human beings.
Very funny, very funny. Thank you. Well, so much for playing hard to get. I won't have to drug your drink. Good evening, everyone. So Alyssa Farah Griffin has revealed that she's cried multiple times while being on The View. Some say it's stress, but others believe it's from the onions they slice for their daily pig roast. More than half of the beaches on the East Coast tested positive for fecal contamination, but they've traced it back to a single source. Tim Walz is charging taxpayers $430,000 in legal fees that went to help him prepare to testify before Congress. Yeah, he may not be able to define a woman, but he can sure spend like one. Chicks, am I right? According to a new book, Kamala Harris went with her guts when she picked Tim Walz as her running mate. And here's what was in her guts. To promote their upcoming series, Human, the BBC has released new images that show 3 early human species. Here's one from 50,000 years ago. And here's another from 100,000 years ago. Huh? Here's one from 500,000 years ago. Didn't see that one coming. Joe Biden's former doctor refused to answer a single question about the ex-president's poor health. Wow, he seems like the perfect doctor to treat my secret warts. True. When asked about Biden's decline, he simply referred them to the coroner's report. To promote inclusion, Mattel has introduced its first Barbie with type 1 diabetes. I know, and they laughed at me when I tried to pitch AIDS Ken. In a college newspaper article, Zoran Mamdani wrote that he grew a beard as a symbolic middle finger. Well, that's why I grew mine too, said one woman. So, Joe Biden's former doctor appeared before Congress this week, but when asked if he lied about the ex-president's decline, he was quieter than a Milli Vanilli reunion.
Dr. O'Connor, were you ever told to lie about the president's health?
The advice of counsel, I must respectfully decline to answer based upon physician patient privilege and in reliance on my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Yep, he pled the fifth to all questions claiming doctor-patient privilege, which I get. It's the only thing stopping my doctor from telling the world about my birthmark that looks like Brick Hume. Now, obviously, the doctor's protecting himself. Being Biden's physician is a tough gig. Every day it's something. He shattered his kneecap, checking his reflexes. He's got wet bones and sweaty teeth. It's like being a veterinarian. One day you're popping back in his shoulder, then you're removing worms from the burrow in his leg. Finally, you're pulling a chipmunk out of his butt. It's like being the groundskeeper for a golf course. There's 18 holes you need to take care of. But the doctor wasn't alone in his defense of old liver spots. He got help from a stupid person from Texas. So, do you have the right to confidentiality?
You have the right to confidentiality when it comes to your health care. It's kind of astounding to hear someone say, if you invoke the Fifth Amendment, that is only because you are guilty. The country is off the rails right now. People have concerns about the current occupant in the White House and whether or not he is mentally fit to serve in this moment.
Now, this moron is not completely wrong. Normal people do have the right to medical privacy, but they also have a right not to be lied to. You know, that the person in charge of the nuclear codes doesn't have a brain more shattered than a chair on The View. And she shouldn't be talking about mental fitness when her brain hasn't hit the gym in years. Every time I hear her talk, I ask myself, hey, I wonder if Lenny from Mice and Men finds her as stupid as we do. But did you see Joe Biden every single day?
I didn't see Joe Biden every single day, but I did have an opportunity to interact with the president. I never had a concern. We know that this is someone that was born with a stutter that ultimately had to get over it.
Yeah. I remember when I had a stutter, it was so bad it caused me to wander into the rainforest. Oh, thank you. It's worse. So Joe only had a stutter. Yeah, and Stephen Hawking's feet were just asleep. But to this day, Dems pretend his decline was shocking, something they're just learning about now, which is like just finding out that John Travolta is gay, meaning wait. Former CNN analyst Chris Cillizza is still shocked Joe could be trusted outside of a non-staged event. This dope's eternally surprised by stuff, including basic info everyone who isn't Chris Cillizza already knew. Remember, in 2021, this guy claimed Republicans were trying to make Biden's mental capacity an issue. But now, with Biden gone, the truth is safe to tell. Like when the statute of limitations expires and Steve Doocy can finally admit he's the Zodiac killer. Look, we don't want this doctor in jail. I mean, look at the poor guy. 30 minutes in Rikers and he passed around like P. Diddy's girlfriend at a freak-off. All we want is the real story. Like, how could the diagnosis of Biden's prostate cancer go unnoticed for so long? What, did Joe's butthole have its own secret service? Why did a Parkinson's expert visit the White House 8 times in 8 months? That's once a month, far more often than I floss. But maybe there's a solution. If you give the doc immunity, he could spill the beans without incriminating himself. And while you're at it, pardon the doctor for that terrible haircut. Trump would do it if I asked him. After all, that's how I got Geraldo on the no-fly list. But let's be honest, O'Connor, the doctor, was just taking orders. And not from Joe, but from people around him. And I want those scalps. I want them to be scorned like my assistants when they don't pick up the clippings after shaving my back. Let's welcome tonight's guest. God help your soul if you piss off this troll, author of Not Sick of Winning, Michael Malice. She's been on Fox News longer than Super Beats. Fox News anchor Julie Banderas. At his restaurant, the dessert menu is a picture of his ass. Chef and restaurant owner Andrew Brule. Wow. And when this libertarian reads The Three Little Pigs to her son, she replaces the wolf with the IRS. New York Times bestselling author, Fox News contributor, catch him. Michael, great to see you, as always.
I wish I could say the same.
Are you surprised the doctor pled the fifth?
Maybe this is my anarchist hat talking, but there's no reason to ever talk to the authorities if you can get away with it. If the cops stop you, you can talk your way into an arrest and not out of one. So if I'm just facing that firing squad, which is the House or the Senate, I'd sure keep my damn mouth shut, and why wouldn't I? And I also would remind people of Trump's doctor, Ronnie Jackson, because when he opened his mouth, his office got raided by Trump's guys, and he died not that long after. So he's doing a smart thing. He knows he was covering things up. But if you're the president's doctor, that's your job to keep your mouth shut. You should be spilling those beans.
You're supposed to keep your mouth shut and supply him with the best drugs.
And also, I don't think if Biden was coaching, his administration would be run all that differently.
That's true.
That's the thing. I don't get it. That's such a huge scandal. You know, it's the deep state running it all anyway.
Mm-hmm, that is true. It's like it's like to think that a normal brained Biden would be any more effective. It's kind of foolish.
Right, exactly.
What about the media, Julie? You're part of the media. What say you? Isn't it really about, like, we can expect the Democrats to play cover up and lie, but the media is supposed to uncover the cover up.
Right. Well, the media is supposed to be asking the tough questions, but the media doesn't ask tough questions. Although one of our reporters at Fox did try to talk to him and ask him a question, and of course he refused to answer the same he didn't in Congress. I think if he's going to invoke the Fifth Amendment, the question presented to him by Congress should be like, "Who's your barber?" That would be a great way to save somebody's career. He looks like Dumb and Dumber. Blunt bangs don't work. But I do want to say this. Regarding the Fifth Amendment, and I understand the patient-doctor confidentiality agreement, I do understand it, but the question was not, did he have a hemorrhoid, or did he have Parkinson's, or did he have cancer? The question was simply, did you lie for the president? Yeah. And that is a question that his lawyers advised him not to answer, so we all know the answer. He lied. He lied for the president, as well as the entire administration lies for the president.
You know, good point, Julie.
Wow. Really?
Andrew, you know, the thing is, I do feel that the media is getting away with this. This is a cover-up that makes, you know, Watergate look like a parking ticket. I've said it before. But how can you have the media investigate the media? That's like giving your own prostate exam. You got to be really limber to do that.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah, that's a good call. You know, I sued myself once. Yeah, made out pretty good. It's the same idea.
Yeah.
This is a scandal wrapped in a scandal, layers and layers. It's like the turducken of scandals. But the funniest thing, you're right, is not just the fact that the media is trying to cover it up, but that they're also placing themselves as the heroes in this story, right? Jake Tapper is like, look at all this stuff that happened. Everyone's like, wow, you were so clear and concise on recognizing that. The entire country knew that Biden was not running the show. And the fact that we're still playing the game that he's okay and we're using the stutter, it's the stutterfly effect, right? Yeah. It's like the butterfly effect. Is that a simple stutter can lead to record-breaking consumer price index increases, inflation, a crashing economy. My stutter's done so much for you. Guys probably don't hear it, but it's you know, I'm repeating everything I'm saying in different words.
Yeah. There's a joke in there. I just can't think of it. You know, Kat, would it be your worst nightmare for your doctor to appear in some kind of hearing to be asked questions? Yes.
No. I feel like I'm pretty open. I don't know. I feel like the most upset person in all of this should be Kamala, if she was aware enough. Yeah. Because think about the huge lengths that the government, the media, went so far to do everything they could to cover this up, that he was severely cognitively impaired because as bad as it was, they thought that he would still do better than she would.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Physics in 1932 for his creation of quantum mechanics. Even today, mention Heisenberg's name and people with only the most rudimentary understanding of the history of physics in the last 100 years will know at least about his uncertainty principle.
All right, let's do a monologue. So it appears the grown-ups are back. Suddenly Washington has rediscovered what an actual boss looks like. And what happens when you have a great boss? The bossness trickles down. Now we finally got cabinet members who aren't just competent, they're kicking ass. Take Marco Rubio, whose transformation reminds us of when the Incredible Hulk gets angry or when Judge Janine loses a shoe. Here's Marco taking Chris Van Allen to the short bus.
I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job. In the case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members, including the one you had a margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear in the days to come.
Mr. Chairman,
who you went to do
please, Secretary Rubio has the floor. Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated comments like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor.
Secretary Rubio should take that testimony to federal court in the United States because he hasn't done it under oath.
Here's another point, okay? There is a division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch. No judge in the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy.
I haven't seen a mismatch like that since Randy Weingarten sat on a chair. And it's only possible when you got the wind of Trump at your back and no fear of the wind coming from the flatulent left-wing mob. And Rubio's not alone. The entire cast of unintimidated ass kickers is growing real fast. Just take a look at this murderer's row.
If I offend anybody today, I don't give a what you think about me.
Well, our people are now the sickest people in the world.
Seriously.
Because you have not done your job.
You don't care about wasting tax dollars. Senator Ricketts does.
And the problem.
I'm doing my job because the American public
and the
cares
problem
about us not wasting tax dollars.
If you want to talk about someone who was attacked by a weaponized bureau, you're looking at him. And now he's the director of the FBI and he's cleaning it up.
I don't really care, Margaret. I don't want that person in my country, and I think most Americans agree with me.
No more pronouns. No more climate change obsession. No more emergency vaccine mandates. No more dudes in dresses. We're done with that.
Yeah. Tell you what, I haven't seen so many bad asses since Kudlow had his 80th birthday at a nude beach. But all of them are energized because they know something changed. Trump's back, and he has your back, so they've showed up to fight. Now let's contrast that with Team Biden's island of misfit DEI hires. Last year's starting lineup, Kamala Harris, the border czar who managed to make the border worse. But by losing to Trump, she proves drinking does make your problems go away. Remember Mayorkas? The guy threw his own agents under the bus, lied about having control of the border, and on top of that, looks like a ball sack after a fresh waxing. Pete Buttigieg went on a 3-month paternity leave before they even knew he was gone, let alone pregnant. This guy was as useless as crowd control at a Jesse Waters book signing. Secretary of State Blinken became a Nero in mom jeans, playing guitar while our foreign policy burned. 13 service members died under his watch. Luckily, his boss totally forgot about it. Lloyd Austin, our defense secretary, hid that he had prostate cancer. Where have we heard that before? Do you realize that means at one point our military had no commander-in-chief and no secretary of defense? If Aruba decided to invade us, we would have been. But I guess that's how you get a mentally ill dude in charge of nuclear waste who moonlights as a luggage thief. Under Biden, staffers were taking it in the ass at a Senate conference room and filming it. I was not there. And what about Binder, right? Whose job was to sell us all this. She instilled confidence in this administration the way The View instills confidence in Weight Watchers. Didn't matter because the media played along. Hell, they carried so much water, camels tried to have sex with them. But there was no top guy, and it showed with the rest of these clock watchers. When your boss inspires naps instead of nerves, success is never an option because failure is expected. I think the Biden administration's motto was, we do less before 9 a.m. than dead people do all day. But now it's changed. Entire departments, they're not worried about disappointing the media or the bureaucrats. They want to please Trump and by extension, all of us. Trump knows leadership doesn't come from special days, hashtags, and platitudes about inclusion. It comes from expectations. It comes from pressure and a vision for what's great. Which is why we went from a president who forgot names to a White House who's kicking ass and taking them. His wardrobe is sometimes used to wake coma patients. Host of Making Money on Fox Business, Charles Page. His idea of a hot foursome is a barbershop quartet. Fox News contributor Tom Shalhoub. They say laughter is the best medicine, which is why he's banned from hospitals. Actor and comedian Steve Byrne. And she's our favorite, Madison, after James and Square Garden. Fox Business correspondent Madison Allworth. Charles, it's kind of funny watching Rubio kind of transform from a little Marco to murderous Marco.
Yeah, no, I loved it. I do disagree with one part. That was an amazing monologue. But
thank you.
Mayorkas.
Yes.
I think he looks like a ball sack, but not after the polishing. That needs a good polishing. That's all. That's the only way I disagree.
It is tough. He does look like, he has a few stray hairs, little wrinkles. Yeah.
So, I'm a big boxing fan.
Yeah.
And when Evander Holyfield was coming up, one of his biggest fights, he moved up to cruiserweight. Mm-hmm. He was fighting this guy named Ricky Parquet. Mm-hmm. Now, before the fight, they asked Ricky Parquet, what are you going to do? This guy is tough, He said, I ain't going to tell you my strategy. But when I do like that, that's called the slamma-jamma. So, third round, Holyfield's whipping his ass. Next thing you know, Parquet goes down. He looks over at the camera and goes, I swear, Chris Holland did the same thing on that hearing. He looked over one time, he's like, Rubio's whipping my ass. Slamma-jamma. They don't know what to do.
It was not pretty because Rubio's been on the other side.
Yeah.
He knew what to do. And Van Hollen, I keep thinking of Van Halen, but they're much better. He didn't know what to do. Tom, what is it about? And you work with me, and you know what a boss I am and how great my staff is, which is reflective of my leadership abilities.
Very true. All true.
Yes. Is that what's going on here? They're drawing inspiration from the guy in charge?
Absolutely. And, Greg is a perfect example of this, but they're taking your steam away, Greg. You were the only right-wing guy out there who was slaying it, who was making jokes about the left. Now Trump and all of his administration is in on the game. I mean, these hearings, these stupid hearings, I'm so glad they cracked the code on this thing. They just come back at them like it's a Kill Tony podcast, and they roast them back.
Yes.
Because the whole idea of this, they use decorum against these people. So they said, because of Robert's Rules of Order and the parliamentary procedure, they could say whatever they wanted, and the person just had to sit there and take it. So whenever we saw these hearings, the people would just be sitting there like idiots as the senators laid into them. Now they come back at them.
Yeah.
Rubio was like, that crack about the margarita.
Yes.
Then it made that guy look like an idiot. So Van Hollen is like, I demand you take that back. It was not a margarita. It was a mojito.
Madison, did you catch the crazy stuff today with the South African president, all that stuff? Was that incredible? It is amazing how much we're seeing that we never used to see before. At these hearings, C-SPAN is now interesting.
Yeah, the curtains have just been pulled wide open. Mm. We can see everything on full display.
It's like when I sneak into the Gap. Anyway, go ahead.
But it's an incredible transparency, which I think is what makes this all so wild. Because not Van Halen, Van Hollen was upset saying, okay, bring this in front of the judiciary. And of course, Rubio was saying, no, just because I'm actually talking to world leaders doesn't mean that you get to get in on the secret sauce. It's like asking the popular kids at the table, like, hey, you got to share with all of us. No, just because former President Biden was falling asleep at G20 meetings, missing these dinners, he didn't have any information to share. Now we do. We open up the curtain as wide as possible, but some things still have to remain a secret. And I love the way that Rubio handled that.
Yeah, I thought it was great. You know, Steve, it's good to see you. Still selling newspapers on the corner of 6th Avenue?
Actually, in Tiananmen Square. Yeah. You look, that Rubio was inspiring. It was great. And it's like, to Tom's point, it's like, once it's in the ether, it's like, yeah, I take it back. It's like, it's already on Twitter. I mean, that's what people remember. But Trump got in there. He's not joking around, right? And he deported upwards of, in 3 months, over 100,000 illegal immigrants back out of this country. And if he keeps up at this rate, like, who's going to be left to root for the Raiders? But I will say this. He supported all these people. And so what the progressives and left are demanding is due process, right? Courts. So let's back it up. Let's spend millions of dollars on the courts. It's like, that's why I think Trump went in and opened Alcatraz. There's no more El Salvador in prison. It's going to go to Alcatraz. He's going to rename it Bar-a-Lago. And you know what? It's going to be a beautiful jail, Greg. It's going to be a wonderful jail. You're going to love my jail. Let me tell you, the inmates love my jail. The inmates, you know what the inmates say to me, Greg? The inmates, when their sentence is up, they say, I don't want to leave. I want to stay. They say, stay. I don't want you to leave.
Nicely done.
You know what the prison guards tell me? The prison guards, they say, I want to be an inmate. That's what they say to me.
All right, that was beautiful. Before we go, come see me on tour with special guest Tom Shalhoub.
Yeah!
We will be in not good, but Grand Rapids, Michigan. And we're going to head out to Rockford, Illinois the next month. Then Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Arizona, and Texas later in the year. Go to gutfeld.com for tickets.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
And put his hand on a glass plate. He splayed out his fingers, and some kind of optical scanner or reader lit up from above. Next, he typed in a few pieces of information on a small keypad. A moment later, his identification badge dropped into a slot at the machine's base. He repeated his action. My badge popped out. You need to have it on your person at all
Okay, you can go now. All right, let's get into the jokes. Four former Biden aides have agreed to testify at the investigation of a cover-up of his mental decline. Upon hearing this, Biden said, "First you tell me I have dementia, and now I have AIDS?" Nothing like a good AIDS joke to lead off the show. Professional baseball game by a score of 13-2. And for once, the Dems didn't even shoot. The game was almost canceled when Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib suggested they play shirts against skins. But the game ended up being good when someone mistook Nancy Pelosi's face for a catcher's mitt. The game had to be stopped in the second inning when Jerry Nadler started grazing on the outfield grass. The tensions were high when halfway through the game, Kristi Noem shot the mascot. Yet, all in all, everybody was in good spirits since all the players scored with Lauren Boebert. Oh, she would have laughed. R.I.P. She's alive. All right. L.A. Mayor Karen Bass is blaming the L.A. riots on, quote, bad actors, prompting an angry call from John Cusack's agent. The daughter of Congresswoman Ilhan Omar applauded the riots, saying death to the colonial empire. Many people blame her outburst on radical politics, and not because she may be inbred. I'm not saying she was.
Yeah, I ain't saying she ain't.
Yeah, neither am I.
We don't know.
And finally, soap made out of actress Sydney Sweeney's bathwater is being resold online for as much as $1,600. Meanwhile, Joy Behar's bathwater is replacing tear gas to disperse angry rioters. I know. That was a good. To give out one more. Yep.
The douche with the most fun to the place. It's no surprise he's dead behind the eyes. Man, bun on this total space. Eating grin, reptilian skin. There's reasons why we hate this guy.
Yep. Tonight the award goes to trash.
Look at this.
How is this a peaceful protest if there's enough? How do you feel about stopping a black woman from going to work?
Oh no, not work. Oh, I care so much.
So you don't care about stopping black people from going to work? Look at this line that you guys are causing. I'm not causing no problems. I'm not trying to. We're just trying to leave.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a white dude with a man bun laughing at a black woman who works for a living to feed her kids. Did the DNC create this guy? I mean, for a bigger pair of... See, this is why the media and instead prefer to deliver the message themselves. Because when you actually hear their words, you realize you don't want a mediator, you want a terminator. Not a dictator, just someone who can sign his own name and doesn't need his ass wiped after each press conference. It's true. There's this new study out showing that when people feel that society is collapsing, they want a strong leader. Because experiencing a social breakdown causes you to feel powerless. It's like when you're in Larry Kudlow's basement and the techno music drowns out your safe word. But that powerlessness creates uncertainty, and in that uncertainty, what do people crave? No, not my abs workout video. Although it is still available at the News Corp gift shop, right next to Sweating with Brick Hume. No, people crave decisive action. They don't want Grandpa Simpson telling them about the time cannibals almost ate Al Jolson. They want someone who talks like a bouncer and negotiates like a mafia don. In other words, Donald Trump. So... So while you think it was MAGA who elected Trump, it was the Dems. After all, they created a world where people can see their society falling apart, where their leaders look clueless, their laws go unenforced, and the criminals get more sympathy than the victims. And when the country feels like a burning clown car, you don't vote for another clown. You vote for the guy who drives a big, scary garbage truck. Can you blame him? You got protesters blocking bridges, snarling traffic, and mocking moms begging to get to work. These aren't activists, they're hostage takers. They're extortionists, like the mafia, but without the chicken parmesan. So right now, the Dems are handing the GOP an amazing re-election video. You don't need Kid Rock or fireworks or Nancy Mace in a bikini. No, not when you have senior head on top of a burning Waymo. Trump didn't just appear in a vacuum, he appeared in a moral and civic one, led by a party more interested in pronouns than public safety. He didn't force his way into office. He was summoned like a bouncer to a bar fight. If the streets had been calm, if the schools worked and cities were safe, and Dems didn't treat every criminal as a misunderstood poet, we might have gotten another useless Democrat. But these times didn't call for cardigan sweaters, called for brass knuckles. That's the irony. The Dems feared Trump. They did everything they could to elect him. So now the left operates in the world of what if. What would have happened if Trump hadn't sent in the troops? Well, we do have proof. The George Floyd riots proved that lawlessness unchecked leads to worse lawlessness. The Dems operate on a luxury of saying what would happen because we stop them from making it worse. So we'll never know. But that's the point of a strong leader, stopping chaos before it spreads. Trump is the certainty in uncertain times. After Democrat rule, you don't want a TED Talk, you want someone with brass balls. So now, what is the media doing? Well, Newsweek published a map and listed all the anti-Trump rallies to be held across this country Saturday. And boy, is it organized from the top on down. And what's the goal? Well, without principles, you go for the photo op. They're praying for that one George Floyd moment. They incite and hope you'll bite. Maybe it'll work. But know this, we will no longer be held hostage by a party that denies our safety and then organizes mobs when we say we've had enough. They say hindsight is 20/20. Well, it's 2020 that gave us 2024. Comedy critics rate his act 2 thumbs in their ears. Writer and comedian Joe DeVito. She's our favorite McDonald, not counting that old pervert who had a farm. Host of Evening Edit on Fox Business, Liz McDonald. She's more popular with old men than naps. Outnumbered co-host Emily Capagno. And old ladies pass him around like a tube of polygrip. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former NWA World Champion. Joe, welcome to the show. That rhymes, in case you didn't notice. Isn't it weird how the Dems actually elected Trump by their reaction to Trump?
Yeah, well, if you look at that guy that they had there, he was more bun than man.
Yes. Wait a minute. Why have we not found out who he is?
I don't know. I don't think he's busy at work.
Yeah.
You know? There's a reason why people never say, let's ask this man bun's opinion or something. You ask a man bun a question like, why does your yoga mat smell like that? Horrible people. Yeah, you can't. I mean, look at the nerve of him to be saying, chill out, black woman. I'm going to show you how to fight white supremacy and the patriarchy. Just the nerve of, it's unbearable to look at.
Yeah, and by the way, this is hostage taking. When you are keeping people from getting where they're going, that is actually taking hostages. I don't know why they're not arrested and charged.
They should, and you can tell he doesn't care about her. He's just like, the people on Martha's Vineyard who said, they have the signs out front that says, he has no home here, and it turns out migrants have no home there either because they chased them out faster than ICE would have.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think it shows how these people like him, they don't care about the people they're talking about. They don't. And I think a funny example is, now we're here in California, supposedly Mexican territory.
Yeah.
All this time, what about all these land acknowledgments that it was supposed to be Native American territory where people go up and they would say, oh, well, this is former territory of the proud.
Yes.
And now it's like, everywhere you go. So, yeah, they don't care. Maxine Waters doesn't care. She doesn't care. She's not going to get hit in the head with a bottle at a riot. Her wig would throw it back.
Yes.
So I think what you learn from this is that normal people, they don't like riots. They don't like any of this stuff, and they see it. And this idea, America's a nation of immigrants. No, it's a nation of citizens. And the citizens are looking and saying, who's looking out for us? And it's not the Democrats, it's Donald Trump.
Liz? What do you make of that man bun guy? Huh?
Yeah, I mean, is he the new progressive face of white supremacy?
Yes.
Right? I mean, and the Democrat Party is spending $20 million to understand why male voters are running away from the Democrat Party. It's because of guys like that. And when you watch him, he was totally not looking at her. He's looking at the camera.
Yeah.
He too is looking for his own viral moment. And you're right. How do you attract a guy? Nobody knows where he works. Nobody knows what he does. And your point is well taken. When are they going to sit down and talk to the people doing this?
Yes.
Doing this to America? Because it's so unfair to that minority woman who's trying to feed her family, going to work, and he's not working, blocking her. Americans, they see through this. They see right through it, and they don't like the riots. They like law and order. They like safety. This guy is making everybody feel less safe.
Yeah, I hope he does get a viral moment, but it's viral hepatitis. You know who he looks like, Emily, when they put him up there? He reminds me of the killer in Silence of the Lambs. You know, when they come to the door.
Yes.
Buffalo Bill. Yes, he looks like Buffalo
Great big
Bill.
person. Yeah.
Yes, your favorite guy.
Yeah.
You love Buffalo Bill,
I love
don't you?
him.
That's your hall pass.
He kids, everyone. Yeah, look, thing one and thing two right up there on the board. It's Gollum 1, Gollum 2. They're frightening. Here's the thing about the Dems. The lids. They are always speaking for you, and they are always trying to replace the group that they are always knowing better to speak for. So, ironically, this week, right, there's a big article out. Here are the groups that Trump wants to erase,
right?
And they list every single minority. But funny how the white man Gavin Newsom always knows how to speak better than every person of every community than his state. Right? Maxine Waters knows how to speak better than the communities that are actually being destroyed in these riots. And that's the thing too, like I don't need these protesters to be interviewed because I went to high school. I know what it is like to talk to someone on acid. It's more like I want to hear from the people whose communities are being displaced, whose child was raped by a recidivist rapist who's just in a sanctuary city, so they're okay even though they're illegal immigrant. Like talk to those people. Interview that woman who got constructively kidnapped. Here's the thing. This is what I was thinking about, though. The reason that I don't think they're going to charge them with that is because she could technically walk away, right? Like, but you're right that if you are prevented from exiting a room, that is charged as kidnapping. But I think
all I want, Emily, besides you ending that sentence, is Tyrus. I want this to happen to you. I want this to happen ever. Right? You know what I mean? It's like I would like to see you use him as a Q-tip.
Yeah.
Or I mean, like, if it were me, I would go to jail for murder because I would run him over. But you would find a very clever and creative way of torturing him without ever seeing time.
They never pick me, Greg. I like people standing in front of my truck. I could be cool. No, he would have had an accident. And but we all want to punch him in the face, right? Everyone's seeing that. You know, there's old ladies going, I'm a little older, but I got one in me. You know, but we can't.
Yeah.
Because it's no mistake that you take the dumbest, ugliest, moronic group and put him on camera because patriots see that and they see, and we don't, when they look at that, no one's like, oh, he's messing with a black woman. The average man's going, he is intimidating a woman,
right?
Period. Right. And the alpha males and the males in this country are like, oh, no, that's not going to happen on my watch. This is the new move, is to get our side to react. To get someone like me walk over, snatch him by his man bun, drag him around a little bit, and then put him somewhere.
Yeah.
And everyone will cheer.
They're hoping that for this weekend.
But then it will be, oh, it's a civil war. The MAGAs are attacking us. So no matter how much we want to react, and yes, she can play. The good news is this is on film. So her manager, she can show it to him. This is why I was late. So she's going to be okay. But it's important that we do not engage. All this weekend is about getting one video of a dude like me or someone with a MAGA hat or even someone of great stature with maybe 2 baseball bats and a whatever, a horse, a pony, sorry, a pony, charging in, you know, leave those women alone, you know, and that's all it takes. And the next thing you know, all we would see would be MAGA agitators is the reason why. So it's very important, no matter how much you want to put hands on him, that we don't, and we allow police to do their job, because the police are back, they are inspired, and they have support.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
The dismantling focus instead on other kinds of analyses to determine how it functioned. What those types of analyses were to be wasn't specified, but one other thing was made clear as a priority. It was a bit presumptuous of me to include my not yet fully cleared self in this.
A sofa brand is looking for a professional napper and will pay 10 grand to rest and digest for the summer. Finally, a job that I'm qualified for, said one man. True, his qualifications include previously being laid to rest. All right, it was unnecessary. Earlier today, a jury was sworn in for the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Apparently, they took an oath while placing their right hand on the ass of an unconscious male escort. Oh, you like that one? I can't figure you people out. Finally, federal judges say unsolicited pizza deliveries to their homes are meant to intimidate them. In a related story, guess who wants to be a federal judge? Did that make sense? Okay. All right, monologue time. So right now, the Dems are the Charlie Sheen of politics. The junkie who realizes everyone was right. I got a serious problem and I need help. Take the Dems' resident twerp, DNC Vice Chair David Hogg, who actually said something true on Bill Maher.
Younger men, they would rather vote for somebody who, even if they don't completely agree with, they don't feel judged by, than somebody who they do agree with, that they feel like they have to walk on eggshells around constantly because they're going to be judged or ostracized or excommunicated. But ultimately, what we have to do here is figure out how to bring people back in and work towards the bigger goal of advancing the future of this country. Young people should be able to focus on what young people should be focused on, which is how to get laid and how to go and have fun.
Yeah. I like how he said get laid and have fun. Like the two are mutually exclusive. Although a lover who votes Democrat must be kind of a bummer. She won't let you sleep with her until you admit women should vote. Not gonna happen. But even the loudest, most annoying voices in the party are chiming in. Here's Jasmine Crockett auditioning for a job at Frontier Air. I bet there's a lot of people who are like, oh, let's go find the safest white boy we can find.
There's a lot of people that are like, you know what? Like, let's go find the safest white boy we can find. I mean, I'm just saying. No, for real.
A white man's got to be.
No. For real. And to be clear, when we talk about them, I can tell you that there is one specific candidate. I had a donor on the phones with me telling me that all the donors are lining up behind that candidate. So I can tell, and I tell you, it's not a black person nor woman.
Thanks, darling. The money's on the dresser. So now, I don't know what that means either. So now the left knows they must change. Some already are. Do you remember this lady? That's Stephanie Rule before Trump. Cute. This is her now. Who does she remind you of? I know. If I were Rachel, I'd be kind of worried. It reminds me of that stalker movie, Single White Female, except it's single white male. But what does this tell you? With Trump ruling the road of common sense, the Dems can only move more left. Rule wasn't always a left-wing scold. She spent 14 years in finance. Now she's mostly worried about the price of cats. But she's, My guess is Jen Psaki's next. By the second episode of her new show, ratings in the key demo, people 24 to 54 plunged, with 65,000 in the entire country tuning in. I could get that many reading Kilmeade's book on my OnlyFans. So how long before Jen Psaki goes from this to this? Because the Dems, they can't return to normal. On Friday, 3 Democrats stormed an ICE facility in Newark. Even the city's lefty mayor was arrested. I guess he knows that jail is safer than the streets of Newark. But these are the responses to Trump. Theater, outrage, screaming. No wonder Dems have decided they need ideas. But first they need ideas on coming up with ideas. And then you're going to need ideas for that too. You know, ideas that would lead them to ideas, that would help them figure out ideas to create ideas. It's an infinite regress, with each move depending on a precursor. There's no bottom to their problem, because a bottom needs a floor, a foundational set of first principles. That would mean you have to say there's a culture with norms and traditions, rights and wrongs. But the Dems are that elevator shaft with no elevator in it. Whatever idea they have immediately falls 60 stories into the abyss. Now, we have a bottom that's easy to express. Law and order, safety and security, free markets based on a fair share of transfer of commodities. It's simple. I did that in 30 seconds. I didn't even have to look up from my online kangaroo porn. But if you lack foundational principles, you're screwed. Sadly, the Dems embraced a mind virus that deems such principles oppressive. And now without the foundation, they're trying to build a house on quicksand. And any crackpot idea can take hold. How did trans hysteria find root in their party? How did squatting and mass theft become acceptable? Why did the Dems circle their wagons around a gangbang? How did Hamas become sympathetic? How did minor attracted persons stop meaning you wanted to bang coal miners? Look at how climate change just disappeared, like the ice caps were supposed to 30 years ago. I guess when you say the planet's going to expire in 5 years, where do you go next? Blocking traffic? Destroying paintings? Calling the patron saint of electric cars Hitler? How do you go further left? On no cash bail, open borders, men and women's bathrooms. It's like Howard Stern's shock comedy. Eventually you run out and turn gay. They've gone so far in the wrong direction, they've lost America. Of course, they could claw their way back to the middle, but it also means sharing the road that Trump owns. Common sense. But first, the Dems must find their bottom. Too bad their heads are stuck inside it. Welcome, yes! He's used to people walking out of his ass and his marriage. Actor, writer, comedian Jamie Lissow. He solves problems the old-fashioned way with physical violence. MMA star Colby Covington. She sometimes stops in mid-sentence to let her feelings cool. Outnumbered co-host Emily Campagno. And he used a whole book of stamps sending out Mother's Day cards. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former NWA World Champion terrorist. Jamie, you've hit rock bottom. Some say many times.
Yeah, I remember once I thought it was rock bottom, and I was like, nope, you can go lower.
Yes. It feels like the Dems are at their rock bottom. Can they get, what would you tell them to do at this point?
I would say just quit while you're behind.
Yes.
Can I just stop for a second? During the monologue, did you say kangaroo porn?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. It makes sense, though, because I remember a while ago, I go, what type of porn do you like? And you go, whatever jumps out at me. Did I ever tell you?
I love how you had that whole setup there.
Yeah.
It's like, where's he going with it?
Yeah. My ex-wife wanted to film a porn once. She goes, you could be the pizza guy. And I go, that's cool. So I deliver the pizza and we get frisky. And she goes, no. After I have sex with that guy on camera, we're going to be hungry. That ice video is lunacy. They've lost their mind. And I honestly kind of believe, I don't know what could possibly bring them out of this rut. That ice video. In the video, I don't know if what I read said, there was like a dude, I don't know if he was a congressman or something, he body slammed a female ice age. Like, what are they doing? I haven't seen a man abuse a woman like that since the Paris Olympics.
That's what you call a callback. Colby, welcome to the show. We asked this question. We ask this question almost every night. Why are the Dems losing men? You're in the MMA. I'm sure you have an opinion on this.
They're just a bunch of betas, you know, and they don't like alpha men. They don't like toxic masculinity anymore. They want to demasculize men, and it's not right. That's why, you know, a lot of the alpha males are leaving the Dem party.
Yeah, it's not just the alphas, though. Most men are.
Yeah.
I mean, Jamie left. He's not an alpha male. He's more. You're more like Zeta.
Yeah, Gamma.
Gamma, maybe Gamma.
He's an assistant to the assistant alpha male. That's my dog.
What is there any way could you see like guys returning to the party?
Yeah, they've gone so far lunatic left that there's no returning. The DEI circus stuff that they're parading around and trying to rally behind is just, it's unacceptable, and it's anti-American, and that's why no alpha male will ever return to that beta party.
The beta party, the master beta party. Emily, they're struggling for ideas, but to have ideas, you got to have some basic principles. And I'm trying to think, what is the basic principle of the modern Democrat Party? And I can only think of power. That they see everything through the prism of power. Like that's what identity politics was. If you are of this intersectionality, you have more power than this person.
Yeah.
Is there any other principle? I don't know what other principle there is.
I agree, because it's application. I would say yes, control. And then the application of that, their strategy is resist. Now, I was on the West Coast this weekend, and someone had
Good for you.
Someone had a huge chalkboard as their garage door, so people walking by could make art. And of course, there was someone that wrote a huge resist. And then people after that said, who and what and how? And that's exactly the question that these Dems aren't answering. So, for example, all of those lawmakers, and by the way, that was a female lawmaker that body slammed. Like, I know that it's confused, but yeah, exactly. Like,
what do they identify as?
I mean,
she's fat, so I assume
cares?
it's a they.
Totally. But the whole point is that they're provoking, right? They provoke to get arrested, so they have that notch on their belt. But then they cry that it's a dictatorship, because who else would actually arrest lawmakers? And the irony that I find hilarious is that they actually have oversight. And I said, you know, if you guys had just requested a tour, you
could have a tour.
Yeah, doors are open for you anytime. But when you break in and you body slam ICE agents, then yeah, your ass is going to get arrested, because mess around and find out. And it reminded me of when we covered the Burning Man protest. The shock of the protesters who were sleeping on the freeway at being like removed forcibly. He touched me.
Yeah.
But what do you think is going to happen? The consequences are real. So right now, all they're doing is having a tantrum to try to claw back that control that you talked about.
Tyrus, they could have had a tour, but they wouldn't have got the press.
They didn't come for no damn tour. They came for exactly that. We're going to do some dumb the people who could lose their jobs are not going to risk their jobs. So they're going to be the toughest guy in the room, because they know security's not going to hurt them. So it's just more. This whole, even that stupid interview with the metrosexual DNC guy that Hobbs or whatever.
Isn't it funny?
No, he's not funny. And I was like, I couldn't believe he's not. It's a joke. You mean to tell me, because you would like that, to where the only thing that young people are thinking about is getting laid and have fun. Well, that goes against everything that America's about. You just work your ass off, you get to a point. Fellas, once you get the whip in a little pocket in your ATM, you get laid a lot.
Yes.
Okay?
You're absolutely right.
So it just goes back.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. He missed the whole boat. I guess what he's trying to say is, I'm tired of these of women telling us, well, you know, why don't you
be man up? But that's not the only way this works. And this is a lot like someone trying to give dating tips to a cat lady.
Yes.
Okay? It took a long time for her to get there.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not one thing that's going to get her out. You feel where I'm going here?
Yes.
The Democratic Party, the only way it works is mass resignation.
Yes.
You have to get rid of all of them, her, him included.
Yes.
They're not, because they're fake. They are part of the problem. They all benefited during the 4 years of shadow government. They're the shadow government posing as Democrats. The only way is for all of them, one, confess their crimes and leave and never come back to government again. They won't do that, so they come out with stupid ass like on Bill Maher's dumbass show going, all we have to do is convince guys that we're not assholes. It's not going to happen. Doesn't matter how you do it, how you change it. They're corrupt. America sees it. There's only one way, a massive clean out. And they're not willing to let go of power.
All right. Let's move on. Up next, Trump notches more wins.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Sitting about 15 feet from his high stool was a cylinder about the size and shape of a household garbage can. It was pewter in color, and both from a distance and upon closer inspection, it seemed to have no seams, no welds, no fasteners, no sharp edges. It didn't This is one of the
Thanks. Thank you. I needed that after not being named Pope. I know. Disappointing. Happy Thursday, everyone. Yeah! So, former President Joe Biden was on The View today. Yeah, it's the closest Joy Behar has ever been to a vegetable in years. Fun story before the interview when the Secret Service patted down Whoopi. Imagine their surprise when they found Peter Dinklage. Joe, of course, was accompanied by his wife, Jill. The View said they were looking forward to interviewing the ex-president, as well as Joe Biden. We'll get to more of that later. On a recent podcast, Simon Cowell said he once turned down a couple's offer of $150,000 to watch them have sex. Wow. These two are getting more and more desperate for viewers. According to a new poll, Colombia was voted the country with the most beautiful women in the world. But come on, any woman looks beautiful when there might be cocaine up her butt. Whoa. I apologize. Tensions between India and Pakistan are still on the rise. As a result, the rest of the world fears they will have nowhere to turn for tech support. It's a joke! According to a new study, only 39% of Americans would donate an organ to a loved one. But one American actually volunteered to show you his organ. The Trump administration plans to release the audio of President Biden's interview with special counsel Robert Hur, which Hur said revealed a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Vegas odds makers are already taking bets on how many times Biden farts. And finally, Ellen DeGeneres has shared videos of her new life in the English countryside cutting grass. It's not that surprising considering she's been mowing lawns for years. She loves to landscape.
She loves representing John Deere for years.
Yes. You people go right to the lesbianism. All right. So Times Square just unveiled a 12-foot-tall plus-size statue of a black woman in a pantsuit who looks like she's about to confront her baby daddy on Jerry Springer. This inspiring monument was erected as a, quote, stark contrast to the two white men who have statues there already. Father Francis Duffy, a highly decorated World War I hero, and George Cohen, who helped to further Broadway and the music industry. The artist claims that the statue's posture is a nod to Michelangelo's David. Yeah. I know. I can barely tell them apart. Though the other guy mistakenly called Steve Juicy Charles Payne. Now, we're told the statue should instigate meaningful connections. But it's just steps away from an actual meaningful connection, where a gang attacked two NYPD cops who interrupted a robbery. Why not make a statue of that to warn tourists? Now, Tom Homan is vowed to deport those Tren de Aragua wannabes, but incredibly, ICE was turned away because, shocker, New York's a sanctuary city. Meanwhile, at Columbia, pro-Hamas agitators continue to wreak havoc, taking over the school's library. After all, it's full of their greatest enemy, books. It pays to note of the 80 arrested, 61 were female, and some of them even had vaginas. So how did we get here? Well, it's easy. The lefties traded law enforcement for performance art, and the results are written in blood. Remember the defund the police movement? A new study confirms what any sane person already knew: less policing equals more murder. Following the 2020 Summer of Love, police stops and arrests dropped by 40% across 15 major American cities, leading to a massive rise in murders. By 2021, national homicides increased by 7,000 over 2019. It's as if CNN's entire audience had vanished. They tried to lie about crime dropping, but like tickets to see Snow White, people weren't buying it. But from 2021 to 2024, as cities reinstated proactive policing, murders dropped by almost 40%. Wow. Now I understand why we have cops. They aren't just to show up and strip at Kudlow's hot tub parties. Those were good times. And just in time, a poll shows that most Americans, especially blacks, feel that George Floyd's death didn't lead to any meaningful reforms. They probably weren't happy with a bunch of white co-eds telling them they don't need cops in their neighborhood, and then those co-eds leave. So what about all those slogans, all those street murals? Turned out to be worth as much as Kamala for President t-shirts. Sadly, we learned that BLM actually stood for Black Leaders Mansions. So we're not safer, we're not more equal, we're just poorer, angrier, and scared to take the subway. And what about the communities that defund was supposed to help? Anti-police policies hurt them the most, blacks in high crime areas. Here in New York, $1 billion cut from the NYPD budget, cop retirements up and recruitment down, and crime soared. Stores closed, loved ones never came home, as their subway rides turned into mobile asylums. It's called the Ferguson effect. A rise in violent crime when you reduce the police force. And like J.B. Pritzker in the desert, I saw it coming from a mile away. The Ferguson effect is a real thing. The George Floyd effect is a real thing. We saw this coming. We saw that the Ferguson effect take hold. That led to destructions of cities, decimation of the police forces, and morale. And now they made it. What the result is, what you're seeing is the Ferguson effect is now the law of the land. I know what you're thinking. He's hot. And clairvoyant. That's why I know what you're thinking. In a way, that statue represents America's blue cities, a big hollow gesture that threatens to crush everyday people. Chicago, Oakland, SF, Portland, Seattle, Memphis, you get the idea. So when you hear all the lefty BS about criminal justice reform, think of this statue. Because like everything, it's all for show. The Dems aren't looking to make you safer. They're stuck on political theater, singing horribly, filibustering nonsense, flying away to brown-nosed gangbangers, demanding due process for millions of unvetted illegals. So as cops get jumped, we get a 12-foot gargoyle. And the people who suffer, not the elites, shopkeepers, subway riders, working women, the same communities the clueless libs claim to help. Hell, if they really want to get people talking, why not sculpt a murder victim? Let's welcome tonight's guest! His act is the reason we don't have him on more often. Comedian Joe Mackey. He was once voted best dressed at a nude beach. Host of Kudlow on Fox Business, Larry Kudlow. MTV gave this woman her start, and a loaf of bread will make her fart. Host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Kennedy. And he causes more old ladies to faint than open casket funerals. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former enemy of Will Smith. Joe, in the green room, you told me that the woman in the statue was not fat enough for you. Care to comment? And
Greg, that is true. I do love a little bit of junk in the trunk. There's nothing wrong with that. More of the woman to love. That's what I say. But I will say this: if you wanted to make a statue of a random black woman that hasn't accomplished anything, you could have made one of Michelle Obama. Just teasing. I will say this. I think this is a great piece of art because art is supposed to reflect the times. Here is a large portion of society that doesn't care about actions and results and consequences. All they care about is group identity to make their judgments if an in-group does something good, if an out-group does something bad. And that's, when you understand that lens, you can understand the left very well. That's how Disney can protest Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill and then build a theme park in Abu Dhabi where being gay will get you beheaded because it's who's doing it. It's a non-Western country, so they're the in-group. And it's okay for me to say that because a lot of people on the internet think that I'm trans.
That is true. Well,
wait, what?
Thomas loves the kid.
Wait, I thought you were.
No.
No?
So it doesn't count. You know,
not even like a little lowercase t?
I guess Abu Dhabi, I won't be heading there. I'm kidding. Larry, Kudlow.
I'm getting whiplash.
Sell high, Kudlow. Are you surprised defunding the police resulted in more killings?
Yeah, it's a shocking outcome, really. But you know, that whole, you think about it, that whole story, George Floyd, the BLM, what changed? What changed exactly? I never understood this.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think this was a racist country to begin with. Okay. People would disagree, but I don't think it was a racist. Do we have bad apples? Yes, okay, on all sides. But we were not a racist country. And I don't think that people should forget all the great civil rights legislation that was passed in the last how many decades, particularly the 1960s, and it was enforced. I do think the left has a fixation on everyone's racist. Everybody, if I don't like it, it's racist. If I don't like you, it's racist. If I don't like you, it's racist. And I think that's utter nonsense. And last thought I had is the left wanted DEI before Trump came in and took it out. DEI, okay. DEI and its ultra affirmative action is probably the most racist thing we've seen in decades.
Yeah.
And helped to spawn all of this anti-Semitism that is occurring on college campuses and other places as well. So I would say it backfired, it was stupid, and it's just the projection of the left, and that the country is completely rejecting what the left is thinking about.
Well said. All right, Kennedy. There's so much in that monologue that just shined.
Larry's or yours?
61 out of 80 of the people arrested in Colombia were chicks.
Yeah. That's
babes.
Yeah. Why would
Honeys, hotties.
Broads.
Broads.
Yeah. Why would you, if you were a guy, why would you want to go to college? And if you were going to go to college, why would you want to go to Columbia? You know, it's like, if it's not, and it's not just students who are screaming in your face, it's TAs. It's faculty members. It's the people who actually lord the power over you. You know, it's like you go to a big school like that, the professors aren't the ones who give you grades. It's your TAs who are only a couple years older than you. And if you don't fall in line with their groupthink and their lockstep, and in this case, their goose step, then they're going to fail you. You know, it's like, and it used to be a degree from Columbia was worth something. Now it actually might be better to fail out of the school so you can go somewhere else, so a rational school can throw you a lifeline.
It would be better to go to Columbia, where the hot chicks are, than Columbia.
Because they have big booties and that Bogota booger sugar that everyone loves.
Oh, but as for I won't be heading to the college. Oh, a little decapitation humor there, Tyrus. Okay.
Don't lose your head, Jeff.
So, did we need this study to tell us about the Ferguson effect? Nobody cares.
No, well, let's first of all, I got to speak on the statute because it's all connected. You know, if it wasn't for the Black Lives Matter scam hustle, I don't think it would have inspired a lot of not just black people, but people of color across the country to go, you know what, that doesn't represent me or who I am. Makes no sense. I don't want any part of it. And I think it made people more comfortable to say, no, I'm going to stand up for character.
Yeah.
You know, not. And the thing about having a statue is you want to honor life achievement. People who have become great, they've shown greatness, or they were courage in a time of travesty or whatever. And that's why you have, you know, they talk about, the two white guys. It wasn't Earl and Bob having a Subway sandwich. It was two men of character who just happened to be white, who did something that needed to be remembered and stories told. And the other side is, we just will take any obese, pissed off, hands on their hip, confrontational, because that's most of them are like. So they'll identify with that statue.
Interesting.
Nobody would want that statue made of them. Even if you look like that, you still would not want that statue made like that.
That's true.
No one would want that. You know?
So the actual the saluting of it is like saying, you're fine the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, look at the body language alone.
Yeah.
Whoever wants, any man want to come home from a hard day's work and she's at the door like this?
Yeah.
You're just going to back the truck up and be like, nope, not dealing with it tonight. And that's the problem with the left, is they bank on the races, and they also bank that most of us look like that and have that attitude. And so there's no one's going to get behind it. No other person. There's no little girl going, Mommy, I want to be like that statue when I grow up. And if it was about promoting black women, there is thousands of black women in this country who have done amazing things. There's women of color that you could have put up there. Yeah. Hell, even I can't. Whoopi Goldberg, for her acting roles, Color Purple, you could have made a statue of her. And if you made it exactly like her, I guarantee you, when they pulled the robot, she'd be like, I don't like it. I don't look like that.
Yeah. All right. Up next, Joe and Jill hit up the view.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
If you've ever driven down a long stretch of highway and seen thermal heat waves rising from the heated pavement, then you've seen something similar to what I saw when an object was placed between the emitter and the reactor. The visual distortion I witnessed was milder than that, but still very much like I was always interested in
Thank you. Just leave your room keys at the door. Happy Thursday, everyone. So on a recent podcast, former First Lady Michelle Obama complained about the time Ellen DeGeneres challenged her to a push-up contest. Michelle found it oddly uncomfortable since Ellen insisted on laying underneath her. But she's a lesbian. Speaking of, Michelle also admitted on the podcast that she fights with her husband over the thermostat. She wants it at 70 degrees, while he wants it up his butt. According to a new book, Joe Biden brought in famed director Steven Spielberg to help with his campaign. They called the operation Saving Diane Biden. According to the same book, Kamala Harris's campaign team held a fake cocktail party without alcohol so she could work on her social skills without a drink in her hand. But she showed them and brought her trusty beer helmets. Good for her. Don't let him change you, Kamala. While arguing about a deported illegal criminal, Eric Swalwell warned Kristi Noem that he has a detector, which he obviously hadn't purchased until after he banged that Chinese spy. Speaking of, according to a new report, Chinese spies have infiltrated Stanford University. This became very apparent when all the graduation gowns showed up neatly folded and pressed. Oscar-winning actress Halle Berry says she doesn't know if a woman should ever play James Bond. After all, women already have a license to kill. It's called a driver's license.
Gutfeld.
Yeah.
I don't want you to be alone.
Thank you. The first great white shark of the season was spotted off Montauk in New York. Officials warned swimmers to beware of the shark and warned sharks to beware of Joy Behar. And finally, did you see President Trump's visit to the Middle East? I know, holy cow. I haven't seen that many men in dresses since the WNBA draft. All right. What? That was a good little run there. All right. So did you hear egg prices have dropped big time? And not just eggs, but groceries overall. It's the biggest drop in 5 years, if you don't count Joe Biden's testicles. But you want to see how CNN reports it? Here's their headline. Quote, Trump's egg price fiction has suddenly become reality. Yeah, Trump's fiction, now reality. Meaning when Trump turns out to be right, it's only because reality caught up to his lies. In CNNese, that headline translates as, he may be right, but he's still evil. Next, they'll say egg prices have dropped, but that's bad for trans chickens. You know they're trans because they tuck their McNuggets. So remember the I word, inflation? Yeah, neither does the media, because it no longer works for them. And what about the stock market? The media had investors stepping out on a ledge, and not just to drop a water balloon on the homeless guy below. Tariffs were supposed to cause such an economic collapse that it convinced me to stop paying my riders. And what of the assertion that Trump would be a laughingstock on the global stage? Have you seen what's going on in the Middle East? They're giving him jets as a housewarming gift. Oh, Biden wasn't even worth a barf bag and an extra bag of sun chips. You know, it's weird how we're always right and the media is always wrong. If this were a marriage, they'd be the husband. But Americans are sick of it. A recent poll found that 49% of voters think media bias is getting worse, compared to just 11% who see it getting better. Meanwhile, 44% of voters agree with this statement. No matter how much you hate the media, it's not enough. You know, I have that same feeling, but it's for sharing an elevator with Britt Hume after he's had his sardine smoothie. Don't know, it's crazy. Good for the prostate. Got to get really good for the prostate. Put it down the throat, comes out, great. But that's not just losing trust. That's burning down an entire industry and peeing on the ashes. And this hatred is bipartisan. Not just Trump bros and monster trucks playing Kid Rock at max volume. We're talking independents, centrists, even bored libs who keep getting let down because they're being led down the path of defeat. So it raises a new question. If we're tired of the media's lies, why aren't they tired of it too? I mean, I can understand a liar continuing to lie if it pays off. That's how I talk my way past the height restrictions on most roller coasters. But what if the filter you use keeps predicting the wrong outcome? Wouldn't you get tired of that? Wouldn't you go back to the drawing board when you see that it doesn't work anymore? It's like when I realized I can't keep firing my secretaries when they won't date me. Again, it's one thing to make millions selling swampland in Florida, but it's another thing to try to sell swampland and it's you who ends up in the moss and the mud. The grift isn't just not working out on us, it's not working for them either. And surely by now the media and Dems have heard enough of the criticism. They're out of ideas, they're too woke, too disconnected from voters. But it's clear they still ignore it because they haven't changed. But what they can't ignore is that the filter they're using to perceive reality predicts nothing except defeat and misery. Think of the mindset that led them to embrace the Maryland dad. That led them to think men could play in women's sports. That led them to think this corpse was conscious, or this clown could win. Their mindset led them to think parents would accept tampons in boys' bathrooms and drag queens in school libraries. I could go on, but then I would be late for my pole dancing class. Thank you. Reduces stress. I mean, imagine if you were a gambler and you had this system that picked horses, but every single time you lost. Wouldn't you dump your betting strategy, or at the very least pick up a healthier habit like meth? When your frame of reference leads to defeat at every turn, shouldn't you lose that frame of reference? You think they would, but so far they won't. When it comes to self-reflection, the media is less curious than Elton John around a stack of Playboys. Let's welcome tonight's guest! Audiences root for him to get off the stage. Writer and comedian Joe DeVito. She's got talking points and hollow points. Fox News contributor and editor for Town Hall, Kate Pappas. She may be cheerful, but she'll give you an earful. Outnumbered co-host Eddie Campagno. And the Statue of Liberty looks up to him. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former NWA world champion, Tyra. So now that egg prices are dropping, will you finally afford breakfast or lunch, whatever you eat?
Yes, well, I'm so glad I had my eggs frozen a couple years ago. Seemed like the right call. I'm tempted to get Jake Tapper's book just so I can read, acting like it's a revelation for them to admit to the things we've been saying for 4 years.
Yes.
It didn't take investigative journalism to know that Joe Biden was a zucchini this whole time. And it's just, they didn't just lie, they insulted us. They said, you remember deep fakes?
Yes.
They said, oh, this wasn't what you were actually seeing. You weren't actually seeing a president who needed to be airlifted onto the plane.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's crazy that they have squandered that. The news media's job is to tell the truth.
Yes.
And when they stop doing that, they've got nothing left.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they talked about some of the videos we mentioned. Did Steven Spielberg help with his 30-second promo that he did for his campaign that had 45 edits in it?
Yeah.
Where he was like, make my day, I'll choose the day. Like, he was so clearly incompetent. And I just think, I don't know what they're going to do now.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to do, because how do you come back from saying, I know we're supposed to tell the truth, but we lied this time, we lied this time. Joe Scarborough said, I wouldn't lie to you when he cursed at you. And you have to look at him and say, is he an idiot? Is he a liar? I say, why choose?
Yeah.
Why put limits on the man? He can be both.
Yes, he can be both. You know, Katie, the thing that gets me is, like, we can give all this constructive criticism to the media. They're not going to take it. So why don't they just look at the outcomes from their filter? If you wake up every morning expecting like a Trump failure and it's not there, there's something wrong with your filter. Maybe you should change the filter.
Well, first, Greg, I'm glad to see that you have a new hobby. I was very concerned that you don't have enough to do. So I'm glad pole dancing is now taking up some of your time.
Yeah.
That's a great question. And it's because they are insulated still. They're not willing to actually get out and learn and take some responsibility, and they're so narcissistic that they're not willing to, say that they were wrong, because now there's money to be made. So the same people who were yelling at Lara Trump in the 2020 election that Joe Biden was just had a stutter, there wasn't an incompetence issue there, and then now you fast forward 5 years, now there's money to be made on a shameless book. Yeah. And it's because they all do this for each other. They scratch each other's back, and they are in this isolationist bubble where they really can't come to the terms of just admitting they were wrong. And so this has diminishing returns, right? At some point, the circle becomes smaller because some people will leave, and they'll have to find something else to do. But they're just not willing to admit it, and they're around all the same people with no differing ideology all the time. So that's why it continues.
Yeah, you know what, Emily? You're a very happy person. You're very bubbly. You light up a room like an arsonist. So I'm stuck on the way they view things and how it's always wrong. That has to correlate with the fact that all of these Democrats look so miserable. Imagine getting up and your arch nemesis is always winning. and you have to wake up like a competing cheerleader. It's like always besting you, and you're like, I hate this person. Every day that person wins. Isn't it time for you to say, okay, I gotta let this go?
Well, the graceful person would. The after-school special
Yes.
main character in me would say it only ends with death. Yeah, look, Katie is absolutely right. It's the insular nature, and I think what you're describing, it's so baked in. It's literally impossible for them to extricate themselves from it. It's like learning that someone's, behavior, their depression, it was a chemical imbalance.
Yeah.
Like there was nothing they could do to actually get over it, to click out of the emperor's new clothes. And the fact that in this machine of media, that this person goes to the producer and says, I'm going to phrase the headline this way, and then they say, oh yeah, sure, it signed off on by 1 million people. There is zero common sense, there's zero auditing happening that's from an outside source. 49%, as you said, of people thinking that the media is dying, right, that they hate it. It reminds me of the Wicked Witch dying slowly, that we are watching it. We're watching it in real time, but what happens next? Right, we're seeing the rise of the independent journalists, people who actually ask questions and podcasts and the like. But there is still this industry, and so I don't know where it all goes. But I think it's up to the advertising dollars and it's up to the network heads to shut that down.
All right. I think this Biden stuff is big, and it's going to get bigger. And the media, I think, is looking at it and going like, where are we going to end up? They're terrified.
No, the media is like a husband who's been caught cheating, and he has a girlfriend and a wife on the side.
And a wife?
Yeah. And he got
2 wives.
He got caught.
He's got a girlfriend and a wife.
Don't correct me, Gutfeld. He's got a girlfriend and a wife on the side.
Okay.
I'm going somewhere with this. Okay? They both found out.
Right.
Okay? But in his mind, one of them will come back. So he doesn't have to change it. So with the media, so the media isn't going to change because they still have somebody coming back to them.
Yes.
They're still in their bubble. When they tweet, they still get love from their little world. They're trying to get in front. What are they trying to do? And you pointed this out before anybody did, so I'll give you credit for this. They tried to point out physical things.
Yeah.
Well, he was going to have to be in a wheelchair. And they're like, oh no. Ever heard of Governor Abbott?
Yeah.
He does a stand-up job in Texas. So
it's true. Only the ableist would see that as an insult.
He does. Always on his toes. That's good. But the point is, that they still are the criminal in the corner, trying to find a way to wiggle out. They're trapped. They're in a corner, but the American people aren't putting enough pressure on them, and they're still getting the blessings of the people who cut their checks. Because if this was a moment of awakening, if they were like, hey, this cover up and we're going to clean it up, the first thing they would do was fire every person on TV who pushed that to the American people.
Right.
That would be the first thing to do. And if Jake Tapper had any credibility, they would resign because they were a willing participant lying to the American people, trying to influence elections. They're still doing it. Even when Trump has a win, and I'm reading the horrible CNN article, it was like, well, at the time when he said eggs were coming down, they weren't down yet, so he lied, and then his lie turned into truth 48 hours later.
Yeah.
So he's still a liar. They're still doing that. They're still the one. It goes back to the cheating thing. You catch your wife cheating, and she's like, how dare you break into my phone?
Yeah.
Like, what kind of a person goes in my phone? You're sleeping with my brother. It's not about that. It's about trust. And you were in my phone. What gives you the right to be in my phone?
Yes.
You be doing too much.
I told you that story in confidence. All right.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Kane podcast for full episodes right now.
Before I could go on any further, I felt Tracy stirring beside me. Good morning, I said. But she didn't respond. I went to my desk. I had more pickups and deliveries to make, and despite only what seemed to be a few minutes to be ready. By noon, bleary-eyed and better able to identify the cause of the ringing in my ears as sleeplessness, I decided that even after just a couple of trips out to Groom Lake, this schedule was unsustainable. I thought it was going to be just a question of a short period of time before I was on staff full-time at the lab. I'd been living there, and I wouldn't be able to keep the photo business operation on my own. Tracy was familiar with the routine and could handle the workload on days I was called in or the mornings after. I'd have to show her how to use the machines. I knew she had.
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why is 1492 often taken as kind of like the turning point from the medieval period to the modern period, obviously connected to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and subsequently their departure from Portugal as well, the more complicated departure. What I really would like to emphasize today is not so much the elements of modernity that advanced with the Sephardic diaspora, but just to get a little bit of a better sense of where did the Sephardim go, and just a hint of how they were such a disruptive element and pushed Jewish history into an entirely new direction of the modern period, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago. So first of all, let's start with who exactly are we talking about? Who are the Sephardim? The term Sephardi is an adjective, Sephardim is a plural, which means basically people from Sepharai. This is generally understood to mean Spain. It really includes Portugal as well. It's really the entire Iberian Peninsula, although there is often a distinction made between Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continued to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, and so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who considered themselves to be at heart and in their core identities clearly Jewish. Obviously, there was a spectrum. There were some who embraced Christianity, but they really drop out of the story of Jewish history for the most part. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own children until they reached adulthood. But they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even enter the church. Fascinating and unusual history. So Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews, and they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent, who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Harav Ovadia Yosef, who is the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel, and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is that intellectual identification and religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who is perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within the larger campus Sephardi. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jewry, or Edut and Mizrach, the Eastern communities. But many Jews who kind of attach themselves to that Sephardi intellectual religious tradition, call themselves Sephardian, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish. Another interesting kind of example where you might see this is, for example, there are significant populations of non-Eastern European Chabad Jews. So they identify as Chabad, which is a very kind of Ashkenazic movement, but they are not Ashkenazic. So it's possible by way of accumulating identities that they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense on a basis of nomenclature. At any rate, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on the indigenous populations that they encountered, as, for example, in Baghdad. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. It's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion of 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century in Portugal in particular. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most proximate locations in North Africa, or Portugal itself, or across the Pyrenees into southern France. But the really wide diaspora takes us into several areas that we're going to look at in this video. Three in particular, again, very briefly, but just to get a sense of how diverse the impact is. We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean. Specifically, we'll look at the impact on the land of Israel and in Constantinople, also known as Istanbul. And in fact, that's what it would be called at this point. Although the name Constantinople does persist in many contexts up until the 20th century. This is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the ancient period, but it becomes especially important because it was one of the major destinations of Jews at this time. Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit because all of them fall within the larger Ottoman Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, because that was one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say about Amsterdam, we won't talk about it today because I saved that for a couple other lectures. And then finally, just a very quick look at the Americas. What happened when Jews crossed the Atlantic Sea, either as Jews per se or more frequently as conversos, those Portuguese Jews who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of an absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern town of Tzfat. Now, I plan to devote a video specifically to Tzfat because it is so amazing. And I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on one of the thinkers who lived in Tzfat at this time, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Tzfat at in the decades after the Spanish expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off the evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of Tzfat. It is located at a very high elevation. You get this commanding view all over the Galileo. Now, what happened in Tzfat was it's rather unusual. It was really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem was clearly the major center of Jewish activity, but for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the northern part of the Galilee, and Jews who were very active in the textile trade in particular began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were exilees from Spain and later Portugal, and over the course of the 16th century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years, this one town attracted a brilliant number of really important mystical thinkers, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we mentioned earlier. He is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and in Constantinople, but he ended his career in Sfat. The great Moshe Alshich, fantastic commentator, very Kabbalistic kind of inclinations. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the figure who occupied so much of my own energies, the author of Pardes Ramonim, Talmud Devorah, other great classics, and his very brief student, because they only spent less than a year together, the great Arizal, who was not Sephardic in origin, he actually came from Egypt. They were all concentrated in Sfat in this very short period of time, creating an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity in a literary realm that also coincided with the availability of much cheaper printing with the invention of the printing press that suddenly made Sfat just kind of like this flash on the horizon of great creativity that still continues to reverberate throughout the centuries. It ended with some disasters. There were plagues that afflicted the region. There was earthquakes that affected Sfat, and it went into a significant decline at the end of the 1500s, but nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of the Spanish exiles coming here. And I think one of the things that drove their thinking and made it such a powerful moment is that they really had this tremendously apocalyptic vision of what the exile from Spain meant, that it was nigh on the Messianic era, and that how Jews reacted to it would be crucial and so on. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very useful in this context because they follow the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, which also has this very strong, inherence in human behavior and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very, very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. Much of this really stems from that huge burst of energy that comes out of Sfat. We also see in Constantinople, here's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the Hagia Sophia, first built as a church, then later converted to a mosque by the Muslim invaders. This is a postcard from the 19th century, I believe. And in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number of Jews settling there, primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They are incredibly useful. They are literate, numerate, they are well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora." And he invited the Jews to the Ottoman Empire, to places like Tzfat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there is a huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans. Here's a fascinating picture from 1846, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers of Greece. And it represents three women in traditional costume. On the left, a Muslim woman. In the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing sheitel, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's unusual to see a Christian woman veiled like that. I don't know enough about the history of costumes, but I thought it was a really fascinating photograph. So the Jews of Thessaloniki really get a huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire, where they brought a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe, Italy was one of the most important destinations of the Sephardic exiles, and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on their past. On the right here, you see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy where there were significant settlements of these exiles. Many of them brought significant wealth with them, and they supported scholarship, in particular two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see a Portuguese document, the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. fascinating work by one Samuel Usque, a refugee from Portugal, who wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in rhyme, and it takes us all the way up to the 16th century and folds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. A fascinating work of Jewish thought and scholarship and also history, although presented in rather unusual way. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of the Sephardic exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. If you look at the Italian boot, and I pronounced that like a Canadian, I know, and you look sort of at the back of the calf, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Pesaro. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Pope Paul III, and these Portuguese Jews essentially went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, so close to Rome, there would be Jews who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, conversos, forcibly converted to Christianity, returning to their Jewish identity, that he ordered them arrested by the Inquisition and tried for Judaism, and ultimately he burned 25 Jews at the stake in the 1500s. Now, this was such a reactionary kind of dramatic and draconian imposition of Catholic doctrine, but it was not so surprising with Paul IV. He also wrote very early on in his career something called Cum Nimis Absurdum, which was a papal bull that essentially said, it is so absurd, that's what the title really means at the beginning of this bull, this document, that it was an encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous that the Jews should be allowed to essentially apply their religion within Christian territories, especially those Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews. He imposed the ghetto in Rome. He attacked the Talmud and so on. And of course, in Ancona, he killed 25 of these baptized Jews for returning to their ancestral faith. This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking about powerful women in the context of the Sephardic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone. All of the traditional authority figures were scattered. And it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Mendez Nasi. The term Nasi means literally the prince, the leader. And it was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, meaning she did come from a forcibly converted background. And she, of course, was incensed that the Pope would impose this on the Jews of Ancona and actually killed 25 Jews in this matter. And so she, in a rather unusual move for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the Consolations by Usque. She called for an international Jewish boycott of the port of Ancona. And she did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering, that Jews should, for the very first time, since they lost their homeland 1,500 years earlier, she was saying they should internationally organize to exert their collective pressure on the church to abandon these anti-Semitic policies. Amazing, audacious, outstanding. And by the way, this is a very dramatic portrait of her that we don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like to think she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece, who had the same name. So perhaps it does look a little bit like her. Unfortunately for this movement, which did gather significant steam within the Ottoman Empire, she was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benvenida Abravanel, from the famous Abravanel family that fled Spain. And the fact that Doña Gracia was from the Portuguese extraction and Benvenida Abravanel was from the Spanish extraction is not inconsequential. This is also not a picture, actually, of Benvenida Abravanel. It is a portrait, a very brilliant, glowing portrait, I think, of her student, Eleonora of Toledo, a non-Jewish woman. But I think it's still worthwhile including it here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benvenida was chosen because of her superior social skills and etiquette to be the tutor to the young Eleonora of Toledo. It was believed that this Jewish woman knew more about how to behave in polite society than any Christian tutor, so she was so chosen. At any rate, Benvenida, also a very wealthy woman, also very well connected and very much supportive of Jewish scholarship and so on, she disagreed with Doña Gracia. Two female titans disagreeing in a moment of great consequence for Jewish European history. She said that if the Jews were to boycott Ancona, then all the Jews living in Catholic countries, in particular in the Papal States where she was at the time, they would suffer an anti-Semitic backlash. And furthermore, the port that would have been possibly an alternative to Ancona in northern Italy and Pesaro, it was not nearly as good a port as Ancona, and the Duke in charge of the region, the Duke of Urbino, also had a pretty nasty anti-Semitic history himself. So Benvenida respectfully but forcefully disagreed with Doña Gracia on her idea of a boycott, and unfortunately it just ran out of steam as a result of this conflict. So we see that even though it didn't succeed, nevertheless, all of a sudden, Jewish women are able to exert power on an international level, totally unprecedented and completely related to the disruptive nature of the Sephardic diaspora. Again, there's a lot more to say about Europe. I'd love to talk more about Holland and Amsterdam in particular, but I'm going to say that for a little later. Let us just conclude this lecture with a very brief look at the Americas. Some Jews felt that the best way to escape the clutches of the Inquisition was to adopt a very traditionalist approach and run very, very far away. The furthest away they could run was the newly discovered territories in the Americas. And although ultimately many of these Jews would settle in America itself, or the United States of America itself, you can see here this beautiful piece of sheet music that captures a little bit of the way in which Jews regarded the United States. It was literally called in Yiddish, the Golden Medina, the Golden Land, because of its welcoming nature. The famous poem, the New Colossus, that graces the Statue of Liberty, was of course written by a Sephardic Jew, Emma Lazarus. But much of this early settlement, which was dominated, by the way, by Portuguese Jews who were technically Christians and were allowed to make these kinds of journeys without as much difficulty, was settled primarily in the Caribbean and in South America initially, especially because the Portuguese had significant holdings in Brazil, for example. Jews were very active in many of the new industries that were developing, such as sugar, very heavily connected with the sugar cane industry and the processing industry and bringing it back to Europe. There's also some involvement, unfortunately, of Jews with the slave trade. Not in any way disproportionate to their numbers in terms of their small trickle of immigration to the New World, but nevertheless, it is part of the overall trade, and Jews were involved in it just as much as Christians were. So these communities would grow significantly, particularly when we get to the end of the 19th century in the United States of America, but that's going to have to wait for later videos. For now, we've got a little bit of a sense of the scope of the Sephardic diaspora. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you will continue with us as we go on to discuss.
Some of the electricity being carried in those lines has leaked out and mixed itself up with the radio waves, resulting in the production of static. We wondered whether or not there was any leakage in the propulsion system, so we measured all around the room to detect for stray energy waves and discovered none. Less scientifically, we had a radio playing in the lab, and its reception was as clear with the reactor and amplifier on as with it off. Even back then, I realized...
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5782, according to the traditional count, now that we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that he's been very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more than the number. He will never eat more calories than the calendar year number. And then he says, thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry to do that. I know a lot of you don't like my humor, but I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures from now. But at any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest Ramenya Khlev, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up until the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in a very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal minters, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Mieszko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating, why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce, that it became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture, and we'll talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth more properly, there are both push and pull factors, meaning there are factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Isserles from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology from Hebrew, Polin, meaning here, Polin, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerus clausus and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be, certain tax breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial, and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. That's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class result in a series of expulsions. In France in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century. And so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors again. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onwards. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and we can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of a city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll again speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, in so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. But bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were culpable along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allowed them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky Rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, this is a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kilish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of Western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular. Also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kehila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minutes books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization. Comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
Every day that I was on site and Barry and I worked together, I could count on one thing. Dennis would show up and ask what we'd done that day, what progress we had made. We had to resist the temptation to oversell him on anything we'd done. We knew that they wanted us to get this job done, and we felt the enormous pressure of those expectations. But as I've pointed out, we knew about the potential.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. We're going to continue today with more of a discussion on the literary, philosophical, religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Acharonim, sometimes spelled Acharonim. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities, and it's a contrast to their predecessors known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, who we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, and well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then. Right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations that are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I, here living in the 21st century, have at my moment's reach, books that 500 years ago, most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing only in manuscript, and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in the terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have, I'm just going to summarize some of the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents a big step down, but nevertheless still living in the temple era. Second Temple era, of course. Then you have the Tanaim, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah, and this goes right up into the 3rd century, the early 3rd century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like subdivisions within these generations. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And they represent such a significant shift in the type of thinking and the types of things that they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim. But that's where we are right now. The Acharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really innovate a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that, as I hope to discuss at the end of this brief discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are the Acharonim now? What exactly did they do that's different from the Rishonim? So the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that, I haven't read a lot about it. I just have to sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Acharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say 3 things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries, meaning rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. by way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halachic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. That's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what do they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in Rabbinic Hebrew. Some interesting non-Rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in Rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. Like when I went to yeshiva, I went to Or Sameach, a traditional Lithuanian-style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim, the Ritva, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Acharonim, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast, even though we were reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage. The language was just kind of like a breath of fresh air. In the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what are the possible ambiguities. Whereas in the writings of the Acharonim tend to be far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more, longer. They take a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. The Acharonim still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case, and they will use all of this other body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Acharonim. It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the period of the Rishonim and the period of Acharonim. And this is, of course, none other than Maran Bet Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? Is a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we shall see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Set Table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is a title of respect, like our rabbi? Why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him Maran Beit Yosef? Also, by the way, he's known as HaMechaber, the author, as if to say, this is really the model of all authorship. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. And in fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Tur. And what he does with the Tur is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources, once again using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Tur. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied, he hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was. It was kind of like a short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking, that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch, by the same authors, considered the initial book of the period of the Acharonim. He also had a fantastic and amazing life, which also straddled, the great Iberian Jewish population. He was among the exiles from the Spanish expulsion. As a child, he wandered throughout Europe, and he was in Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which, again, I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating figure. So that's sort of like what the Acharonim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries, that we have been thinking about Acharonim and writing Acharonim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharon period? So there are definitely Acharonim who are still alive and well and working with us. Rabbi Chaim Kamneski is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected, currently living in Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at like new books on Jewish thought, particularly in halakha, which is where in Jewish law, where the Acharonim tend to be concentrated the most, I see an interesting phenomenon of hyper specialization, partially assisted by technology. Because now, if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search away. Obviously, there are some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever anywhere been written about a specific issue and write a book about how these things come to pass. I'll give you one example, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is put in the Chanukiah, the candelabra, and so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes and also donuts, which are known in Hebrew as sufganiyot. So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of sufganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, at least in recent times, they tend not to be what most Americans think of as donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow, and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Acharonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSufganim, the book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Acharonic, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. I mean, what are the post-Acharonim like? I don't know how long this can last. That I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
The van stopped in front of an administrative building, what looked like a typical office building. There, I gave my name to a man behind a reception desk and picked up my visitor badge. He made a quick call, and then a woman came into the waiting area. And without introducing herself...
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up on our discussion of the Acharonim to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the incredible explosion of spiritual and literary religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, pronounced in Hebrew Tzfat or Tzfat. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the wake of the Spanish expulsion, and in fact, in many ways, was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the major thinkers that lived there and why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many different occasions, the rupture that occurred in Jewish history as a result of the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese forced conversion and a slower migration under tremendous duress from Portugal created this huge ripple effect in which the implications of that upheaval reverberated throughout the entire world, really, because at this point, Jews were not only extending throughout the Mediterranean basin and into Europe, but also across the Atlantic into the Americas. One particular group of refugees from Spain and Portugal made their way all the way back to Israel, which you would think is, a fairly logical location, but we should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still largely denuded of Jews. There was a very, very small, tiny Jewish population there. The Ramban, Nachmanides, had arrived in the late 13th century and had begun to revive the very, very tiny community that was there. And so there was remarkably few Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated in the big city like Jerusalem. That was one of the major centers after the Ramban began to revive the population there. Much less well known was this tiny town in Tzfat. It's a fairly high mountainous town. It's beautiful surroundings looking over Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity, but of the Ottoman Empire activity. Here you can see a beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire at its height, and the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be amenable to developing the economy. Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and from Portugal, and in fact even mocked the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for giving up what the Ottomans felt was such a valuable human resource. And so there were tax breaks that were built into the newly settled areas in Israel, and in particular in Tzfat, connected with the textile trade in particular. So a lot of Jews were attracted to Tzfat for business purposes, and then related to that, there was kind of an unusual sort of spiritual tourism that took place in Tzfat because of the large number of graves from the Mishnayot and especially the early Talmudic period that were found in the region and attracted a lot of Jews wishing to visit the graves of these holy sites. So this is in the 1500s. There is more and more Jews who are coming to Tzfat. They're coming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they have been displaced as a result of the Spanish expulsion. And they're coming also because of spiritual reasons in order to be near the ethereal atmosphere of Islam. And it is in this region where you have this explosion of interest in Kabbalah. And let's just take just a few minutes to talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means, can be translated as tradition. Literally, it comes from the word lekabel, to receive, in the sense of something which is handed down, teacher to student, teacher to student, something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logically developed. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in the oldest parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures. There are some fascinating early Kabbalistic mystical treatises that were written already in the ancient period, and we find some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, in the Qumran community in the Dead Sea region. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century to public view. That is the famous Zohar. The Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works, and there is a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, being composed in Spain by a man named Rabbi Moshe de Leon. There are some interesting arguments for both perspectives, but what is known for certain is that the Zohar did not begin to circulate publicly in a known and outward fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and in Provence in particular, south of France, to develop new ideas of mystical approach of God and the universe. And one of the sort of elements that derives from it, perhaps most systematically, is this tree of life, or Eitz Chaim. Here is the diagram shown here in a inspired by the model that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sephirot. The term sephirah is hard to translate into English. It may be related to the word saphir, which means like sapphire, like the gem. It may be related somehow to the word sphere that we have in English, something which is, round on all sides. But basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness descending, as it were, from the Ein Sof, the infinite, meaning God, into the finite world in which we live. And I hope to discuss in a minute different ways in which Kabbalists have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God's infinity to the finite world in which we live. The terms all have various characteristics that are assigned to it. Keter means the crown, Chachma Bina means wisdom and understanding, and we can translate these into English in different ways. But basically, Kabbalists were very interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the human soul, what the human soul was all about. And to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called theurgic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, is there something we can do with it? Like, for example, can we perhaps bring the Messiah closer? Can we accelerate the period of time under which the world remains unredeemed? There are also fascinating kind of popular magic associations with Kabbalah as well. Spells, amulets, and so on that go back well into the ancient period. Now, the Tree of Life is not the only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, this is a classic Cordoverian description of it, in which all of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within the other. If you look carefully, you'll see that each of these different colors and symbols represents a different letter of the alphabet that is represented in the 10 spheroids that I showed you a moment ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of theoretical Kabbalah in this short video. It's just giving you a sense of what it is that they talked about when they talked about Kabbalah. So in Tzfat, you had a remarkable gathering in a very short period of time of all kinds of people who were deeply, deeply involved in Kabbalah. Here, for example, is the famous grave of several of them located in Tzfat. You can see at the top here, you have Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author, among other things, of Lechad Dodi, the famous hymn that's sung on Friday nights in synagogue. He was one of the earliest of the Kabbalists that came to this region. And then you have his son-in-law and his greatest pupil, the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, who hails from Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. And then the Ramak student, the saintly Arizal, known as the Holy Lion, or Rabbi Isaac Luria Ashkenazi, who came from Egypt in order to study under the Ramak. They only lived a very brief time together, and when the Ramak passed away, the Ali would pass away not much later after that. One of the tragic aspects of the lives of Kabbalists is that they tended to die very young. But anyway, so many of them are concentrated within this short period of time, really about half a century in the middle of the 1500s in this one region, and they're involved in a tremendous amount of activity related to Kabbalah. One of the key distinctions that I will mention between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and the Kabbalah of the Ari is that the two of them, the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, and the student, Rabbi Isaac Luria, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is, specifically with regards to the question of why does evil exist. For the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, evil was, as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the spheroids are designed. Whereas for the Ari, evil was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, the bursting of the vessels. Put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into, to use a metaphor, the clay containers of the spherot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness, and they shattered. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah of the Ari. That everything that we have, like my phone or this book or the desk that I'm sitting at, they all have an admixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is this shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ari. Fascinating material, all kinds. There's so many other figures who were active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of Smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. The Ten Commandments, great movie, directed by Cesar Vidal. This is a picture of Joshua, the biblical Joshua. One of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. And Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy. And at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated in English, but literally means the laying on of hands. And you put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them and you transfer your authority to them. There's a lot of interesting discussions of this in the time as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua, Joshua to the elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that is preserved in Pirkei Avot and many other literary creations from the time, but it was lost as a result of the depredations of exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we're looking at the Jews inside. But an individual named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, wait a second, we have the greatest minds of the Jewish people, all concentrated here in this northern Israel town of Tzfat, including, by the way, the great elder, sage Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Beit Yosef. He was in Tzfat as well. So Rabbi Beirav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there's a very good argument to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him rabbi, like not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him smicha. And then once he has that authority, then he will give others smicha, including Rabbi Cordovero, including Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, including Rabbi Yaakov Beirav. By the way, it was probably not Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there was a small group of people, about half a dozen, that were to get this smicha. And Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, and in so doing, we will reestablish the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. It's a fascinating idea and created a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world, but there are many rabbis outside of Tzfat, in Jerusalem in particular, saying, wait a second. And unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. But nevertheless, this was indicative of the great excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in Tzfat in the 1500s. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this very brief discussion. I have lots more videos online that deal in particular with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because I spent quite a bit of time studying his work. But if you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love knowing that there's so many people enjoy studying Jewish history as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you for watching.
This made us, if not kindred spirits, then at least individuals who could carry on a stimulating conversation with one another. I also knew this about John. He had some interesting connections in the government and the military. He'd done some work with the Central Intelligence Agency, and he could tell a great story. I never once for a second believed what he told me and others about alien spacecraft.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, a very large loss of life and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, a very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. It shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River, where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in, some kind of not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or Little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, and specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we should call Right Bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we have also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards the Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sich, where the Cossacks are housed. And a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, a very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town and own, the bread mill and own the bridges and own the orchards and the forests and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us not recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called borshchina at that time. Or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Kurati. The so-called krechma, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews as being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. And this man, shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is a not only a moment of economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression. They nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachletat, Gzelas Tachletat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms, so really like kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Yeved Metsula, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as the abyss of despair. This is available in English translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Gluckel of Hammon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly bruited about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well, and One sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the one may argue even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. And but for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5-page note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezalezhnost in Kyiv today, a monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which, this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which, really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic-looking statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there's a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft were to have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really it would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the 100 years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching.
I didn't think that many members of the American public could truly appreciate the magnitude of the achievement this craft represented purely on a technical, scientific, and production standpoint. I was completely blown away, and I'd already been privy to a lot of information about the craft and its origins. Whether this craft came from Zeta Reticuli or was a product of the...
Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi. Very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And, this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, meaning far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years, there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that he posed to conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi and what did he teach and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really much more ready communications. The print media, of course, has been circulating widely. And the idea of the Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian readers as well. So there's actually quite a good number of newspaper articles, or the contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabtai Tzvi, and this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabtai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities. And he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse. And we see this kind of pose with, Louis XV or something like that in France. Certainly one of the Austrian emperors, even Napoleon, appears like this, because many people weren't exactly sure what to make of Shabtai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe. And it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval, as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Glickl of Hameln, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era, in the sense that even my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust, displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father, which should rest in peace, like a brother. So we're talking about a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways an eager anticipation of a messianic future. There's also, into this mix, the very heady broth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating in the name of the Arizal of Rabbi Isaac Luria, which really poses a kind of an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final tikkun, in the final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought upon the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also reeling from the huge losses and the displaced populations of the Khmelnytsky rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. And in many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today, there is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had when we had precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information than classrooms, and women often have much more access to printed information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like in the yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabtai Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. But let's come to that shortly. Shabtai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in his youth in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented, intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he would engage in a few other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars, looking backwards, tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, in which he would have at sometimes these moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. He called these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And, he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, and of silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there were other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of his behavior. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah, and his, otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. On occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to resume the messianic era under Shabtai Tzvi. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabtai Tzvi's #1 propagandist and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabtai Tzvi was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabtai Tzvi's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusions of grandeur. So what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai Tzvi was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involved antinomian behavior. And antinomianism, we should really define it here, this is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the 3 pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week, as they're spread out throughout the year. He would regularly, as I mentioned, pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways. And these were, quite alarming to traditionalists. But people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws. In particular, things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destructions of the temple. But, there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabtai Tzvi also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people. And was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting and certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer applied in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabtai Tzvi's community, with the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Khmelnytsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so he too would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on, not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditional scroll. He actually invited his friends to come up, and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was like lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading the Sabbath services. So in many ways he was so really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to, enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seems to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, and perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening to him? What's the whole story? Here's one broadsheet that was printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what happened. In the 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly. He, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove, and his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counteroffer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately, what happened was He was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. That's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the Dunman. They exist really right up until the 20th century in particular. His wife, Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion in science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and you can see she's got exactly the same hairstyle. Just saying. At any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now the Dunma, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in the reading of Psalms and of engaging in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabtai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see that the Dunma actually are a small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting image of a mosque built in Greece by the Dunma. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than an Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Jonathan Eibeschutt, shown here, even the great Ramchal, the Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, author of Mesilat Yeshayaim, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. There were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some of his later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabtai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant. And thank you very much for watching.
Assistance of the Russians or teams of scientists from everywhere. I agree. But Barry, like you always say, if we keep thinking about that part of it, we'll go crazy. Barry laughed. You're right. Kind of fun to think about, but we aren't here to have fun. Frustratingly, as Barry and I...
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you continue to find them of interest. Today, I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded so you can get a sense of how well you've absorbed the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work, that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas, may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so it'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is Biblical Jewish History. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below, and I would love to have you in this course with me. I hope you enjoy the lectures, and take care. Thank you very much for listening.
I'd be similarly rewarded again. What form that reward might take occupied some of my time when I wasn't working, but not nearly enough. Tracy seemed very occupied with the business, her flying lessons, and her social life. She sensed that something was not right in my world, but when she asked me what was wrong, I told her that I was fine, that nothing was in any way out of sorts with me. The devil's bargain that I signed in agreeing to...
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time when people still use words like mendacity. At any rate, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Louis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that is setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna. And he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constitute 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You will recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews on Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor, in New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps they're, faith-based or some even fashion statements, but speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was a son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there
on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins, that the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming, utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
If you don't mind, I said, I'd like your help. With what? We're going to have to start the car. That's your job. I'm going inside. We both laughed. They'd sent a clear message, a sign of the kind of power and control they held over me. They didn't like being messed with. I didn't like being messed with either. I decided the best course of action was to try.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British, and there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the south, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important community. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazic lands. This is kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal force. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnavi's Historical Atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retake the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast, and you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans. by the time we get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reason why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially a kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive on these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. And the only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and is also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and there'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that. And they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore, and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Eviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800, and that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the US and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe, and otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching.
I also trusted him with Tracy's life, and he gave her the first few flying lessons she had. He even allowed her at one point to take the controls of a commercial flight he was piloting. To say John was a loose cannon is an understatement, and in looking back on it now, I can see to what degree how stressed and anxious I was to believe that John was someone who could help me put events into their proper
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, had tremendous impact on religious history, social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers, it's the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean, Kabbalistic movement that was associated with the poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, the great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben Sion Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you the sense that, you know, the views of what is Hasidism, what is its significance, what is its etiology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors. And in fact, a large chunk of Jews living in this area would be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Judenrein. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale of Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as Kantonisten, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehila was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. And we'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures, it basically means someone who does kindness. The word chesed is, of course, kindness. And a chassid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, levushim or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on devekut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that is actually a desideratum. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zoger, someone who just recites psalms, rather just going through the book, reading the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders, who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare, and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere. And they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part in particular who were known as Baalei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yochanan Petrovsky-Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Pinkasim or communal record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baalei Shem who are not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. He found indeed tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Medjugorje, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have dug this well that still provides clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records and elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. So thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening.
That it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is for permission. John chimed in. We all laughed at that. The conversation was on anything and everything but what we were all about to do and to see. I suspected that the worst thing that could possibly happen was the test flight to be canceled for some reason. The weather wouldn't be an issue, but I knew that there was nothing I could do to control what the powers that be decided.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region, in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim, or Mitnagdim, and the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well. We shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And, there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture. Right? Get it? Yarmulke? Yarmul culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. When I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah. So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, and Jews call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This with regards to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, right? For example, with keeping kosher, how exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shner Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way, but 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. And you can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Dworzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that in many ways the Mitnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Misnagdim? The most significant, the king of the Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Misnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, the great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. And in fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that the Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times? That you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been Sion Dinor's primary contribution to the historiography, is saying, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that. That, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argued that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians, really looked down upon. And finally, the accusation that some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and that it had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even consign those words to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with the very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. what the Misnagdim said is, hey, you know, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely. You better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their, you know, incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdic tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you study Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions that the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becher, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, "How's it going?" I said, "Well, you know, it's going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. You know, I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, it has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home." But I said to him, "Rebbe, I had to admit that, you know, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, you know, doing crossword puzzles every day, because I was finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner, right?" So he said, "Okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day." And so I said, "Okay, I'll do it." So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I'd already gone way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings of Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page as, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means, because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChaim. Okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, you know, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a rebbe, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regarded the rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, you know, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary, and they refused to regard even very learned and holy people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidic movement stood for. Okay, while the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Haskalah. Thank you very much for watching.
You'd also have to understand that our usual everyday conceptions of time and space and distance weren't going to serve us very well. John and Jean had joked about the need for greater minds to solve the question of where is the middle of nowhere. The same was true of coming up with an explanation that really and truly...
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century. And then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussions, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's a very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where Jews have a much more kind of open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity, and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early masculine certainly the most important of them, the king of the Maskilim, was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But the vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like hard. It's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Joual, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax, and the vocabulary had huge overlaps. But, speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be, considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who, unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey, and in fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So, whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time do you show up for a minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could, like, squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, my gosh, this is horrible. If there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely, maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and articulate a statement that will be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues, where issues of science and Torah and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But, the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was, valuable on a religious level, but, he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society. Essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda, or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This is actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, argued that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about in a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern. It was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make him look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation. You didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Misnagdim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that it sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would simply never return to their families. They would end up, assimilating into the Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. But in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust. He ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim has to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Tzreifel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course would be the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. That's like shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidim in Volhynia, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Right? The Hasidim with their ideals of devekut and closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, so the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant, as we mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzviko that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Whew, okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching.
At that insinuation. The police officer didn't. I'm sure they can count. 4 when they stopped you. 5 now. I'd like to see some identification from all of you. All 5 of you, please. Each of us handed our driver's license to Gene, who collected them and handed them over. The policeman looked at each one. Then he rifled through the deck, then walked around the car and used the flashlight.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about what does this word emancipation actually mean. It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews prior to their emancipation were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights. So people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerae regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated mora judaico, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to a Sefer Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement. It was saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let's not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do.
This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America. And in 19th century as well, they were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There was questions about whether or not they could hold public office. Some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not really that difficult to actually make that big step and emancipate them. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected Sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have this situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always a him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and
in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouze actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she composed a declaration for the rights of woman and citizen. And the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man, and they meant man. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader, economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tends to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in, whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate. They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, I'm Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the assembly of Jewish notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to, what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jew. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationship to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables in the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of maskirim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint of what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. And they said, well, not exactly, wouldn't precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrin, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinstein, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The Constitution was abrogated. And then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Hasan Sofer, a very important rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that, emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights, because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to the Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation, well before it was actually granted, in Germany, you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Kretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler, and he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be ruled back, and of course, the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
She said, after I concluded, she shifted in her chair and brought one leg up underneath, turning away from me slightly. How about, I'm sorry, I'm treating you like shit, and I'm sorry? I'm not treating you like shit.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now, obviously, that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics. So it is just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, and possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass to move political
agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadland, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kehillah, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date upon which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation, like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties, but nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name Narodnaya Volya, the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him, as you can see in these contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, his son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, for a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this as some kind of face value. And if you've seen Fiddler on the Roof, there's a famous scene where Tevye is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government were certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were connecting many communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews as a minority fear tremendously. So it is their violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just felt way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map and a few charts that I'd like to show you right now come from a really interesting article published in 2019 by Irena Grosfeld, Stefan Sakale, and Antonia Zhudovskaya, that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to certain church teachings and certain economic practices of the Jews, and the long-term resentment that goes back to the Khmelnytsky Rebellion, the Haidamach Rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived
relative peace alongside their Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuations of violence, like under Khmelnytsky in the 17th century and under Honta in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history in the Imperial Settlement was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because the conclusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when, terrible crop situation, especially from before 1881, that do not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of thing holds. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and in 1904-05, of course, the Kishinev pogrom and the Civil War pogroms, they coincided with significant political upheaval, but lots of periods where you had political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what's going on? So what the authors of this study did, which is very clever, is they put together both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money chart right here. Wow, look at this. The purple lines demonstrate that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for anti-Jewish violence. Meaning those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors in this circumstance. Okay, let's go to the political thing. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of chaos in the former Russian Empire. And Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Cantonistan crisis that we discussed in the previous video. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all, and that is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are growing increasingly clear for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked fairly well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, 250,000 to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem. It just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could, in fact, become worse, as we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change its way of operation. What it's called the 1905 revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament.
what is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because